გამარჯვეს მებო. ჩემი ხო ისმის, ყველაფერი ხო ძია. მე ხო ჭედავს, ხო არ კი. ხო არ ჭედავს. ხო ჭედავს. აგიმერჯთ. Які ჭედავს კაიას. იასნია. წუთი გვაქვს დრო, სანამ ვიტლიკინებთ რამეს. სალამ. ნიკას მე პირადად ესტონო ბიჭო აი 400 კას ვინ წაიღებს დღეს ვიტალიტი ფურიაც ძალიან მაგარი თამაში იქნება ხოთა შორის მაგის მუღამიც მაქვს თან მაგრამ ეს თამაშიც კაი უნდა იყოს წესით ბოლოს ფალკონმა გადაუარა მაგრამ რა ნახთ აჩ ფალკონების ინსტაბანი არის ოვერპასი სპირიტის ინსტაბანი არის რასბანავ ინფერნო. კარჩი ინფერნო და ესენი ამოვარდება, იქნება ანუბისი, მირაჟი და ნიუკი უნდა იყოს ან დასთი ბოლობა პირა. ანუბისი, დასთი, მირაჟი შეიძლება რაღაც პონჩში, მაგრამ ბოლო მაინც რაღაც პონჩში ნიუკი მგონია. ნახოთ რა როგორ იქნება რა. და იქით მაპები მაგარი ის იქნება, იმიტომ რომ პირველი ვინც დაიწყებს ბანს, იმას აქვს ძალიან დიდი უპირატესობა. არა და მეორე ვინც დაიწყებს ბანს იმას აქვს უპირატესობა, იმიტომ რომ იმათში ორივე ენშენს ბანავს ვიტალიტი ფურიაში და ეგა ხოლმე ყოველთვის საინტერესო. ერთი და 35 აქვს ფალკონს, ვიტალიტის რა აქვს? მე არ მგონია სალამი ძმებო, ვისაც ვერ მოგესალმეთ. სტრიმი დავალაიქოთ, არხი გამოვიწეროთ, 22 კაცი გვაკლია 11-ს გამომწერამდე, არ დაგეზავთ. ჯუჯიკ დონაცის ლინკი სადა? აღწერაშია, bro. ისაჯი. ვიტალიტის 1 და 20 აქვს. პირველ მაპი რა არის? არ ვიცი, ჯერ არ ვიცით რა არის, მაგრამ 19 წუთში გავიგებთ რა მაპებს ითამაშებენ. ესენი გადახაზავენ ყველაფერს. აი, გადავითეთ იქით.
Goes for the peak, doesn't find anything. Monesi is just immediate. Like, look at the time, right? This is 1:42. Look where Monesi is, right? Like, he's all the way up, close on Cat. Kyosuke is down close to connector. Donk is kind of unaware that they can be so deep. Monesi even swings, kills.
Oh, Monesi მას თუ ისროლა ძმაო რავი, აი არავის არ ჩამოუვარდება რა. აი არავის არ.
Donk Niko at the same time is searching for fights. Like the aggression.
ვისკენ ხარ დღეს ვინები გავლენ შენი აზრი. ბიჭო, ფალკონი ვიტალიტი მინდა ფინალი რა და. რა ვინც ეგრე არ ფიქრობთ ეხლა რავი. თავი არ გამელან.
It's a retake. Magisk is even on a good flank.
ფალკონი ვიტალიტი მგონია რა ფინალი. მგონია რა მინდა ყოველ შემთხვევაში რავი და იმედია ყველას ეგრე გვინდა. იმიტომ რომ მაგათი ჯახი ვაფშე სხვა თემაა რა, ელ კლასიკოა იმენ.
He's in a very good position. Unlucky he has an MP9, But here's where there's no hesitation from Falcons. They immediately play together, immediately go into CT spawn, and Magus can't even get a shot off, really. He's no factor on this.
ESL ყოფილა major-ი, ესე იგი major-ს გავსტრიმო, კი. Major-ს უეჭველი გავსტრიმო.
Niko the entire time as a safety net who was in apps.
გამარჯვეს ვიტალტი მოგეს best of 5 Falcons-თან. მეც მაგას ვფიქრობ, მაგიტო მინდა მაგათი თამაში ხურება. თან გრენდსლემი როა ვიტალტის ყოველთვის მაგას ურავ ხოლმე რომ გრენდსლემი
But even in things such as
თან ბოლოს სტრიმი რაც გავსტრიმეთ ESL-ის ტურნირი რა, გრენდსლემი იყო ვიტალიტის და მოიგეს მან. გახსოვთ ეგ ნიუკი? ძალიან აი იმაში რა ქვია, სად იყო? IEM დალასი იყო? არა, დალასი არა. სიდნი იყო. გახსოვთ ეგ? რა სიგიჟე თამაში იყო ნიუკში 40 ოვერტაიმი რო იყო?
You get a 3v3 as well instantly, as you said. They plant the bomb at 1:18 seconds left of the round, right? So there's so much time to be played with. Where I've seen them before maybe overthink it a little bit, maybe wanting to outsmart their opponent or outplay them in some sense. Whereas I feel almost, also given the circumstances with Kixon and Kerrigan and the rumors, the more they can simplify the game and just rely on the individual decision making in the moment instead of having to trying to outplay your opponents.
Gawa შენ ის ხარ? ვისაც ვებაზრები ხოლმე? რამე სხვა ატერია იმას არ ვიცი YouTube-ზე რა ატერია.
We have another one, we can just play it in the background, right, where you're watching this game and you're like, is this two professional teams playing, or am I watching a high level face it pug, right? Like, this is also one of the reset rounds. Niko only has a deagle. Like, we talk about these rounds, they're super high pressure, and you can see Spirit, they go for a mid fight together with the team. On that first timing, they're not gonna find anything with the smoke break.
Discord-ზე არა, Instagram-ზე, bro. Instagram-ზე არ წერ? იმასაც გავაშაწერე და მეთქი ეგ ხო არ ხარ თქო.
Falcons just go on second timing with the flash. Here comes Kixan, finds an entry kill, right? And he gets traded, the fights sort of keep happening. Look at Tess, just walks through the smoke. He's like reading that it's a mid fight. I'll just walk through the smoke. Niko, I'm just gonna pre-fire Magus here and 1D game.
Always does.
Push B and then fight some ticks, right? Like, this is just so brave and decisive from the Falcons, where it's like, yeah, what is it here? 1 minute 30 seconds left.
I was just about to say, all those encounters took place in 20 seconds, right? You're 30 seconds into the round, and you're not mistaken for maybe wondering, is it a face-it game or is it not? But as I said, I think the more you simplify Counter-Strike, the better. Also, a case to be said, you see in the scoreline, it was 13-5 for Falcons. You now showed 2 rounds. It was 3-3, it was 5-4. It was actually a close game in the beginning, and then you win those key rounds. You win this round where you have Niko on a deagle. Your economy is ruined if you lose it, and you allow Spirit back into the game. So something to be said about Falcons simplifying Counter-Strike, playing a little bit more loose, but also in this game just winning the key rounds every single time.
The key point is you need to keep playing like this, in terms of this style, right? I'm not saying it's gonna be successful all the time, and it's harder to do so if you're losing 4-5-0, right? But this is what brings them the most success. And actually, I think on both maps against Spirit, they would lose the T-pistol and then they would eco, but immediately in the gun rounds, they would start racking things.
And that's why they have something to prove, Trace, because it's a playoff game now, right? We've seen this Falcons, maybe not to the same extent, playing as loose as they are right now. We've seen Falcons come into a tournament and they play the best Counter-Strike in the group stage. We have them as the favorites heading into the playoff, and then they just crumble. Now it's time to show that you can continue this line of thought, in a playoff game as well, in a semi-final for that matter.
Let's continue the line of thought that is with Spirit. Obviously, Mao's got spanked by Spirit, and if you didn't know, that's the talent's fault. So, with regard to Mao's getting spanked out of here, Spirit showed that prowess. They showed that they still have it in the server, albeit it can be chaotic.
And they very much did, and I was impressed with Spirit yesterday. I don't think it comes down to Tenea only, but Tenea is the most improved factor, the most improved player within Team Spirit when you compare them to the struggles from start of 26 and what they've been doing so far. Again, I don't want to take anything away in terms of maybe Magic have been able to install a little bit more of his ideas for the team. He has an awful lot of ideas, but at the end of the day, when Tenea is playing at this level and you have Donk, you have Shiro, and you have your third star Tenea also functioning, that's when it unlocks a new level of Spirit.
არა, გუში როგორც ითამაშა ტნირამ და დონკამ და ზოგადად თელმა გუნდმა ეგრე რო იტნახე რა ისროლა ტიპმა. აღოძმო. ესე თუ ისროლა. ესე იგი ესე იგი კაი წინააღმდეგობას გაუწევენ წინა თამაშთან შედარებით რა. ამიტომ სამ maps ველოდოთ, სამ maps ველოდოთ ყველა ვარიანტში.
It got close at some point and then they won 4 rounds, 5 rounds in a row. Spirit on T side to sort of didn't let the comeback phase them, right? Like they just stuck to their guns and were able to close it out in a very convincing fashion.
Even more so impressive when you think that Hali's not here, the coach, right? And I think against Mouse, yeah, we know the state of Mouse, and they didn't really apply that much pressure to Team Spirit, so maybe he wasn't needed. Today, we just showed you what kind of Counter-Strike Falcons are going to play, what kind of pressure they're going to apply. Monesi, Niko, Kyusuke for that matter as well. I think it's a big disadvantage, the fact that Hali is not behind Team Spirit in a semi-final of this caliber, going up against a team like Falcons, who's probably going to throw out a lot of the, rule book in terms of how do you actually play Counter-Strike in a semi-final in an arena. They're going to play it more like a face-it game, and we see Donk be visibly frustrated about that.
But there's a player on Spirit who knows how to counter them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Tanir. So let's hear from Tanir. How about that? Let's do it.
Tanir is here with me, and we didn't get a chance to speak yesterday, but you had, on that first map of Dust 2, the best big event performance ever in your career. Can you tell me if this is arena buff for you? Are you feeling sharp here?
Sure, it's arena buff. Vamos Brazil! I'm not sure. It's like best one performance in my career. It's probably second one. But yeah, I very like this arena. I very like this vibe. People is very friendly. They support us. I really very enjoy. Yeah.
A lot of the
I
people
really very
think about
enjoy.
you
I
as
really
the
very
second
enjoy.
star, that you need to turn up to kind of make Spirit go to the final and lift the trophy. Do you like this X factor, this extra pressure on you here, because you need to kind of deliver
Right, it's a
alongside Donk, and you've been doing that so far, but
I
what about
really
now?
enjoy. I
I
really
want to
very
be
enjoy.
consistent in general. But I don't have like some pressure about that. Of course, everyone told about this, but yeah, I should. But I will try my best and that's it.
Obviously, I want to talk about Veto a little bit, because in the group stage, these guys beat you pretty hard, and that was where you picked Anubis. They didn't go that well. Right now, you decided to ban it, and Anubis, from what I checked, is your statistically the worst map. Is this kind of playing a role where you're not that comfortable on it, and therefore you're kind of leaning away from it for the playoffs?
If told about group stage, yeah, the beat us very strong. It's felt not so good. But we just trolling game a little bit.
Das Team Miraji?
If talking about Anubis, for real, we are. I don't know about our statistics, but in general, we are feeling on this map very good. If you told about practice games, and we also have some officials games against other teams, and we also felt pretty good. I don't know what happened, but we just sucked, and today we just want to show our best game on our best map of the two. Yeah.
Let's hope it's going to be a little bit of less trolling this time coming from Team Spirit, and we'll see each other on the server. Thank you.
Thank you.
I always love it when we get a rematch on stage, and that's exactly what we get here today. Spirit taking on Falcons. I want to ask about the time you played them in the group stage. It was such a convincing victory for you. Do you put that as your guys just playing the most perfect CS, or do you think it was maybe a bit of a Spirit underperformance too?
I think it was a little bit of both. I think we play really good. I also think they can play better, and I think they have progressed throughout this tournament, and I think they have played better ever since they played us. I think it seemed like they were a bit lost also with the map pick and stuff like that, but I'm expecting a much tougher day at the office.
Yeah, Anubis was a bit of a weird one in the group stage today. We get that tried and true Dust 2 for them. Is there any particular reason why you think they've gone for that, and were you expecting this one a little bit more than Anubis?
I mean, yeah, we definitely expected us to in both games. This time around they picked it, so we came in prepared, obviously, but I don't know. I think it's just they're trying to find themselves. New IGL coach is not there. I know Hali has a big impact on the team. Maybe they wanted to try something else because of the history against us. Maybe wanted to try and surprise us, start on their map pick. I'm not entirely sure, but this time things have seemed to have gone back to normal, and I hope hopefully the results will as well.
I've got to ask you about the kind of duo, I was going to say rivalry. It's not really much of a rivalry because Niko and Monesi dominate Donk and Shiro pretty much every single time you face them, right? It's only been one back at the major. Do you think there's any reason for that, for why it's so one-sided for your guys?
I think we have players on our team that can match Donk pretty well. Where he usually gets multi-kills, we have players that will maybe even win the duel against him. I think we have a pretty good read as well on them in general. I think the last time around at the major, a lot of it was on us. I think they played really good, especially Sway was a tough opponent for us in particularly. But But yeah, I think we have a
How
we have a
deep
pretty good
magazine,
track
how
record, and
trolls.
sometimes when you lose that
How
many
trolls
games in a
are good,
row, it
yes,
starts to
Thomas.
be in your head. And I think that is some of the explanation from their side, I think.
Just ending on a bit more of a personal note, we were just chatting about it. Obviously, the Fallen news yesterday, retiring at the end of the year. What did you make of that as somebody who's played with him, or against him rather, for so many years?
I think it was in 2009 I played against him one of the first times in the US. I mean, he's one of the biggest legends. We were practicing yesterday and had to delay our practice for 10 minutes just to watch it, even though we didn't understand much of what was being said. It was still beautiful, and I'm really happy that a guy like him gets to announce such a big news for him in front of his home crowd. So I'm just proud to have been part of his history, just obviously playing against him. But yeah, he's an absolute legend of the game, if not one of the biggest.
Thank you so much for your time. As always, Zonic, good luck.
Yeah, and well, for the side of Zonic, they've definitely had their work cut out for them over the better part of the year, but obviously stacked up against Spirit, it seems like they've figured out the mathematical equation to make it work for them to silence this big man known as Donk.
Yeah, absolutely. He struggled, against Falcons more than any other team, actually, in the top 10. When you look at
ამ
the
ტურნირზე
big
ყველაზე
events
ცუდი
in the
სტატისტიკა
last
აქვს
year
ეს.
and teams that he's played at least 2 matches against, right? Because you can always have a bad day against someone, but you can see that
ყველაზე
it's
კარგად
actually
მაინც ნავის
outside of
წინააღმდეგ
Maus, the
თამაშობს.
most maps played against
და
Falcons,
ყველაზე
and
ცუდად
it's
Falcons
by
წინააღმდეგ
far
თამაშობს,
the
აზე
lowest
ხარ?
rating, that
ანუ
he
მაგრად
has had.
კონტრაავენ
That
ესე იგი
comes, in
Falconები.
Budapest, he had like 1.53, so
Yeah.
that really helped the average. Without that game, it would be under 1, actually.
But that's significant, right? That's a big dip in
რამ
performance.
ხელა
for a player like
სხვაობა
Donk.
აქვს,
That begs
ბიჭო,
the question,
გადაო.
why is that? And I think part of the reason is that Falcons is one of the most stacked teams in terms of
Wow.
individual skill, and one of the things that Donk
ანუ
does so well when he's
ინდივიდუალიზმში
playing
მაგრად
against pretty much anyone out there is
ჩაგრავ.
that individually speaking, he's just better than his opposition in a head-to-head duel every single time. And maybe there's something to be said about that when you're going up against Kyusuke, when you're going up against Monesi, when you're going up against Niko as well, who for quite some time also was a guy who was able to shut him down despite not playing his best Counter-Strike himself. Against Donk, he will always thrive. So I think he's probably had it in his head now that mentally he just can't cope with with Falcons.
Honestly, I think a lot of it is on Niko, because even when they were going head-to-head,
მე სტრიმი დავალაიქოთ, არხი გამოვიწეროთ, თხოვთ 40 ლაიქს მივატრათ. და 24 კაცი გვაკლია, 11000 გამომწერა. ამ სტრიმზე ავიდეთ 11000-ზე რა.
the game in the moment, Niko having some good calls in the CT side, and I think that's where they've had a lot of success, right? Like just reading Spirit very well when Spirit is on the T side, understanding and being sort of ready for what's coming at them. So we'll see if Spirit can this time change that narrative a little bit. They had some good rounds yesterday on T side, and they'll need a lot more of that today.
Yeah, they limited Maus just 2 rounds on their CT side of Dust too. So I mean, if it weren't Maus playing bad, or if it were Spirit playing well, however you want to spin it, it would appear as though Spirit had it under control. Just to go back to what Zonic was saying and the idea that they have shooters that can match the output over there with Donk. You want to identify exactly who that is?
On the side of Falcons, I mean, obviously, Monesi has been having an unbelievable tournament, right? Like, he's leading in the race for the MVP, and across the board, they've been playing well. Their actually lowest rated player is Kyosuke, right? And that's someone who's going to have a bit of spotlight on him, right? Because he is one of the players that has the biggest discrepancy between group stage games and then playoff games. And we talked about yesterday with Makazi, in these rookies. Well, he hasn't shown a ton of growth, really. We know that his mechanics are great and everything, but I think they would have loved to have some more output from him when it comes to these high-pressure situations.
100%. It's a big test for Kyusuke. I almost label it as a good thing, the fact that Falcons have looked so good in the group stage without Kyusuke playing at his best. Now, in relation to this matchup and the playoff, as you said, that's where he needs to show that he's improved, and especially when you look at the map pool, we know it's going to be Dust 2 in the first map. Actually, one of the better maps for Kyusuke in terms of his T-side impact. He's one of the few players within Falcons that gets the job done, involved in more than, I think, 37% of the opening duels on the T side as well. So without Kyusuke playing well in this playoff game on Dust 2 specifically, it's going to be tough for Falcons.
What about on the side of Spirit and Shiro? Where does he fit into the big puzzle in the big picture today?
I mean, Shiro is a known quantity, and I think that's the best way I want to
describe
him. Right now, he
ცვლილებები როცა
also
ხდება
has a bit
გუნდში
of an issue,
6-7 თვე მაინც ჭირდება ნორმალური შედეგი დადო რა, ეგრე ხო არ არის.
They have no fucking idea as to what's going on.
თათალე ფეხბურთის თემა წარმოიდგინე რა. კაცი რო გადადის ეგრე მაგარ თამაშს სხვა თამაშს.
The fact that for the vast majority of
Realში
time,
რო
Niko
gadawიდა
and
ის
Monesi have been
Mbappe.
able to beat here on donk, but as you said as well,
ეგრევე
when it
მაგრად
mattered most
თამაში
at the
ხო
major in
დაუწყვილეთ.
Budapest, they were able to win, so they've shown that they can do it. And if anything, I think Shiro is one of those players that I always know what I get from him. Sure, is he gonna have a game where he's blowing up the server? That's to
რეკლამები
be
გამორთული
seen,
მოქვს კი.
but
ხო არა
he's never the
მოგიგდო
player
თულმეს
I look at
რეკლამა,
and feel
მაგათ
like, okay, you
მოუყნო.
didn't show up today, or you made a lot of mistakes, or you played this clutch badly. I feel like he's a very known quantity, and it's just one of those players I can trust whenever I watch him.
And right before that sentence from Shiro, he said, you know, at different times I thought it was because of different things, and now I've run out of, you know, answers and ways to explain it. For Spirit,
რა კი დაიწყო
you know,
ძმა
of course,
ტრაქში
Sonic
ისროდა.
mentioned it, like once you lose to a team many times, it gets in your head a little bit. But you also get to a point where now you have nothing to lose in a sense, right? Like, and you just will say maybe even more so with Halley
25
not being
ლაიქიც
there,
ბარემ
guys,
ძმება უცებ.
let's just keep it simple. Don't overthink it, right? Take a little bit more risk. Go for fights as long as it's together, right? Like, be aggressive in these duels, and maybe that's a path to success for Spirit today.
I think that's exactly why we're getting a firework game right here, Trace. We know Falcons are going to have that approach. We know they're going to loosen up a little bit. They're going to play not necessarily Fated style Counter-Strike, but they're going to simplify it. And I think you're right on when you're saying that Spirit is probably tending towards doing the same thing without Halley. You know, knowing you're playing Falcons, you got to meet them at the playing field, and I think that playing field is going to be a Faceit level 10 game on steroids.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, what we have in front of us is Shiro, donk versus Monesi, Niko. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, there's some other players in the server too, but we also need to find out what maps we're playing. I mean, we definitely already know, but perhaps you didn't get the memo when we went over it just a minute ago. So we'll take a look at this Veto just again before we jump in the server.
I don't think there's any surprises for Falcons with this Dust 2 pick, right? Like, Zonix didn't even expected it the first time around. So especially with how Anubis went the last time they played, Falcons, no reason for them to change. You know, you say it's hard to beat the same team in the same tournament twice, but how they're playing at the moment, Mirage is just a very well-suited map for them, and also they played a ton this tournament. So just keep rolling with what's worked well for you. Beat Vitality on it, too, with a very strong CT side and that nuke decider in case we need it. Feels like every series ended up with Nuke as the decider.
100%. I love the fact that we most likely will get to see Nuke as well. It should be a close matchup. The Dust 2 pick, as you said, is not a big surprise, and it's also one of the maps where Falcons have shown weaknesses. They played quite a lot with the stand-in situation as well, but even when Kyusuke came back, they've had a tough time winning the games. A lot of them are close, a lot of them are competitive, but they can't get it over the finish line, and one of the reasons for that is the man on the way out, Kixon. He's performing horrendously on this map. His CT side rating on average in the 12 times they played it the last 3 months is 0.81. You know, he's worse than Kerrigan in terms of output on the server, and that's hard at the moment to do that. So I'll be honest, that's a weakness. Together with Tessus, those two will be under a lot of fire coming in from Spirit, so that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, it is. Also, this arena just slam full. It is a Saturday in Rio, and it is definitely a Furia Vitality game after this one. That's our second semifinal. This one, Falcons v Spirit, gives us Dust 2, Mirage, Nuke, and sooner rather than later, me asking you guys who's winning this whole thing. Like, where is it going from here?
I don't know, man. I don't know why Kerrigan just caught fire, by the way, as well, in my mind. But I think in terms of winning this game, I'm edging towards Falcons. I think they've looked great so far.
That team buff, Falcons going to the final.
Yeah, well, let's watch. Let's see what happens. Let's get them on stage.
For me, playing on the stage, this difference between group stage and playoffs, it's always more enjoyable and more interesting to play. We are happy with the level that we showed. You claiming this energy from the crowd. We have a good chance against Falcons this time. I don't think we will get the same result as we get in group stage. We need to improve ourselves and become a better team.
Spirit has been a bit of in an up and down form this season.
18 ლაიქის მივარ კაცმებოდა არხი გამოვიწეროთ თქონა იქნება.
When he's not performing, I think it's very hard for them to beat some of the best teams. We have played them already once here in group stage. We had quite
19 კაცი გვაკლიათ 11-ს გამომწერამდე. წავედით ნელ-ნელა, დავეშით 8 წუთში. გავხტებით უკვე.
It's going to be a different
Almost
environment. It's going to be exciting. I believe they also want to be hunting for revenge as well. We want to make sure that we give ourselves the best chances of going far and potentially lifting a trophy.
It depends how everyone will react to the crowd.
ბიჭო, არ ვიცი, მე სამი მაპი მინდა ნიუკი მიუხედავად იმისა, რომ ეზიზღება, სამ მაპს უყურებდი დიდი სიამოვნებით. რაც დიდი ალბათობაა, რომ იმაჩიც სამი მაპი კი არა, ნიუკი იქნება მესამე მაპი.
Takes the fight, takes the head off, bro. Falcons right there as Monacy is desperate. Adoni is weapon of choice. It's kid.
ხუთი ლაიქით ძმებო ბარებასი ავიდეთ. ოხ. მოგითხარი, ხა შედარებით მეტი ხალხი იქნება თქო ხოლ.
Bom dia, Rio de Janeiro! Acorda, Brasil, porque hoje é dia de Fúria! Sejam todos muito bem-vindos ao IEM Rio 2026. Esse aqui é um evento para ficar para sempre nas nossas memórias, fala sério. Ontem a gente teve um dia realmente inesquecível, pro bem ou pro mal. E foram 2 vitórias bem tranquilas, bem consistentes, mas hoje quem que será que avança para a grande final? Eu quero que faça muito barulho somente quem veio aqui para empurrar a Fúria! Todo mundo? Que lindo isso daqui. Ai, hoje vai ser um dia realmente inesquecível. Que coisa maravilhosa. Eu tô emocionada. Vocês conseguem ver, mas eu tô realmente emocionada. Mas antes, vamos começar com o nosso primeiro confronto do dia. Quero que vocês recebam com muitas palmas eles que fizeram uma campanha assim, ó, tranquila, impecável para chegar até aqui e conquistar a sua vaga na semifinal, vencendo a equipe top 1 do mundo. Com vocês, a equipe da Falcons!
გამოვიდრე. Ai, დამიბრუნეთ ის გოგო ისე, არ მინდა ეს მახინჯები.
E do outro lado, eles que eliminaram ontem a Mouse com muita tranquilidade. Será que eles estão confiantes? Recebam...
დაწყნარდი ძმებო, უკეთებენ უკვე ის სამ გოგოს, აღარ არის საჭირო, დაანებოთ. აი, სპირიტს როგორ უშტვენენ, ნახე. იმენა მართლა გეიმერები არიან, რანაირები არიან ეს ჩემს. ახლა კომპიუტერებს თამაშობთ, იმას კი არ ნიშნავს, მე თავს არ მიხედავთ რა. თავიდან როგორ? ერთი ხელი ესე ქვემოდან ამომიქნიე ხელი. გაწიეთ ამათ რატომ ანახეთ? აი ხა ესენი ვაფშე არ გვაინტერესებს, აქ მყოფ 200 კაც და გადით რა ეს. ამათ ისედაც ვნახოთ, აუ სად მიდიხარ? ქალბატონო, ნომერი მაინც დამიტოვე, ბლядь. ვა, რა ინტროა?
And I'm pretty sure that the word that Neva used there was Linda, which I think means love, which is exactly what I love right now. What's going on in front of us. This is a sick matchup with the Falcons Spirit going toe-to-toe for a berth in that grand final tomorrow, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. And teams in 2 very different situations, right? Spirit trying to find their footing with the new players, with the new IGL in Magix, trying to find some success and make their first grand final. And Falcons, their last event with the current roster, right?
Jarvis, where we talk
in the group stages. Last time they were about to change a player, they lifted the trophy.
So ისინი ერთმანეთს ებაზრებიან ეს დაჯდა უკვე
There's
კომპიუტერთან.
a lot of good reasons as to why we should watch this game and why you should be excited about the game. Not only do we have some of the best players in the world taking the stage, some of the most flashy players in the world as well. Monesi firing on all cylinders, currently leading the charge in terms of rating at the tournament. Donk on the other side will give him a good fight. I like to play the game of asking myself when I head into a game like this, which team does it mean more to win this game? And I'd make the case that for Team Spirit, it is more important. Falcons are here on a freebie in a sense that they can only surprise us just by the fact that they played so well in the group stage already. Considering the rumors, anything from this point and onwards is a bonus. Whereas for Team Spirit, if they're serious about getting this roster together, if they're serious about making a case as why they could win IEM Cologne, they need to win this game and show us they're on the right track.
Roster change or not, I mean, if we witness another collapse from Falcons on the stage in a big playoff game, that's just going to leave, you know, such a sour taste going into the future, right? So here they can do themselves a great favor, and with a great fight tomorrow, set the stage iteration of this Team Falcons roster.
Yeah, one of these teams has to go into that grand final tomorrow. We're going to have to find out exactly which one it's going to be.
Magari, ათიმოთამაშიდან 7 რუსია.
Sponge and
არა,
Machine,
6.
they're going to be walking us through Dust 2, Mirage, and if we need it, we will go to Nuke. And what is a semi-final bout?
არა, რა ნიჭიერები არიან
Falcons
ქაუნთერში ჭორია.
versus the Spirit. And I think it's time. Let's get it on.
Semi-final
და
Saturday in the
5 ხო ის
Falcons
ტრნირად
arena.
ამაუწყდა რო არ არის.
My name's Alex Machine Richardson. I'll be bringing you the action alongside Chance Virgil. We're live from Rio de Janeiro. Hometown favourites Furia taking to the stage later today versus Vitality in that second semi-final. But up first, Team Spirit taking one of their rivals in Falcons. Forced into the lower bracket, gauntlet run to the playoffs in a dominant 2-0 fashion at the hands of the Falcons. Will today be any different? Zonic said
Opa,
he'd start to fight today in
წავედით.
the interview with Freya. The Team Falcons
განდობა არ იყოს
on the
იცოდეთ.
back of pressure in the group stage. Is there pressure now? You've just beaten Vitality in this tournament. Does that pressure resurface? Changes in the roster after Rio, but the quality of the Counter-Strike, if anything, has improved.
არ არის გოგო არ არის ბიჭი.
Let's start it out on Dust 2.
მამაპია, მირაჟი. ანუბის.
Expectations have changed, but so
Dust 2? What the fuck?
last time
ანუბის
round.
სათავინო.
This is their home turf.
ამის მერე ანუბისი? მე ანუბისი ვაფშე არ
on
არის.
Dust 2 yesterday.
Fantastic. They're 10-1 for the year so far, Spirit. This is return to the norm. But you love a rematch. It's all about the arenas.
აი, წავიდა
Forget about the
პისტოლ
group
რაუნდი
stage.
ეგრევე
This is a whole
სმოუკის
different
შუაზე.
day.
Xbox-ის smoking.
Into lower tunnels, Dual Berettas, Monesi
Shorty's
always
Molotov.
setting the tempo on these
Opens
pistol
an
rounds.
80.
They're ready for kicks. This one will go deep.
It's going to catch two of them.
Oh!
Zontix, but Shiro's drawn first blood. Niko, bullet into his and track it. Zontix, he
Tracker, bicho!
and stops Monesi's Dual Berettas, and no, not looking the right way.
Hey!
And Spirit have started with a bang.
ბიჭო, ხო არ გამოსიგდით ესე ტურნირში გერეთ რა შვებიან.
That short molly, they didn't get a chance against Mars because they pushed up mid. But one thing that is for
What
sure,
the
Spirit was shooting
fuck?
damn hard yesterday.
ესე თუ ისტროლის მინ გააჩერებს საბათ ბიჭო.
Looking to show us 2026 with Magix at the helm. Is going to be a successful year.
აუ, ძმაო, ესე Retake-თან მაპის წაგების მერე რა აუ, ძმაო.
Headshot, and he hasn't been able to find it.
Retake-თან მაპი რო წაგეს იმის მერე მაპი აღარ წაუგია თაზე ხარ? რა მოხოდა იმ გუნდმა განაეს დრაიბადრეს. ან coach-ის გარეშე არიან ტიპები.
Leisurely for the close.
Give away these kills, right? Definitely want to take away this Kevlar if possible.
პრიმისა ლაიქება არ დაგაუწყდეს არხის გამოწერა ძმებო და
Stalemate would be
4
fine
კაცი
as
გვაქვს.
well.
18 კაცი გვაქვს,
Simica hanging around, really wants this frag.
Narrow misses.
Smoky
Zontix
shame.
so low, just whistles them past his shoulder blades.
And a strong start for Spirit. They have the best team at pistols, statistically speaking, throughout IEM Rio. And this is a great opener. Shiro. Zontix, Tania
რა კარგად და
working wonders to help set up this A split. So force fight now for Falcons. It's all about the expectations of this roster. They've shifted now. You're in the playoffs, sure. Roster's changing, but you're oh so close.
Yeah, Tania spotted him on the jump spot there, bouncing his head off of Suicide, gets the info onto some aggression, but immediately Falcons fall back.
We saw them lose a round like this yesterday, Spirit. There was a partial buy from Mouse. They stacked 4-8. Variance from these type of upgrades. Sure, it's just pistols and SMGs, limited util, but more risks would be taken, more plays out of the box as opposed to the rifles.
They've played very passive lower tunnels. Magic's trying to clear that out now. Forces a smoke out of Kixon with the Molotov. And Magix has confirmed that those aggressions were retreated.
The trap is on shore, which is just been watered away for now. There was a nade at the ready for Niko and a smoke for Monacy. That's the rest of the util as bullets. Chip on by. They're going to be right place if it is an A play. But with the corridor of mid completely stumped right now from Spirit players, no clear indication just yet. 50 seconds.
They're going to be running into the stack.
Eyes on this Niko HE. How well timed can it be? And they're going to play behind the smoke. We're about to have a big skirmish here.
Niko's Deagle can start to connect. He's hit 2. He's hit 3. $700 well spent all onto Niko's shoulders. Trying to track the donk. Partners up with Shiro, connecting bullets. He's making this as fast as he could. Look at the damage, 33 points of health left on those two. He knows he could have done better.
And that's the kryptonite right there. Almost kicking things off in the second round. If you don't know, Niko and Monacy versus Shiro and Donk, they have a heavy record. I want to focus in a little bit more on history. Falcons versus Spirit. 4 wins, 1 loss for the Falcons. But that 1 loss coming at the major in the playoffs. Everything else being group stage games. The stages that make the difference. And it's where Falcons can go missing.
Okay.
In with an Niko.
Should be fine. Should be a Mac 10. Yeah, catching wind of Tessus and getting himself a free frag.
It's already a different looking Spirit than the group stage matchup. And I felt the same yesterday when they took on Mouse. I understand a lot of people want to dismiss them, but you hear from Apex, a team like Mouse, they're not an easy beat. So the way that Spirit took care of business was extremely impressive. And it was more that the players aim on display. No wobbly moments. Zontic's hitting headshots. Magic's looking sharp. And that's not even the firepower of the team. It was Tania. A career best performance in the Spirit jersey on Dust 2. And speaking of career performances, Donk, in that group stage game that we keep referencing, had his career worse. So it's another nugget there as far as that head-to-head is concerned. But we've got a bit of a bonus round going into the first rifle. All power for Monacy, not the same for Shiro. A couple of Mac 10s carried through. There was some tone-setting maneuvers from Spirit yesterday. The crisscross smokes with a mid to A split, and then later a fake where Tania went mental. So what is the calling? Remember, Hallie's not here, Saltfic is.
There's no way for Monacy to threaten a smoke break. Doesn't have the equipment. Enables the Magic's SMG to get up close and threaten for a door's push. Lining up his util now as Shiro and Tania round the short corner.
Mitupis smoking, შუაზე ავეყეა. Ამას თუ არ გაუფლეშეთ ახლა მაგისას გაწევს მეგონი.
Yeah, I guess the information.
ერთი ფლეში
at the same time. That makes this B defensive Kiyasuke and Kixon feel a whole lot of pressure.
მაგრამ რავი, აი დაინახა. ოი, რა საკეთებს.
Catches a bullet through the doors and now
რა კარგ ტაიმინგზე შევიდნენ ამასობაში როგორც კი AWP-ზე info აიღეს ნახე.
Some chip damage from the HE, but he'll tuck Gandalf. Monacy trying to end a hand hard shot to hit just the top of the head visible. Niko begging for an overextension. They know they've got the
ნახე მაკათი წაიდან კლავს თვითო ვაიმე
Spirit still with 5 alive.
მედურება დატრიალდა
saving now, or at least they want to. Shiro's already trying to
Niko მარტო დიგლით რო ითამაშოს რას ფიქრობს მე ბაშკარად მაკათი კლავს შორტიდან ზონტიქსა და
but now it is secure. They are backing off, trying to hold on to this AWP and just running into them. Shiro removes one of his
own. მაგარი აპასნუ.
He's going to be able to get away with the retrieval.
მაგარი ჩიტა ეხლა აქ. ესე იგი ესე მარტივად ვერ მოხდება ყველაფერი. რემაჩები ყოველთვის რთულია, აი ყოველთვის. რემაჩი არის ყველაზე საშინელება, რაც კი შეიძლება გქონდეს. რემაჩის დროს ტიპი რომ მოხოდილია და აი უფრო უნდა მოგება, ისე ვერ გენდობა შემოგება რა. როცა მოგებული ხარ წინა თამაში.
But you've looked at the tape, you've studied it, and you're making some educated guesses.
And you're exploiting the expectation.
Exactly. So a really solid start, and this is more of what we saw from Spirit yesterday. So 4-0.
Let's
to get off the starting blocks for a couple of members on this Falcons roster. Monacy 0-4, Kixon 0-3, Tessus 0-4. And they also were able to get the staging area because more util came in and they were just poised on this. So well handled. Partial investments around, decent amount of util, will be a full gun round into the next. And another one. The AWP sounds off. Do they want to continue into B?
That's 2 tags in 2 rounds from Monacy's sniper.
There's the fear factor, right? They started 4-1. It was just Monacy's AWP on that side. They're not to know that. This is a tricky one. This is one of the toughest rounds to get by, especially with Ilya the kid on the AWP, up close and personal.
Yeah, catches him. Donk on the jiggle, goes down. First blood drawn for the Falcons AWP. He's still got very little in the way of assistance, but it does seem to have done enough to incite Magic's in towards the A side. He comes knocking on the door, doesn't find it, but dips back.
If he went down for 3, their round is actually over, but they're still being settled with B. Really wanting to try and finish on Monacy's side. Now they're setting up the util. They're not going to jiggle into this again, but yet
Monesi AWP-ი, ამას ერთი ფლეში რომ მოხდეს ახლა უკვე.
Angle he has over the top of the smoke. This is brilliant from Monacy. Just a little
რა?
bit. Misses a shot.
დაიჭის მოლოტოვი, ფლეში აუ დაიჭა. დაიჭა. ბამ! მაინც უშელა ნიკო. შუა ის კაცი მოკლა. ის ვინდოუში. Don't
play the numbers, group up and push together, try and push in unison, 3 different angles.
Good work there from Monacy. Can't believe he gets the second. He doesn't know it, but burning to death. And then as he gets his vision back, finds a second frag. The rotation comes in. And a messy one. Missed utility there. That lurk smoke, the second variation that you saw come in was no good. The door smoke missed. And Monacy just being stubborn, making sure he retains that control. This is it. Melted down all the way.
Easy.
He's done extremely well. So good work, gets out of the starting blocks, and everyone's going to get a treat this weekend, whether it's the matches today, the third place decider, or the grand final tomorrow. The type of players that we have in the semi-finals. So with Monacy, Donk, Robs, Niko, K Serrato, Molotov, Flame, Shiro, Yakinda. It's a star-studded list.
Keeping Monacy moving. He's all over the map, isn't he? He's ready to catch you.
Oh, Donk Monacy's
out of the round.
Tessus has just been flashed forward through that long corner smoke, so he has just gotten back this information. It wasn't secure a moment ago. He needs to worry about blue bin short.
Nade designed to catch you throw in that mid smoke. Doesn't quite nail it on the drop.
Number disadvantage. Towards short being taken now.
Magic's not going to ask for a flashbang here. He just swings, and that is his mistake.
Had to be a molly.
ამასაც თუ გაიხსნა ვერ გააჩერებენ იმენა. გადაატენეს შიროს თავის AWP-ს.
Too easy. B site to be tested though. There's only 2 defenders there. They technically would have the number advantage if they could get there, but now smoke fades and replenish from Shiro.
You still have them how you want them, right? This defense still a 2-3 split. Tessus is the only one who really could feel like he makes a move, but with such a big advantage, you're not going to push through the long doors. You don't know what lies on the other side. So 40 seconds left, and
wants to
be applied over towards B. Shiro's going to try and control the rotations. Tania and Zontix need to crack open this site, trading favorably or round over.
Yeah, 2 mollies makes their intention clear. Kixon going to be baiting them in. He draws first contact. Never mind just that. He gets the kill onto Tania, and then Kisuke can activate. Round done. Clean as you like. Falcons going to string together 2 defensive rounds.
Yeah, beautiful work there. Money not completely in the mud just yet. And Shiro looks to retain this AWP. They are starting to press on in and track him down. He's over towards green box. He might go undetected as they were surging in through tunnels. But one of the differences now is Spirit and it's a different comparison. Mouse on Dust 2, they've really found themselves in a tough spot. Last season, Anubis wasn't in. They were able to ban Dust 2. 2026, it's back in the pool, and Dust 2 appears to be a real point of contention. It's a great work from Monacy, silencing Donk in back-to-back rounds. But they haven't humbled the money just yet. Spirit are able to buy back in one more time.
ბიჭო რა რანაირად ისე რო არ ხვდება და თითქოს არ თავს,
Crazy how
მაგრამ
they're just swinging out mid without a smoke there.
ვაიმე რა ტაიმინგია, ეხლა შეიძლება short nade დაიჭირო ნეგრევე. მალე. მარა ავეპი აქ არის. ეგრევე დაიხიეს უკან. Jasne, AWP.
But they really wanted to press the issue there over towards A. Tania has been able to get out long. Tesses.
Oh, რა კაი ტაიმინგი დაიჭირა ტნირა. რა გაჩეკავს ესა?
Worried about the plume of that smoke. Faded now.
გაჩეკავს. აი ხლა იცი რა არის აქ ამბავი?
Tesses might find himself in an awful lot of
რამდენ
trouble.
კაც გაიყოლებს ესა? არა, ვერაფერს.
Booked on the walk up. Tania.
არა, აქ არის AWP და დახვდება. oi.
Donk on the trades, looking good to get across. They just got to get past the laser beam that is Kiyosuke. Shiro will escort them, holding that CT angle, and so safe passage for Donk with the bomb. Don't forget, Kickson's still at B. Is this round already over?
Yeah, it's still early stages, so saving one gun, especially with being AK, is not the worst in the world, but a return to form there, and another round on the board for Spirit. 5-2, the score will read. Zonzig's looking to try and hunt this, already in lower tunnels, cutting him off at the pass, and he's talking a lot.
Yeah,
he's over the steps. He knows exactly what's going on. Donk and Shiro now evacuating A as well. They want to rip this out of his hands, and it's Zonzig's the man to do it.
He loves the 1-2 punch. He's done it with the Mac 10 onto Niko on the A ramp. Now, perhaps a little premature on pulling it out.
Kiksana sistarmis et confidence თორე. აუ რა ტროპია ძმა.
Punt that one in. All right, well, heaps of cash.
Donk აფასო კილებზე უარს არ ვიტყვეთ. მე სტრიმი მივალა ეკა 200 ლაიქს ავიდეთ რა. Empowered team Astralisi იყო 2018-19.
If this is another collapse from Falcons in an arena game, it really sours the mood. This is a team that came into Rio.
რა. ვინმეს ბრალია? აი ვინმეს brალი იყო ძმობას გაფიცფეხარის გამოწმობდა? აი ვისი ბრალია მითხარი?
All different contact. That's insane, isn't it? They hit the tag and then the no scope. Monesi hitting everything right now. But it's all about that word expectation. For Falcons, you could say, okay, maybe during the group stage, no pressure. You get to free swing at Vitality, it's a seeding game, you win that. Well, now...
არა, AWP იცოდა რომ იზე იყო აშკარად მონეს ისი არ წავიდოდა ეიზე. რამპზე იყო უკვე კაცი, ესე იგი ლონგი გაპიკა, ხო? და თუ იცახს AWP ლონგს პიკაო, შუაზე ვინ უნდა აფეთქოს სმოუკი და ვინ უნდა გაჩეკოს ინფო, რა იცმა? თუ რა უნდა, რა სიტყოდა?
What we know you're capable of, Shiro. Oh, I thought he was going in straight for that pick. He's hoping for the lineup here with the smoke.
Oi.
That's the issue. There's the smoke.
მიხვდი.
What was the trajectory on that? There was a lot of conversation. Yes.
Oh, რა კაი სეტაპი იყო?
Tesses up close and personal. But the difference in the defense this round is hedging for a B play or B split. Niko, the A rotating rifler up here, flooded towards window, tucked in on the scaff.
Starts his pathing.
Nobody patrolling mid. And Magic's it's that short space.
Oh, the timing completely nullifies the lurk smoke on B. Kickson synchronized that with the one thrown by Spirit.
მითუბის სამი კაცი ბიზე მითუბის აფეიკებს ის და ლონგზე კაცი ხო იასნია.
Short, so it's late long.
Use Donk as the fake. How often is Donk doing this on his own? Niko heard the step and now looking for the clear. Instead, Donk draws blood.
Am ცხოველს რო გაუშვებ აქ. მიდი, მონიკა მააჩილა ერთი. ეს უკანა დაიხიოს, რა თქმა უნდა, საიტი მაქსიმალურად დაადილეიოს.
He's still got the line. He's still got the line. Starts from Shiro his demise.
ლონგმა ძალიან უნდა დააგვიანოს, ძალიან.
He's made it.
აი ნახე საიტზე კაცი.
Or at least it looks as though
ხა ჩემი კარგი მოყან. ლონგმა კიდე უნდა დააგვიანოს, არ უნდა გავიდეს, აზრი არ აქვს. რა ხდება ძმებო? ვაიმე დონკა საიდან მოვიდა? აი ხა შეუძლია ლონგს ითამაშოს. ლონგ მალე უნდა ითამაშოს. ლონგის კაცი. იდეალურ ტნირა მითამაშა სასწაულად. იმენა ერთი წამით ადრე რო გადაედგა მაგნა ბიჯი იმენა დანძრეული ხარ.
Catches the perfect timing. That is stressful. There was no flashes to push m0NESY off the line, and he is hitting absolutely everything right now. They're coming out of this essentially dry. Sure, that smokes up, but you love it when you get a rally of flashes. You just see them constantly pushing the AWP away. Magic's double kill and then traded by Tanir, pops his head.
Wah, bicho, არა და ხვდება თითქოს არა.
And some aggression in the mix. m0NESY into lower tunnels, combat AWPing.
How aware is Zontix for this one?
აი მე რამდენად პროსტო მე რამდენად უნდა მოკლათ. ესე შეცდომით არ გაპატიებს არავინ, ხო ხვდებით ბლად.
Front runner in that MVP race if he was to see.
არავინ არ გაპატიებს ესე შეცდომას,
That's his
არავინ.
third opening, been involved in 4 so far, so great conversion rate right now. The only
მე
one fine
რამდენად
opening
რაუნდი
kills for
მოიგეს
Falcons so far.
დონკამ ჩამორაშა ლოვერში მის ცხოველივით არც შორტის ფლეში არაფერი.
3 members of Spirit are looking to relinquish him with his head.
ესასაგიჟივით არის.
Perfect angle, you can see the advantage.
ხეხა გააკეთებს
Deep
იმუსაც.
but clear. So now, objective survive swallows a heavy HE.
მოლოტოვს აღატო ეს ხო ჩააქრო მარჩენს.
There's more coming to support him now.
Shiro, ზედმეც აკეთე, просто დააძღვიე.
That's an isolation smoke there. They really want to deal with this kill.
Niko could go for a timing spam through the smoke. They're coming for you, Tessus. m0NESY elsewhere has found donk, and Tessus getting more output. Missed shot from the AWP. Down goes Team Spirit with 5 Falcons flying.
Great anchor work there from Tessus. Difficult position to be in, staying alive, allowing the rotation to come in. And this guy's a bit of a talisman as far as Rio's concerned. Maybe not lifting those trophies, but definitely making those finals. The man that once wore the heroic jersey back in the major and following up in 23 with grand final appearances has an opportunity to make it a third here today.
m0NESY and Niko, 17 frags combined.
You can see the money in the mud right now for Spirit. A couple of AKs, Tech-9 heavy. Lining up for a B pop, so they've only got a handful of smokes, and the flashes are key. If they get stalled out when the first flashes are rallied in, that's essentially their only move done and dusted.
It's actually a HE that Kixon was holding. He's going to need the smoke, trying to catch anyone walking and progressing from the lurk smoke. Gets no info, but could be bad info. Kiyasuke, incendiary.
It's very quiet on the rest of the map right now.
მაგრამ აი რამდენად გაიტანენ ხე კაი სეტაპი აქვს ეს სმოკი.
Here they come. Kixon anti-flash, Kiyasuke first headshot before the
flashbang. ის თუ
does catch
გაატრეიდეს დანდრეული აქვს ბიზე. ძალიან შორტაა როტაცია. სამისამზე ძალიან გაუჭირდებათ როტაცია, სწრაფად თუ არ ქნეს რამე.
3 on 3.
აი ვერაფერს ვერ იზავებს სწრაფად. მანქანას გამორიცხავენ იასმია
Right now
მოლოტოვი.
you need to talk about this retake. You got a lot of utility here.
რო აქ ძალიან რთული იქნება ეხლა.
The time is ticking
ორი
against
არაღი
you.
და
But
ტეკნაინია.
calculate how you're going to get back into this site, Falcons.
Such a powerful angle that Magix has adopted. Feels like he's destined for one if they do go through that window.
Honestly, will be flashing. Going to set these riflers up.
Here they come. Tessus and Niko side by
under
side.
window
Flashing
blind
rain in.
იქნება, არც ეს
Tanir
blind
has
არ
vision. Loses it on the second. Still good frag from
მოვიდეთ
Tessus.
მაგას.
Niko through the window.
ვაა,
And down they
რა
go.
სიძახი.
A solid post plan set up.
აგერ ტესესაც დააჯით და მოიხონდა, ნუ აჯოქა.
That's a tough retake. That's an under pressure moment right there. The fact that that is so casual is beautiful work from Falcons to make this a 2-round game. Not only do you deal with
ლატანში ვერა შეჩემო, უფრო ის იყო, დიდგორი იყო.
You set them back with finances into the next. This is tough. If I'm heading back into this, as Tessus, Niko, and m0NESY, this isn't meant to be as easy as they made it look. So impressive work on the retake. Good flashes and good understanding of how they wanted to get back into that site. And Eco, or the closest thing to, will be taken from Spirit before they buy in the final round of this first half.
უფ, სად დააწია ბიჭო -50. ვახ. მაგარი გადარჩა. აუ რა მიჩეული როა რომ გადატენა ეგრე.
Right, because of the
ჯო ვერ ვიტყვი ეგრე რომ სიტი მაპია თუ ტი მაპია რა იმენა მე მგონია რომ ყველაზე დაბალანსებული მაპია დასთორი.
Searching. I say that as they all do start to congregate again back over towards B, but you don't have the run gun potential of the Tech-9s. So making space is harder. You want to
იქ რა მაპები გონია რა იქნება რა. სხვა მაპი გონია. იქ შეიძლება просто ინფერნოც იყოს რა ერთი რა. იქ იმენა ინსტაბანი აქვს ორივე გუნდს Ancient-ი. პირველი ვინც დაიწყებს ბანს. ეგ იასნა რომ წაგებაშია.
Tanir will set up the rest for the B play with the flashes.
მაგრამ შეიძლება კიდე Ancient-ი ვნახოთ იქ.
Kixon going to be tested once more. He spots Shiro with that bomb on his back, so the cavalry
canters
over.
ძმაო. იქსანა მიმენა ძმაო, გუნდიდან მაგდებენ, ნუ ეხლა უნდა მოვიხოდო და პრაიმს
delivered to your front door.
Right, final round, first half, and looking to tie things up 6-6. This is different from that group stage game. That was utter domination, 13-4, 13-5 right now.
მოგ 18 ლაიქით მივატყათ და არხი გამოვიწეროთ ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი. კაი თამაში წავიდა. დავაი ბოლო რაუნდი ტისაიდიდან კი არ და
No pace on this one.
overpass-ი შეიძლება ვიხილოთ სოჩი.
No boost to deal with. Nobody close short.
ოღონდ overpass-ი არ მინდა იქ. Ცუდი, ყველაზე ცუდი მაფულია რაც კი ყოფილა რა. ტრეინი მილიონჯერ ჯობდა ნიუქსაც და overpass.
Niko got caught by Magic's doing something similar.
ვა, სტრაფიში ბიჭო, არა მონესი კარგი, სადაც წავიდნენ, ყველგან დახვდა რა, იდეალურად თამაშობს რა. აღოლს მაო.
He's everywhere he needs to be in this first half of
ყველაფერი გამოუცნო, პროსტო ტიპი სადაც წავიდნენ, იქ დახვდა.
Chiro searches through middle hoping for
ეხა cross აი, კოიკეოსეკაში წავები აქ. Okay.
would be the end
აი
of
კარს ელოდება, კარს ავებე.
secondary orb and he catches Chiro on the sweep.
გაჟეკედლიდან გაუტარა.
5-on-3 looking to tie
აგებული
it up
ვარდება ტურნირიდან.
6-6.
It was really the finances, the pistol is what's been the big boon for Spirit right now. As far as the gun
Არა,
rounds are
ვისაუბრებ
concerned, I'd say
ხარს,
that
просто
Falcons have been looking a whole lot stronger in that department. 3v5, best of luck.
And he knows they don't have an orb.
გამოდი.
He'll stay on this angle. Kiyosuke dropping out the window now, hoping that with the time against them, Spirit are going to fumble this. They are going to ask questions of this Kixin Kiyosuke crossfire. What have you got, Kixin?
Wow.
Niko onto Zontix elsewhere, so it is still those two. Magix is in CT today, completely disconnected. Can't get it going. 6-6. What a response. It was a 4-0 start for Spirit. Found their form on the gun rounds.
how does it end? აი ეს რა იყო თო? ეს რა იყო? და ეს რაუნდი არის იმენა მასტერ კლასი. ეს იმენა მასტერ კლასია. შოულებრივი. ამ ტურნირზე საუკეთესო რაუნდი იყო, რაც კი მინახავს და ტნირამ იმენა ჩემ თვალში პლუს რეპუტაცია დაიმსახურა. ონორი. ვიჟე მილეუმში რა მაპებს ვანავდით ხოლმე. ნიკი ქონდა ისტაბანი და overpass. რაჩენს ყველაფერს თამაშობდით. ათი ლაიქიც მე 200-ზე ავიდეთ ბარემ. გრძელი მაპები არ გვევასებია. Ei, ხსნის ის კაცი და მიიტანეთ კამერა თქო ჩემისი. ამჯერად ტიპი ბალდის მუთაკით არის მას. ვაუ, ძმა! GT 410 დგას. რა ლეპტოპი ამაზე კაუნტერი როგორ ჩაიწერეთო? ამაზე კაუნტერი როგორ დაინსტალირო ვაფშეთო? ვაი. ან ჩოლებრივი ტოსტერით იყო იმენები. ფეიკია. აი, წავედით. GSR მაგ. GSR Zois.
Dead even on the first half of play here. Semi-finals live here in Rio de Janeiro. The crowd is all filled out for Saturday's games. Falcons now take to the T side, and Chad leaves the first half impressed with the gun round performance from Falcons.
I think one of the keys here, kid on the screen right now, Ilya Monesi. Fantastic in the openers, 4 and 1 in that department. Sure, a lot of those kills were dry, but that's a spirit problem. If they're not flashing, he's going to take them every day of the week. T-side pistol for Falcons, and they've already been able to garner this long control. The mid-door smoke dotted in. And right now, Spirit are not playing for long. Magix has an alley flash available lined up for Tanier if there's pressure towards Cat.
Shiro
and Zontix over towards B.
I'm curious to see if Donk's really going to get out, but I don't feel like the dual Berettas are perfectly suited to this task.
They have to cross on this smoke. There are no smokes remaining here for Falcons.
How does he choose to engage? Tanier over the top, trying to track the head.
Oh, he's only
got the one before he's brought down. Niko on the P250. Sits him on his ass. Tanier's the one.
Oh, wow, Rossi. Why me?
But look at Niko go.
1v1.
He's pulled it back.
Solid
shots out of Mr. Kovac.
IGL.
Magix spotted. He triangulates the position. He just needs to find that precision now. Magix with empty hands in this pistol versus Niko.
Big
from Magix. A couple of extra bullets suspended into his corpse as Spirit take the pistol.
Look, it might not have been as flashy as Magix clutch on the pistol around a Mirage in the group stage of the tournament, but this one may be more impactful. Boris has taken over the in-game leadership reins of this Spirit squad. And with him at the helm, they are yet to find a grand final. They are yet to find a grand final in 8 months.
Oh, wow.
Would love to be a part of that.
We saw him
doing the heroic jersey, but realistically, an inexperienced player going in front of our very eyes. It's a tough-looking force, but Monesi has been given the AK-47. Thanks to Niko. You can see he's the only one without any armor in this. Just going to wield the Deagle. Already had a couple of bangers with this so far in the map, and short control taken for free. Magix highlighted in the pip there. Traditionally, A rotating right, playing for a mid to B.
Yasnia star player is out of
them. Our Spirit very limited for ground control now.
Niko's been heard. Monesi is searching for Shiro. Playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, they know that that's not the type of fight they can be taking. You need to let them scale, take a bit of space, create the trap.
My boys,
here comes the set piece, and Magix still. I was going to say was playing for that mid to be, but rotating in now.
CT smoke's going to make it more difficult for Magix to land the hand. Drops down and catches flag from the spray. Shiro's MP9 connecting. Into place for Team Spirit. Second round investment in the absence of a pistol, and all Falcons have got to show for it. Is a single flag. Make it 2. Nice shots again. The pistol working wonders for Niko, but it's not enough. First 2 rounds of this half go Spirit's way.
Max value out of that one as well.
I can't
read Portuguese, but I know what's going on there.
Next generation of Furia in development.
We've learned how to birth panthers.
Yes.
For the 2. So scientific research going down here in Rio.
Already watching the games.
They were able to not only get that AK, but make sure that they upgraded the MP9s and the FAMAS right there, so carried through 2 M4s and the AK. Max value. This Falcons will just be in with a couple of digs.
Look at Donk.
Weapon choice, doesn't he?
Gets the AK and immediately wants to take every fight that's available to him.
I think once the Deagles sound off, you show a little bit of respect, right? If he tumbles early up against a class opponent like Falcons, you're in a bit of trouble. But I wouldn't say so far what we've seen from Falcons is anything concerning regarding, you know, choke or misplays, right? They're also not getting frustrated. Both of these halves have started with Spirit winning the pistol and finding the conversions. And that's essentially their foundation of rounds, excuse me.
We'll
just continue to pump this one in.
Could be a great time for Shiro to get some extra cash for his longevity.
I think he was considering the exact same thing. Look at his aggression now from Shiro.
You don't see this every day, do you? Shiro being
the
the one looking for the fights so deliberately. $600 per kill would be nice for the cash in the coffers, and a bullet down to 22. From Magic. The rifles will see to it.
Okay.
Now
the purchases.
Orshi pistolis mogeba da plus.
Shiro the same.
ეხლა ამ ბაი რაუნდსაც თუ მოიგებენ. Damage that this is
timeout called from Zonic. I think this is a key moment just to make sure that you can get into the half. You lose this, you're down to a partial. The half can get away from you quick. This first rifle round, they understand the importance of it. So take the extra 30 seconds. You've already done the game plan. You've done the prep. You thought this was going to be the map picture in the group stage. Now that you're actually up against it, you've even got a little bit more data on how Spirit have been approaching it. When you get done, they want to try and use these long spawns and set the tone. Honestly, with the worst spawn of the bunch, might just find himself dropping down into suicide. And a lot of love for that man around here. Coming up later today.
Bro, stream დალაიქეთ, არხი გამოიწერეს. ვერავეთ, 11-ს გამოიწერეს. რამდენი კაცი გვაკლია, აბა ვინც არ გამოიწერეს. ეხლა დაუპატარო რეგა. 9 გამოიწერე, ვინც ეხლა ეს კაცი, 9 კაცი, ვინც ეხლა გამოიწერეს არხს? ეს მხოლოდ აქცია 15 სანტიმეტრი. მხოლოდ დღეს. მარტო მაგ 9 კაცი. რა ვიცი, თქვენი საკუთრის. ოპა, 2. Magic's დაეხმარეთ კუთხუნა გაკვეთილების მასწავლებლებს. და იმის ისტორიის
To
მასწავლებლებს.
make it as difficult as possible to clear him out. Hoping Shiro gets something as they hunt him.
Full commitment right now. Everybody from Falcons is here looking for this.
What does that
Oh,
smoke?
that's
missed. Massive void. And they know that Shiro's likely to have the AWP at this point. Just going to be able to lock this down in combination. Trickles forward a flash to scare them. He's worried about resetting right now as well. Maybe the reactions already come in and Zontix and Donk are taking to mid-space and upper tunnels. So it's all going to be about this fight over towards long.
Flash, Shiro, there's the cover! It's a tough crossfire to crack. They couldn't get through. More of it, more.
Ooh, Shiro! Radam using that AWP. Oh! Გაიხსენა მაუსპორტის დღეები.
Now 2-5.
კალაშა იღებს მაგაც? არა, კალაშა ლოუხატა და ასე.
He opts for the AK-47 to try and solve this one.
როგორ გააკეთა?
Zontix hasn't locked the door.
რა შეჭება? შეჭება 27 წამი. გაქ ხა ბი უნდა გარაშო მანდიდან?
You'd assume Niko's not going to go around the world. I say that.
ეხა ის რო გაჩეკავს.
He's making.
Zontix now თუ გაჩეკავს ეხა ტაიმინგი.
Does apply a little bit more pressure to Donk, but Zontix should have him dead to rights here.
Yeah, he's heard him. Gun out, low HP. Niko gets his gun out just in time. Niko, 3 kills deep of the clutch. Spots the head of Donk perhaps. Perhaps not. He's going to commit to this blood. A well-placed HE.
Bye-bye.
So many close to brilliant moments out of Niko. Map 1.
I don't want to say that they're lucky to get away with that one, but the crowd surge definitely playing an impact there on Niko's awareness. It's part of the arena games. But you could see as soon as the decibels went up, so did his spidey sense, and Donk denies that plant, confirms the round, and gets the 10th now for Spirit. A 4-round gap as we're into a partial.
Oh, we've got so much talent in the server. Both these semi-finals.
That's right there is a twist smoke. This is a B-rush.
Okay.
He
doesn't have much in the way of assistance. Falcons flooding into this site. Here comes the cavalry. Zontix eating the flashbangs, goes down with empty hands. Spirit, they've been winning consistently in this first or second half of play. 4 on the trot, but with pistols, the bomb goes down. Armored Tech 9, rifle for Tesses. Zontix feeling a bit hot under the collar.
აბა, თუ ავეთ
How good's the retake here? Double nade being juggled by Magix. Niko looking to maybe go for a
ორი
lead
კაცი
lurk on
გვაკალია
middle.
11000-ი. დავარ.
Kicks and safe from the initial
Hey, რა
incendiary.
შვებიან რა, ცდილობა
So
retake.
many nades to be dumped on in.
Oi.
That time continues to tick in Falcons' favor.
მანქანაზე იცი არ არავინ არ არის.
Donk knocking on the
ერთი.
door. Magic's down for
Არა.
one. Nice from Kixon onto Donk.
არა.
B250 on the doors. It's
ვაიმე.
only Shiro. They've done enough. Falcons breaching the B
ვაიმე.
side. Pace the nade.
ვაიმე.
Falcons still.
ოპა, შეიძლება აქ ვაფშე სხვანაირად წავიდეს საქმე. რა თამაში აიწია, ბიჭო.
It's just a B rush.
Ah,
That smoke you've
oh.
come into play right there. That's an oldie.
ეს უკვე სხვა თემა.
Bounces off the big box in the site. Gives you something to work with on the entry path. When I see that flying in, it is guaranteed to be the pedal to the metal finish over towards the site. I think Zontic's there even copping maybe a couple of team flashes as he's screaming, boys, I need help. And the money for Spirit, it's not in tatters, but it will be if they drop this one.
Horrible feeling. Everyone knows it. Everyone who's played Dust 2
Stream,
knows
stream,
what it feels
დავალ
like
აიქოთ
when
მე
you
ბაბარებ.
just begging for backup and you see them die instantaneously. Little bit of hope indeed, Chad.
No Shiro Warp. That advantage is with Monacy. The fact that they've won that off a lighter investment means that there's a bit more cash in the coffers going forward.
Very quick stride out mid. Pulls the util out of Magix.
დაანცუდი რაუნდი წააგეს სოჩი. აუ,
Huge
აუ, იმას სად ჩახსნა კაციტო.
Tania's just tried to push long, or a response expecting there to be more pressure for the mid to B. Tessus was waiting. Opening incision in a very important round.
უოჭველი ზონ.
Finances are going to spill open. This one
რობზადა
worth
ის
two
მეზი
for
დახდებოდნენ
Falcons.
ბიზე უოჭველი
Who's
და.
going to be the difference maker to call this
რა
back?
ნეიდი
That
ჩააწოდა
advantage for
იმენას.
Falcons, a smoke spam, not far off. Great read of the
რა
game.
ცოტა
He understood what
დააკლატებს.
that smoke implied. So late lurk, Tassus long. Bomb yet to be committed.
შირო ავეპეს გარეშეო, ძალიან ცუდი რაუნდია ეს. ეს 8 თუ მოიგოს Falcons-მა.
Give yourself something
რა?
to next. If they wipe the board,
და 9-10-ზე უკვე ძალიან ცუდი ფული ექნება თან, აი ძალიან.
They're coming towards Donk and Magix.
ანუ full utility და შეიძლება ავეპეც არ ქონდეს.
Magix.
ვაიმე!
Suke, Donk just the one.
Hey, sad.
Wasn't cleared. Tessus.
გაყიდა იმ ჩემს
He's going to rue
თამაში.
the day he didn't clear alongside. Now it's an advantage for Spirit. Flash not going to be committed off.
ბოლომდე
Neither the
გაწელავენ
second.
ეხა
Kicks
სანამ
and Niko
დაელოდებიან
begging
ბოლომდე.
for an equalizing
ძმა,
frag
ცხრიანი
with
ვინ
18
არის? ცხრიანი
seconds
ვინ
left.
არის?
He
ზონტიკ,
hasn't
სმა
got the
კაცი.
cross. He's going to have to
ჩემი
get past
კარგი
all three of them. There's no time for this.
შირომ რა
Just by
იკადრა
virtue
ბიჭო.
of surviving, Magix is winning this round. Drops on into his demise.
და ნიკოს
Spirit
უბოლო რატო
straight
რჩება?
back to the win.
you can see why this is home turf.
But,
10-1 for the year, about
gets
to
over
become
again.
11-1 in just 2 rounds' time.
რა შვება?
Considering how easily and convenient that long push to give the man advantage to Falcons was,
Khmer
that is a round that you have to
Tosheni
work hard, Spirit. As a biff straight down, suicide here. Kiyasuke isn't going to push the issue.
ჩოქში ვარ.
They're doing this high-low setup. Flash designed for that, exactly that. Pulls both Zontix and Donk on the double swing. Niko gone.
No fear. Not afraid of you on the line. Could have been Monacy's AWP, but no. Niko goes down, opening death.
Now it's the roles reversed.
Oh,
It's Falcons
go
that have to
head game
overcome this
sheet, never
disadvantage
top
on the
18.
T side.
That head-to-head, it might be 4-1 in favor of Falcons as far as series are concerned. But it's the arena games that matter more, and that's where Spirit have their one.
Tanir has that one-shot
Why
potential.
me,
So does
why
Kiyasuke,
me?
though, puts his to good use. Takes Shiro out for the equalizing frag. Now that bomb goes down, so they know Tanir's long side. At least they'll assume. Spirit crawling in for the retake. Want to see on the short side, forced back by the incendiary. Plans for him, though.
დაფეს მოლოტოვიც 1-2 ვაიმე სატყდებიან და მონესი რო არ ყავდეთ ამ მონესი რო არ ყავდეთ ამ გუნდში ბიჭო ვაიმე
Magix finds him onto the AWP for TSS in a clutch. He has to Magix denies impact from their captain. Time after time we're screaming his name. That's 19 frags deep. 3 in the round to put Spirit on 12.
Yeah, he's had a couple of position changes, and this is a key one. The in-game leader
What
taking over
Bolori are at
the
steno,
rotated
Dada?
rifle from Tanir. Tanir looking more comfy, locking down long. This is the Monacy bloodlust, right? 2, beautiful. But this is the thing. In the moment, He's a highlight machine, but overstepping the mark, goes down to Magix. Now it's a 1v2. Tezes has no chance, and that's 12.
Retake.
Happy with that. They just need one more, 5 more frags to put them one to the good, a grand final. That's the goal.
Well, look at his own shields, but look at the quickness. Straight onto Modesty.
Revanche Gabriel.
1 versus 4. Odds stacked against him. And you want to talk about bloodlust, Sontix and Donk want to get this one done. 13-7.
Absolute domination on display, and Tania trying to turn himself into a bit of a crowd favorite here in Rio.
Vitality Santis რაც ამზადებენ და Spirit-ი დაავიწყდა ჩეჩება.
Good enough, and for Kixon, this could be his last event in that jersey.
კი, დღეს Vitality თამაშობს. Mirage-ია მეორე მაპი და ბოლონ მიუგი. აი აქ სადღა, აი აქ რაღაცო. მე ბოტრიმი დავალაიქოთ არხი გამოვიწერეთ. 11-ს გამონწერზე ავედით. ამახარეთ. არა, ორი კაცი გვაკალია. ვერ მოიძებნა ეს ორი კაცი? ამდენ ხანს დაიწყო, სადღაც საათ 15 წუთში.
It was a little bit of fight right there. It was just a little bit, but not enough from the side of the Falcons to overcome that of Spirit, leaving us at a 13-7 scoreline on the first map at Dust 2. And welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. We're truly in the thick of the playoffs now, and for Spirit to be one-up map in this semifinals sets them up pretty well in what is a best-of-3 overall. Pimp and Yanko with me here on the stage, or I should stay in the studio. What's up, guys?
What's up?
What's up, man? It's hard not to say it's fair enough that Spirit ends up winning. I think part of that obviously is winning both pistols, converting both scenarios. You know, getting off to a good start in both halves obviously helps when you're playing Dust 2. We knew Falcons were struggling a bit on the map, but you don't have a good win record at it at the moment. I think that's the 5th loss out of the last 6 times they played it, so that doesn't really bound well. Also, I think it's a game that, you know, scoreline is probably not justified in terms of how close it was. There was a lot of rounds, you know, that came down to a 1v1. We had Niko in a couple of clutches. First with a Deagle later in the game with a P250, where he's just lacking 1 kill in order to kickstart Falcons and actually do the dirty stuff to Spirit. But whenever there was a moment to fight their way back into the game, they just didn't capitalize.
Zwei might have moved on to Paravision, but Magisk continuing in that spirit, right? Like, he had a blinder of a game. You mentioned some of the Niko almost clutches where the second pistol, it ended up being a 1v1 between Niko and Magix, and Magix was able to clutch it. Hugely important when you look back how the gun rounds were going for Falcons in general. So yeah, just slow starts really minimizes the amount of mistakes that you can make and doesn't give you a lot of room to breathe, right? And I feel the round in the second half after the B rush, where it was a 5v4 and then they went A and Falcons lost, like, that was the opportunity, you know. If they were able to win that round, break Spirit, I think they have a decent chance of at least, you know, getting into OT or something along those lines. But after they failed to convert that, it was all over.
I hate to say it, but I also do want to give Spirit credit in terms of, you know, actually finding the weaknesses within Falcons. Mentioned it coming into it. Kixon and Tess's, statistically speaking, the 13 times they've now played Dust 2, by far at the bottom of the scoreboard. This time around, both of them are combining for 16 kills together, 8 each. Didn't really get anything done whatsoever, and had a couple of moments in the game where they just didn't hold up to their end of the bargain. And I think Spirit knew that coming into the game, and they took advantage of it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, you know, for Kixon, maybe a slightly limited opportunities, considering that Spirit was going A lot on their T side, but for Testis, you can't necessarily make the same excuse. And also in some of these situations, whether he got overzealous or maybe the communication wasn't on point, right? But there were situations where you're just sort of scratching your head like, well, what's he thinking here? You know, like, what's going on?
Like getting caught out long, basically, for example. What was a tumultuous round. Speaking of tumultuous rounds, let's look at one.
Yeah, we talked about pressure in the pregame and showed examples for that. Let's show an example for confidence. So 4-0 start for Spirit. Falcons win 2 rounds in a row. Money is all but tapped out for Spirit. This is their last buy. So m0NESY opens on mid. This was a little bit strange. So he opens on mid. There's no smoke. And he leaves it, decides to go back to A. You can see Niko is going fast short. Spirit throws a delayed mid-smoke, but I think this is all just to fake, right? Because they're already super close towards Cat, right? You can see that he's going to get completely caught off guard by the fact that Magix and Donk are close. Whether m0NESY was supposed to hold it or not, whatever the case may be, m0NESY is there to find the kill. And Spirit tries to speed up, m0NESY gets a kill, they delay, but in that time, look at Tanir, right? Like, as soon as that happens, he understands the attention is going to be towards short, and he walks out this long smoke. Also props to him, he doesn't push too hard, his team fell back, so he just tucks in behind Bull, right? Tess says, there was no sound cues, there was nothing going on. He tries to get back into a close position with m0NESY coming to support him, gets caught off by Tanir, m0NESY no man's land, gets traded after that nasty no-scope. And after that, it's a pretty straightforward round for Spirit. And that's the sort of plays that you were missing from Tanir. I don't need him to have 30 kills, but having that initiative and taking some space and going for plays is why he was brought to Team Spirit.
Yeah, I love that you point that out in this round. You know, crazy influential in this instance. He only had 4 kills on the T side. We saw one of them right here. If anything, he just played it right. You know, instead of overextending, he was hiding behind right here, playing it smart, you know, finding the space, finding the opportunity, and then he came alive on the CT side as well. So in terms of following up on his turn so far, as we said coming into it, he's been having a great tournament. He's been consistently showing up now in 3-4 maps in a row, and he's playing better than we've seen Tanir play in Team Spirit for quite some time. So even on a T side where he gets away with 4 kills and 8 deaths, you know, statistically speaking, doesn't look too great. Stepped up on the CT side and were able to find impact regardless.
Yeah, we could skip right into round 10. Keep going with the end of what would be that first half of play. Right there.
Right, I mean, this was a good round from the Falcons, right? It's a half buy, or rather a force from Spirit. They do a B-pop. Trades come in, right? And in the 3v3, we see situations like this before from Falcons where they're like struggle with these retakes. It's not well coordinated, but in this particular round, they actually executed it really well. Smoke outside of doors, flashes come in, and it was a flawless retake in what was not an easy and also a very high pressure situation.
And I think that's part of the story for this game as well. You know, 6-4 right here, first half in 6-6. Again, you lose pistols, you lose conversion in both half. This game was closer than the scoreline suggested. We talked about the Niko clutch, almost Niko clutch in the pistol, the almost clutch with the deagle in the first half as well. There was a world where this game would have been close. I think it's fair to say Spirit were the better team on Dust 2, and I think it's fair to conclude now that with Nucleons are not standing in for Falcons, Dust 2 is an issue for them. That's something they got to work on, and obviously with Kerrigan potentially coming in, probably one of the maps that he's going to dive into. But overall, it's fair to conclude Spirit were the better team here, but I think it's a game where Falcons felt, hey, we had a chance, we could have made it closer, we could have applied more pressure, but we weren't able to.
It wasn't a complete collapse from Falcons, right? Like, they had their opportunity, they had good rounds, played good CS. m0NESY was unbelievable. Again, just a slow start at the very, very beginning, but, you know, from round 5 onwards, he was definitely the difference maker. Niko very solid, unfortunately couldn't finish a couple of those clutches, but, you know, they have things to look forward to going into their own map pick of Mirage.
Then a small note on Kyusuke as well, like we highlighted him, right? A player that needs to step it up in the playoff game. Didn't necessarily have a bad game here in Dust 2, but didn't find the impact that you'd like to see from him. As I said, T-side normally for Falcons, he's involved in 35% plus of the opening duels and winning, you know, a vast majority of those. This time around, couldn't get anything done. So it's just one map, you know, I'm not going to count him out. Mirage, as you said, coming into it, usually his playground as well. But if Falcons wants to turn this one around, you need Kyusuke to step it up. He hasn't had the best tournament for his standards.
Yeah, between him and Tessus, you want a little bit more output. Is that right, Jacob?
Yeah, you always want more output, you know, and especially what Janko said, you know, m0NESY is continuing to play well, and I think Niko had moments in this game as well where, you know, he could have made a massive difference, you know, scoreboard-wise, it looked great. The impact of those rounds never really came to fruition, you know, not backed up by his teammates. The economy pressure that he applied by getting 3 kills with the Deagle round, you know, then you expect him, okay, if you win the follow-up round, then maybe that was the impact he came with, but it was never really followed up. So I think there's room for improvement in the Falcons camp, but that's why Mirage is a good outlook for them.
Yeah, that's where we're going. Janko, Mirage. Let's get it started.
Yeah, absolutely. Last time around, you know, Falcons, we showed a couple of examples in the pregame. They were just very aggressive, playing with a lot of freedom, being decisive in their decision-making. Like, that will probably change at least a little bit on the stage, and they're 1-0 down, but also on the other side of things, with Spirit picking their level up, you know, there's a chance they get shut down trying to make those moves. And then it's about, okay, how good is your plan B, plan C? How good can you get at adjusting? And, you know, no matter the track record with Falcons against Spirit, if Spirit can keep getting these good starts, I mean, that's a recipe for success.
100%. I looked up it yesterday. I think Spirit, up until this game, had won 15 out of the 22 pistol rounds at this tournament, make it 17 out of 24 now. So throughout the entirety of this tournament, they've been getting off to good starts. So it sounds a little bit silly maybe to say it, and we can't cook the game down to the fact that you got to win pistols, but that's been a point of conversation for Falcons for a long time. You know, a lot of tournaments have not been ruined, you know, but has been made significantly harder on themselves by not winning pistols, not converting, and you're going against the team in the tournament right now who has the highest conversion rates in the league.
And also on Mirage last time, you know, they lose T-pistol, then they eco and win the first buy round and get rolling. I think maybe they got baited a little bit with Niko getting so many kills in that failed clutch, so he could drop the AK to m0NESY, and they bought. If they just eco there and then buy in the first gun round, I mean, they've had success with that. So perhaps tone it down a little bit on those early force buys if you don't get the bomb down, and focus on getting the guns out.
Yeah, what's going to happen when they have to focus on starting on this T side of Mirage? You know, if you are the side of Falcons, you've kind of, yes, you're down a map, but you've got your work cut out for you going into the second one already, right?
I just want to see more of what you showed us heading into the game. You know, that not careless Counter-Strike, but aggressive Counter-Strike, in-your-face Counter-Strike. Don't be afraid of the time. Don't overcomplicate it. You got a 3v3 with a minute and 10 seconds left. Don't fall back and try to outplay your position. You know, play with a bit more flair, as you showed. You know, it worked in the group stage, and that's the kind of Falcons I want to see. The group stage Falcons, and not the playoff one.
Yeah, well, let's do just that, but not just yet. We do have a little bit of a break. We do come back, and we jump right back into the semifinal. It's the Intel Extreme Masters in Rio 2026, and it's more Spirit and Falcons when we return.
ბრაზილიაში უვიზო გვაქვს ძმებო, თუ იცით? მე მგონი უვიზო გვაქვს, ხო? მაგარია ბრაზილიაში უვიზობა? მადლობა ანდრია ჯიარი ხარ.
Here we're Retake. What do you think about the game so far? Obviously not the way it's going. It's not how you expect, but any specific point out where Falcons needs to step up?
I mean, I think it's mostly around the communication right now. I think we're not really feels a little bit scared to play. I think Spirit is also trying to be in our heads, and we have to dictate the game. The rounds on CT side where we actually go for first kills, we get them, and just need to do a bit more of that. We need to bring the fight to them, because we have been giving them too much respect, and obviously it doesn't help if you lose both pistols as well.
Why is the respect there? I mean, you trashed them in the group stage. Shouldn't the confidence be oozing out of you, right?
Yes, exactly. We should go in and remember that game, and then bring the fight to them, because right now we're giving them too much respect.
See you on second map and see how it goes.
166, да, 167, да, 100%. Let it snow. Boys, Nikola, Damian, here are some gifts from me. Nikola Kovic, Damian, thank you. Open, check it, enjoy. A book. The Art of War. One of the most influential works on strategy of all time.
Good thinking. It was actually on my list of reading.
Ooh, a book? Learn Mandarin Chinese?
No, it's always good to expand your horizons.
Oh, for the Chinese fan base. Now it makes sense.
Maxim, bratan, give a gift to Nikola. That one.
What do we have here?
Zonik always told me that Glaive was a mastermind. Don't worry, bro. We actually got another one for you, Damian. This thing. You will love it for sure, man. Take it. Yeah, open up.
What about me, boys?
Don't you worry. We're saving the best for last.
A tent?
Yeah, I mean, you never know when you need a tent, right?
Super useful.
I see what this is. You want me to lead a team building expedition?
For example.
Nikola, come on, bratan.
Oh, boys. The management have spoiled us this year. Everyone ready? Oh.
Brother, let's go! Блять.
Maxim, it's your bestie, no? Come on, guys. There's not enough space in this team for donk. Not by kicking Tesses.
Who said it has to be Tesses? Works on strategy. You never know when you need a tent. Expand your horizon.
Don't you worry, my friend.
Nikola Kovac. Classic. Shout out to Russ for the sleeping bag though. Real comfy.
გარიგანაც მიაძინე. ეხლა უფრო სასაცილოა ეს ვიდეო. ეს ძველი გადაღებულია, მაგრამ ეხლა უფრო სასაცილოა. იმიტომ რომ Kiksana sanatslus karigana.
Saturday afternoon in Rio de Janeiro, and the first map already under Spirit's belt. And Team Spirit may have a losing record versus the Falcons. However, in the arena, at that major, Spirit cancelled Falcons fun. Plenty of fun being had here. A lot of anticipation for not only this one, but the second semi-final coming up as well. Hometown heroes Furia taking on Vitality.
Yeah, the cauldron is going to start bubbling over a little bit later. Right now, we're just throwing in the necessary ingredients to set the table for this one.
Now here in Rio, Spirit are looking to do it again. It is in an arena. It's in the playoffs once more. There was no pressure initially. Taking down Spirit and Vitality in that group stage may have caused a surge of pressure once more. Team Spirit took Dust 2 in a very convincing fashion. Couple of near misses from Niko. Couple of opportunities for greatness, just narrowly missing out on it. Mirage, the map pick of the Falcons has to be different. You heard from Coach Sonic. Bring the fight to Spirit. Claiming Spirit have been trying to get in their heads. Well, now Falcons bullets need to find Team Spirit's heads if we want to see the third map of Nuke. There's only one way to find out whether that nuke is required, and that is to do battle on Mirage.
Spirit's pistol round prowess continues to grow. 17-7, with a 70% win rate in the event so far. Top of the charts. Can they make it another on the defense?
Oh, nothing from Tanir's pistol this time. He was very impactful on Dust 2. Donk makes up for it.
Hirogo overlooked here.
Yeah, hiding out on the side of the dual Berettas. He is the trap to be sprung, but Monacy catches the smoke walk of Donk now, hoping to be overlooked with Shiro, but Kixon cleared him. A pistol would go a long way. The first for Falcons here on the semi-final stage.
Smoke, but no kit.
Gonna throw it out. Kixon's parked it on the site itself. Could cause some chaos. Gonna start spamming, but no, the bullets are found. Niko and Kixon close it down.
Okay, so there's confidence on display. Simple stuff. A execute. Catch Tanir in no man's land, and then you try and do a forward. Very well done, and this is more of what you want to see from Falcons.
Nice, Ilya. Nice, Damian.
Stuff. Obviously, it's a different Veto. Anubis last time. Dust 2. A whole lot more comfortable for Spirit, but this is a map that they've had mixed results on so far here in Brazil. The most glaring being the loss to Red Canids, a 13-8. Have since then picked up 2 victories, one over G2. That was part of that lower bracket gauntlet, and the other over Mouse yesterday. They're going to force spy in. Heavy stack over towards the A side of the map with just Zontix towards the ladder room. Responsible for an awful lot, but if it is a B execute, essentially, Spirit will be conceding that site and hoping for the save, unless they can chip one off the pack before then. One being juggled over towards Monacy. In the early stages, there haven't been any aggressive moves from Spirit, so going through the motions for the map control, window smoke and deep connector. Dotted in.
Zontix keeps looking over towards that window, hoping he's going to catch someone. Pick up the first fight, and he does connect onto Kixon.
Niko keep looking on B.
That's the question. He is in the apartment. No one's shooting back. No.
Why,
man? But Zontix has taken down Monacy. The bomb now lies idle in middle. Kiyasuke has to step up. A whole lot on A. Donk will finish him off. It's fallen apart for Falcons. Zontix so isolated, gets 2 kills, make it 3 from Zontix MP9.
That's ridiculous, and that was way too easy, those kills. They're just so separated. The trade potential was minimal right there, and if Falcons wanted to start running with some momentum on their map choice after that pistol, we're going to have to wait a while. The force by war is likely to kick off, but Zontix making this look too easy. Tanir heads up play through the smoke, shaves off Tesses.
Brilliant from Zontix.
But it's all about that man. And this is the frustrations that are starting to bubble. Couple of digs, Tech 9, and a Galil for Monacy. Monacy was doing a phenomenal job in that first map with the AWP.
He's not going to see one for a while. And last time, empty hands for Zontix. It's Donk. Provides the trade, but there's Tessus right back. Long range Tech 9, and it just keeps going. Constant tit for tat trades. Shiro in middle, he keeps their head above water. That's an important find. Isolates Kixon from the Kiyasuke. And now he's thrust into a clutch. Look at the corpses littering middle. As they go for the swing, they go for the fight. Shiro wins it out.
Look, at least it was a good brawl in middle, but the confidence on display from Spirit, they just kept swinging. Everybody just throwing themselves at that mid-fight, knowing that they had the firepower advantage there. And the finances will have to mean an eco for Falcons. 1,900 loss coming into this, 2,400 into the next before there's a buy. But for Spirit, this is beautiful. It means that this patch of rounds is relatively stress-free. Falcons, hopefully, once the guns come out, we can see more of that form. The ones that absolutely dismantled this team during the groups, the ones that defeated Vitality. You talk about that pressure, right? I think it's about expectation. When you're coming into this and you know that the roster will be different, all of your prac, the hard work, everything up until this point, it still exists. And they all take to the interviews saying, hey, we're professionals. And Niko saying, yeah, there's no distractions. Maybe not for him and the rest of the team, but I think, oh, hold up, we're going to farm fast. Shiro, MP9 on the balcony. First is good, second is there. Somehow survives. Frags in that one, wipes the sweat off the brow, and now he has 11k. 4 rounds into the game.
I think he might treat himself to the AWP.
That's something Monacy can't do.
No, sir. Round 5. He'll be forced into just the AK-47 as a product of losing out on that second round.
Being on this T-side start, Falcons, you are the ones who are hoping that you can dictate the tone. Sonic in the catch-up with Niko between the maps saying that need a bit more of that. You need to be the ones setting the pace.
Well, there's pace in middle once more. Kiyasuke pathing forward. He's going to get to tap. Zontic's donk looking like they want to clamp in off of a flashbang. Flashes, and here comes the clamp. He's trapped on tap. Kiyasuke begging for backup, goes down to Zontix. Opening kill for Spirit. Do they want more? He does. Keeps his chest puffed up. Niko parting from the bench position. Will have an angle onto Zontix if he sticks around. Oh, that nade didn't do too much. It's actually a smoke grenade bounced off his backside. Zontix down to Monacy for the equalizer. Smoke fades on Tessa's Palace. Donk versus Niko. Trying to worm his way through connector. Good timing on Kixon's push here. How cleared will he get? Magix has taken Zontix's place on the short side.
You can't swing if you're Magix because of Monacy rattling off on short. So Magix will just have to sit here. He's also responsible for B during this. About 40 seconds left on the clock now. Shiro leaves window. He'll deal with B outs. Magic's content to short. There is the issue with the window boost, and that was something that Mouse did well yesterday. A couple of their rounds able to get this space and cause some concern. So Donk high alert as the pip there shows Tanir tucked in. If Tasses plays on the lurk, he's likely to go down.
Stunning from Donk. Magix as well connected. It's in.
I'm trying to jump shoot right now versus Tasses.
It's too easy. Way too easy. Comfortable conversion. Finances in ruin.
At least into the following.
Oh,
so what happens when you win the pistol, lose the force? Just stuck on tap, no way out for Kiyasuke. Niko trying to draw something back, but Donk too aware. And there's the final frag from Shiro. Not in it just yet, Falcons. This is flying by. You earned that quarterfinal bye to book yourself straight into the semis. Spirit, they're already warmed up. They already enjoyed this stage. They had Tanir. His best performance in the Spirit jersey on Dust 2 versus Mouse yesterday. The confidence of the team settling in where it should. And the conversation about Halley or Tsotfik, that doesn't exist right now. We're seeing a polished Spirit.
Yeah, the interview that Shiro gave as well with HLTV discussing that Tsotfik and Halley are very different coaches and that Tsotfik's actually immediately been drawing attention to the micro of Team Spirit. Those adjustments, once you've got the advantage, once you've got the territory, it's the way you handle the mid-round that Tsotfik's been drawing attention to, and so far, signs of life from Spirit.
Everyone has a dig. Sub 1 minute now. Honestly, the spearhead of this.
Nice little pop flash, catches the whole squad. Zontix, he could swing in for the multi. Here he goes, just the one. Important spam from Tanir, building on top of that one. Smoke break for number 2. Kiyasuke, Tessa's gone too. All added to Tanir's naughty list.
That put a smile on the face of Niko there. They're just getting thrown around the serve. Now ashore, that was a very light investment. You're not expecting to get a lot done, but you'd love to find some resistance.
A little something.
Spirit were believing it was going to be some type of a B play. Donk was already hedged over towards Market to assist Magix on B in case of a pop. So, sure, it wasn't the exact call, but they did have the pieces in the right place.
Curiously, at 5,900, Monacy chose to go AK.
Okay, that could, yes, it plays straight into the call. They're just going to set up for an A execute. And Magix is over towards A right now, reading the situation very well.
He's playing for that disruptive HE as the smokes come in. If he gets the timing on this right.
A couple of them too.
This could be lethal. Tanir forced to extinguish, dancing on the ladder. Now Tessa's pathing in, strafes past him, spots him. Nice find from him. Niko's flashbang had him doing the dance. Spam from Magix. Very nice from Tessa's. Catches Magix empty-handed on the A site. Kiyasuke surging into an open B site. The ball on Monacy's back.
Whoa.
Oh, and now you're not saving that, Shiro. All ripped out of his grasp by Kiyasuke on the low.
Interesting that Donk and Zontix have both pulled the plug and gone towards T-spawn. Maybe this is just about damage. They've got heaps of cash to work with. I'm sure Donk would love to hold on to the AK, but cognizant of that Kiyasuke lurk before he did announce his presence. So here it has to just be shredding a couple of these rifles. And Niko makes sure that doesn't happen. So Zontix goes down. It is just Donk. He's hearing kicks in towards ramp. Niko towards Palace. How many can he take with him? Spotless round. 5 staying alive. And a simple approach. An A execute. One that Spirit were prepared for. Had the extra bodies on the site, but couldn't deal with it. They've got this one and another buy coming forward. So Tania getting spotted by Tessus there on the way out. Palace, you see with the extinguish, he jumps, spots him. Knows he's got that buffer of the smoke behind him. Beautiful work. Magic's spamming through. Bit desperate here. It wasn't even to deny the plant, and he gives his life for free. So bit of an overplay there from the in-game leader. Now Monacy's got his AWP.
He starts at Palace. Tania's going to go for a ramp aggress here. Partners up, Tessus. He anticipates this and crouch peeks into Donk. Still can't connect a bullet though. Zontix in a head-to-head. He's so comfortable on these engagements. Little excursions out middle, solo endeavors. Can't finish him off. He gets away. Monacy sniper versus Donk at range. 2-on-4 with a boost for Niko. Donk's already read ya on the play. Nice from Niko back. Keeps Donk humble at 2. Tania, looking to catch a timing on the peak. Niko's found one. Kicks and finds yes, he can. Opportunity to plant. Plants it open to Niko in the middle. Rotation from Zontix softened. That would have been it. Niko can't connect.
Around the world from Magic's here. He's going to be very late to this.
Oh, Kixon. Such a high impact 1 versus 2 if he can pull this across the line. He's just got Magic's and Zontix to get past, and he's elected to sit on site. Zontix is coming in from the mid side, or at least now he does. But is that enough of a distraction? Yep, Magic's gets the info. Kixon does 2 though. 1 and done. Magic's on the HE. Finishes the job and will make it 6. Close. Really close, but 6 on the board for Spirit.
I understand he didn't have the kit for that 10-second defuse. The most impressive kill to me in this entire patch is after Donk and Tania are both noted going aggressive A ramp. The traditional reaction, if the bodies are in the place, is to try and take some mid space. So if he's an excursion over towards A ramp, it should be under fortified. Zontix waltzes out of short on his own and just takes another head-to-head duel. So right now, Spirit, they are brewing with confidence. There's oodles of it, and they're just happy to take these head-to-head fights. Sure, it's only a 4-round gap right now, but how bad can this get?
I mean, one of these 2 Falcons round was the pistol.
At least Spirit in that first map won those pistols and the conversions. That gave them a nice better rounds. They're looking extremely comfortable on this stage here in Rio, our Spirit. Hasn't been sunshine and rainbows since Bounty in the second half of last year.
Less than
they would have desired. That's a huge nade.
Yeah, chip damage onto Tessus, significant to Niko. Softened up for the M4 headshot potential as well. Got a lot of admiration for how Zontix has managed to kind of stamp his authority onto the short fights in middle.
So many nades still for Falcons. They haven't really used anything to get this map control. Very scarce use of utility, so plenty of options available for the finish.
Alex,
they grouped up for a mid clan. 2 players short, 1 connected.
It's going to make Kixon's life miserable. He's supposed to be acting like a fake mid control.
The fact that they leered forward, they saw nothing. Now they're reposing, so the B defense means that it's likely Zontix alongside of Magix can just focus B apps. Tanir hasn't been smoked off. He still has vision. He knows nobody's up catwalk just yet.
He's going to play behind the smoke on. So now he doesn't have the info. That might force a reaction. Kixon working on this short flank. Magix primed and ready. Perfect back turn. Messy spray, but finds Niko. Then Zontix springs to action, and it all comes tumbling down. One back from the Monacy sniper. Knows Zontix likely hiding out towards the bench. Kiyasuke's trying to run at him. And Zontix still gets another on the uncross. Lightning fast, but Shiro's holding. Number 7 already in a smirk, creeping onto the face of Magix in the right place on the right site. And this time they find the right result.
They're booking him right now. The HEs right there did about 200 damage that round. The initial one we saw towards A ramp, and there was another one late on towards B, just before that execute comes in, that did another massive chunk. They're just jumping into their demise. Falcons have no idea what's going on the map right now. Sure, Monacy's hitting nice shots. He looks like the absolute best operator in the world. And this isn't flashy, these aren't crazy highlight moments. Maybe from Monacy, sure, but from everybody else on the Spirit side, it's yeah, exactly. And this is what we were impressed with on day one when they took on Liquid. It was functioning, comms were there, the teamwork was there, and now the Monacy.
Wow, an opening onto Donk. Individually in that head-to-head, he was ahead on Dust 2. Now Zontix, the timing of this is a little late. He's missed Kiyasuke being window boosted, but now catching Niko, and Magix is there to tend to it. That's the comms you're talking about, Chad. Magix just in time to catch it. Now Zontix getting a little pushy, is punished. Tessa's out Palace, bomb moves in through middle.
This is so weird. Shiro's actually going to go around the world to come back through middle to take a line. Oh, okay. Where's he off to?
The safest route possible.
This is the longest rotation. But they still haven't planted the bomb. They're looking for Tanir on A. They understand that he's still alive. They know there was this pressure towards the A ramp. They're trying to deal with the rotation. Spirit aren't giving them the rotation. Now the bomb goes in. 40 seconds on the clock.
And they'll be coming in from 2 different angles. Magic's connector. Tanir late ramp.
Magic has to take down Monacy somehow if they want any access to this.
He'll still maybe have vision if it doesn't spread on that door side angle. Yeah, he does. Easy frag to the spine. Magix will go down, and that might signal the end of this one. Tanir, the latest of arrivals, still able to remove Tesses, but that bomb will be exploding. And Monacy will not be saving his AWP.
Kixon might be able to pick it up here. Wary of the AWP hanging around and looking for that. Can't. Okay, just got it there in the final throws.
Okay.
That's a lot of damage being done in that round. The fact that there's just one man staying alive, he drops that AWP, he re-equips himself. There's issues in the buy for Falcons. It's going to be a little bit lighter on with the U2 or the firepower. A little bit of an odd finish to that round, all things considered, but Falcons aren't complaining. They'll take their 3rd and still have a chance for 5.
Feels like a necessary 5.
Over
the top. What? Shiro gets a 2nd lease of life. Uncharacteristic miss from Monacy.
Okay.
He was set up for that opening. He's been unable to provide. Not too much from the HE, nor the 2nd either. Kiyasuke's done well to avoid it, but you can't avoid Donk. The inevitable demon onto Kiyasuke for an opening. Zontix fancies it. Monacy missed shot once more. Spotted him on the jump back, trying to catch him if he does it again. Threatening smoke, though, implies potential for aggression. And how's this for aggression? He gets boosted up for a deeper line into your approach on Con. Niko could get caught by this. Over the top of the smoke, Monacy on bench as Tessus works out Tetris. They're clamping down on middle here. Donk through connector, Shiro drawing attention. Niko, a clean headshot onto Donk. Tanir catching the walkout from Tessus. And with Monacy dead to Zontix, it gets Really uncomfortable. Nice shot from Niko. Needs another. Spots one onto Zontix, but Zontix stubborn. One hell of a performance from the short player here. 12
It's so comfortable in that position. And I just think the fact that he's willing to take a lot of these fights, it's making it so difficult to be able to hold on to this space. So 8-3. This is the shot from Monacy, considering that he's been hitting absolutely everything. You're asking yourself, where did that one go?
Could have been
This is looking like another quick start to the day here in Rio. Fast A split.
Okay, Donk's going to look for a couple of fights in middle. One and done. Kickson's Mac 10 revealed. Shiro's around the connector position, and Tanir just taps his head off. Niko goes down. Look at this fight. There's so much tenacity from Team Spirit. They just want to brawl. With Tanir fights in middle that gives them the advantage, and Shiro wants to extend it. Good find from Tessus. Over the top, tracks Tessus down to 18. Bomb planted 2-on-2. Everything to play for Falcons. Can they really find a fourth?
Zontix going all the way through apartments here. This one's going to be a buzzer beater. It's going to come down to the wire. Shiro with a flash.
Zontix now knows where Tessus is, and he's going to put some bullets into the boards, but can't hack it. None of them consecutive. Spirit looking to close in 2.
Retake არის იდეალური. ეხლა პისტოლი გვინდა ძმებო მესამე მაპისთვის. პისტოლს თუ წამოიღებს Falcons-ი. აბა. დავაი, დანა. ამას ცოტა ძლიერი ლეპტოპი აქვს. მაქსიფათით არ ამგონია დანა დაგიგდეს, მა. ან ეხლა გულების ციხეში გაგიშვებ, ნახე? ნუ სპამავ, ნუ. ნუ სპამავ, კაცო, გავიგე რომ გევასები, რა ვქნა, ხო ნოსიზა. ნიუცე, რა გავაკეთე. Eu problema saber. Buona stanno, Zani doppio. არ დამედია ბანი არა. ბანი რაზე უნდა დავადო კაც. ნუ სპამო პროსტო. ხო ხდება ხალხი. ამეც ვერ ვახერხებ კომენტარების დაკითხოს, მე ვერ სოწ.
Changes in the air, but it is the same old Falcons. The future, it looks different, but right now, Spirit are the ones who are changing the conversation from that group stage game. A completely different look from what we saw just a few days ago. And the confidence of Falcons, it's not there. The fights are on Spirit's turns. And the grand final, a handful of rounds away. Are we done? Or do we need Nuke? Only Falcons can change that discourse.
Leaving the bomb outside B and spreading out for clues.
Magic's likely with a deep con or... Okay, it's just going to be the standard. Molly there.
Trying to run through that smoke. Kickson's going to have to track him if they do so. Just spamming Glocks, hoping for that overextension on the short side. Shiro gets the fire he's looking for, but unable to find the lethality. Quick movement from Donk, you see that. Glides through ladder to try and amplify the pressure. A boost that Tessus will have to deal with. The P250 versus the USP. Spots the leg, loses a lot of health. Bell rung.
Bomb's on the way over now.
Some pressure on the A side. Donk as well, trying to keep Kickson on high alert. Pull rotations. Look at the rotations. They completely evacuate the B side. Falcons on the back foot as a wide open red carpet for that bomb plant on B.
Zontics is about to find it's clear.
What a well-constructed pistol. Tessus is just in time. He clotheslines Zontics. Now Magic's on high alert. Doesn't want to lose the bomb. Easy headshot. Short Donk goes down in the meantime, but this is a post-bomb now favoring Team Spirit. Perfect setup to succeed. Niko on that low HP. Monesi and Kickson's all coming in through the market side. Monesi loses his head, caught jumping. Magic's great pre-aim for that.
Now they just play the bomb.
Will, the clock ticks in their favor every second that passes closer to a ninth, to a pistol. Splitting skulls.
Making this look casual right now. That's 3-1 in the pistol department in the series. I say so far.
Feels crazy, but like Falcons straight up have to match the output. They have to win a second round here.
Yeah.
A second round force buy.
They've been riding the high of this group stage performance. You beat Vitality, and that was a great series. But you come in, you connect today. You didn't get a quarterfinal by your own doing. You earned this semi-final, and right now, you are getting absolutely destroyed by Spirit. Understand first map, there was a couple of clutches that could have been, but really they were playing from behind in a lot of those. This leaves a bit of a sour taste in your mouth knowing the future. Different here. You bang on, they need to be able to pull out this force by victory, otherwise you're ecoing into the next. That's 11 for Spirit. And as you picked up those wins, as you took down Vitality, his expectations, they shifted. We saw what happened to them earlier in the year against Paravision at the Bounty final. They went from being underdogs with a stand-in to favorites. And that's happened again here in Rio. They do go short into... No, they're not, obviously. Magix is clearing out A, but that B site was where the stack resided.
They found the path of least resistance, and they'll still send Donk in to try
As that bomb goes down. Okay, I was
going to say, oh no, pressure's been amplified instead. Magic's in his blind spot. There's no way he's going to be clearing this close corner, so Magix exercises some discipline. Nice! Magix goes down. Now up to Zontics to do everything with Shiro. The bomb down, backs turn, Shiro does Zontics will with the 1-2 punch. Mag 10 does so much work, and Kiyosuke, he's just got to stick it, and Shiro's going to count in his head. 5, 4, 3, and you're dead. Spirit take 10. storming through the semi-final.
აი როგორი თამაშა მაყურებელზე დაამუღამე? როგორც კი ხმაური დაიწყეს ეგრევე
But Falcons are running out of opportunities.
ისაც გავიდოდა წესი 10 წამიანი იცოდა რომ არ ეკრებოდა მე.
Before we see guns in their hands.
Sure, that one was a bit tense. It got close. I think once the bomb is going down, even though it is a 3v5, Spirit have the rotations. They're in strong positions.
ის მაინტერესებს ნეიდის კილი. აუ, რანე. აუ, რა გავუკეთებია.
I swear.
He's always lobbing out the HEs mid-fight.
Mid-fight HE, it's becoming a bit more of a signature move for him, and look at him thrive. 16 and 11. It's not just that CT side where we've seen Zontix have impact.
It's been a bit of a discourse considering the poor results of Spirit this season so far about was Magic's the man. Apex taking to his defense saying, hey, glad you guys didn't judge me after my first couple of months. Well, it's not just the last couple of months. Spirit, since that bounty lift, remember, they replaced Magic's with Zwei. Then Tania came in for Zontix, and that was way late. Eventually, they got their men, but they didn't get their results. And then things changed. Chopper out, Magic's back, taking over those in-game leadership realm. And at the helm, he's looking to push them into that first grand final.
ბიჭო, ხო, ეხლა comeback-ი, აიხლა comeback-ი და მეტი. ერთი რაუნდი ხო შეიძლება გაგძურეთ, თო? Nice, ხო, Kixan შედი.
Magic's finding kicks and that opens the
აუ,
door.
ეს ბიჭო რას ქოლავს ეს Magic-საც, მაო, ყველაფერი გამოუცნო, თო? ყველაფერი გამოიცნო ტიპმა, მოკალი ერთი, მიდი, Niko, მიდი ეგ დიგლი, რისთვის გაგშენჩემ. დაბომბეს ეს უბედური. აი, მონესის AWP გვინდა next round-ში რამენაირად და.
Gone 11 to be collected by Spirit here. It's just a formality.
აუ. აუქნეს ძმაო, ორ მაპში 10 რაუნდი ვერ აიღეს ტიპებმა.
Nothing to really get Falcons going throughout this series so far. They had a couple of flashy moments, sure.
ყველა ქოლი გაარტყა ძმაო Magic-სამ, რავი, რა სწავლეს
Nothing to
ასეთ.
pick up the energy of the squad. This is a nice follow-up.
ბიჭო, მგონია რომ 1-9, 11-9 გაიჩიტება. და მე დაენძრევათ ისევ რა, რაღაც ერთი რაუნდი გაძრება, იხა 11 რაუნდს რო ააღებინებს Spirit-ო. სურო, რავი იმენა რა. აი სურო და ეტყნებოდეს ერთ რაუნდს donk-ა ვერ გამოაძრობს, 3 kills გააკეთებს ბოლოს და მოიგებს რაუნდს ახლა. აი მარტო მაგიტო არის ტიპი მაგარი რომ აი ეგეთი ის. აბა კვერცხებზე მანახე რა გახატია.
Can't argue with that. But if this is how we go out in the playoffs, it's with a whimper. There is a third place decided to be.
იმენა ეთყობა, იმენა აურა.
All the pros are vocal. That's not somewhere that they want to be.
ეთყობა რომ აი იმენა არ არის მოსაგებად რა.
Not play.
Don't have to be a rocket scientist to see what this start from Team Spirit implies. Look how many nades Magix is juggling here.
აბა ძმებო, აბა მონესის AWP სად არის? მონესის AWP 4-იანი სად არის? აუ, შორტზე რა.
It's going to be tough to deal with for Kixan.
აუ,
And Niko's going to be behind the smokes.
იო, პიზდეც. ძმებო, სტრიმი დაალაიქოთ, არხი გამოიწერეთ ხოლმე იქნება.
Seems like a guarantee. Kixan's going to be under pressure. Molly at your doorstep.
Oime! Klebazari!
Gets a second onto Niko.
Klebazari. Რა ხოდი დაიჭირეს ბიჭო ტიპებმა. რა გუნდურად უბერავენ თან? რა გუნდურად უბერავენ?
I'd love to see that again from Kixan's POV.
Ra
Just see how quickly that goes from 0 to all the rounds over.
Ამათ 1-2 მილიონი დაახარჯეთ და მამა ჩემი დამიბრუნეთ. გააჯმევინეთ ამათ.
That's really the highlight.
ემთვის მოეწეთ 2 მილიონი ხო არ გამექცეოდა მამა ჩემი. თქვენი დედა მოთხა.
This is 12. Spirit have confirmed it.
დედა მოთხა. ასაკეთებ.
Another blink and you miss it series to kick off until Extreme Masters Rio. It's time for the semi-finals.
Yeah, we'll have to see if your vitality's a little longer.
ნინა ტეხას მაო. რა არის აი არაფერი ბედნიერება ამას არ მოაქვს არაფერი ამას. Რაში ხარჯავენ 2 მილიონს მომზიაფცაი რაში.
Crazy turn of events. Timeout called. Understandably, Coach Zonic needs to see his boys turn it on. 8 consecutive rounds required, or Falcon semi-final ends in a whimper. And it would be 2 for 2 as far as arena head-to-heads with Spirit that goes Spirit's way.
Look at this from Zani. All you can do is use these 30 seconds, right? You're not a miracle worker.
ამაზე გამოუყენებადი რამე არსებობს ამ ფასიანი ძმებო? არის რამე ეგეთი? ეს ფასი რო ღირს და ესეთი გამოუყენებადი იყოს?
Instantly jump off straight into the headshot through the flames and number 2 into the smoke for the entry. Is this really the last round?
Those saves have given them at least something to fight with.
Fight up mid. Niko and Kiyosuke partner up. Donks having absolutely none of it. Will tuck into the doorway. Looking for that head-to-head. Does already connect a couple of bullets onto Kiyosuke.
მიდი თუ რამე შეგიძლიათ ეხლა ქენი, თუ რამე შეგიძლიათ ეხლა ქენი. რა უნდა შეეძოთ? რა უნდა შეეძოთ ჯიბიდან ის სამის ყოვბოი დედა მოტყა. რა უნდა ის? რა უნდა?
Opening kill so early.
მა დაბადებული არისო. რაშბიო ტიპმა იმენა პირველი სიტყვები ეგ თქვა და რა უნდა მოუგვა დედა მოტყოს. ამიდი და მოუ.
You live forward. You want to deal with the mid control. You want to take the fight. You want to put your aim on display.
ლექიმი ფეხებში დაწვდა თუ არა ეგრევე რაშბიო ტიპმა.
The next that could be costly. Shuro awaits. Donk and Magics, they join. And Tessus with it all to do.
Tessus got so much work to do. Lean onto Donk. Trade immediate from Shiro.
Bomb spotted rotation. He's just left that B bomb site. 50 seconds, plenty of time.
Hickson safe under the bulk. Progression smoke for Niko gives him something to play around. Jungle smoke stops Monacy from contributing, but the HE hurts. Kicks him.
ამოგუდა და დავაი შეგვიძლია ამ რაუნდის მოგება. Კიქსან შეგვიძლია ძმა აბა. Spirit.
Now the second molly.
Vitality's ვახ ჩემი კარგი მოტყან მოეწყნათ პატრონი ეგ არის. всё,
escorted out of Rio de Janeiro and it's a stomping from Spirit.
That right there is vindication not only from the group stage but for the season so far.
Bravo.
A dejected Falcons, a team who didn't connect to the server.
რა თამაში რა საიდან ამოვიდნენ? საიდან რა ქოლები იყო ვაფშე მირაში იმენა?
On that promise. Magix gives the double thumbs up. This man takes over the in-game leadership and that is the best the team has looked since. With him at the helm.
Donk versus Zayu ფინალი ბიჭა ხვალ. მიდი რა ვიტალიტი გავწუროთ რა.
Starting to deliver and show that he can be the second star on the rifles for this team, but Zontix on Mirage, it was masterful on short. And this is a quick series, it's a concise series, and that's celebrations for Spirit.
It's not the way Kickson wanted his last game in that jersey to go. Of course, he will have another one tomorrow in that deciding. No, he won't. Third, fourth.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough match for them tomorrow.
Oh, brutal.
That's one where you're going to have to step back out onto that stage. We knew the changes in the air.
ერთი ამათ ჩააჯმევინეთ ეხლა და მეტი არაფერი არ მინდა. ოპა,
ჩუ. And tomorrow they will take on the victor of Furia versus Vitality. The cauldron awaits. I'm going to throw down this to the stage.
What the? აი ხა ძმობას გაბიცებთ რომელი პროტესტი ნაშა? ხუი. მითხარ, რომელი პროტესტი ნაშა?
Rosa. You lost to Falcons. What do you think made the difference today?
I feel like that we made a great progress as a team during this event because I mean it was going pretty bad for us.
Яснია, ხო? აი яснია, ხო? яснია.
We got humbled.
ძმობას გაფიცებთ, ხო?
And after this we were facing Red Canids at some point. We lost the map and like everyone just got their shit together.
Okay, makes sense. And who would you prefer to face in the grand finals? Furia or Vitality?
გავიხედეთ ძმებო არ ინერვიულოთ, ყველაფერი კარგად არის. ყველაფერი კარგად არის. თქვენ მაგაზე არის დარდო. მანდარი აყენია.
For you.
დაპარკინგებულია.
There.
დაპარკინგებულია ყველაფერი. დაპარკინგებული იყო თავის ადგილზე არის ორივე დაპარკინგებული.
And he said exactly what needed to be said. They got their shit together. And it would appear as so because the score
რა აწყობილია შეჩემა ბრაზილიელია. ბრაზილიელი აწყობილი სადგინახავს რომ დაიბადებიან ტრაკი აქვთ მაგ
group stage game. Like Spirit were doing to Falcons today what Falcons did to them just a couple of days ago in a different environment.
Yeah, absolutely manhandling Falcons in this game.
Ეგარა ნატურალი და
Left no
ისინი
room for
არიან
doubt
ნატურალები ჩვენ რო
whatsoever. The better team ended up winning, and they won in a fashion where,
Pizza, baby.
to me, that's the impressive thing for Team Spirit. The fact that they've been able to turn it around, as Magic said, you know, getting their shit together. But also the lack of fight coming out of Falcons is a little bit concerning to me. Now, obviously, in terms of the future, doesn't really matter. They're going to make a roster change. Who cares? But in isolation to this game, I would have hoped for more. I would have expected more. And I would have hoped for Spirit to be tested a bit more than this. And I think, frankly, that they're surprised that Falcons didn't put up a better fight either.
I think it still matters, though. Like, we have yet another tournament where Falcons look great in group stages, then in the playoffs, they're nowhere to be found. Like, what's the big deal? Like, what's the difference every single time? No, I mean,
საათ ნახევარშია Vitality, Furia.
At this event, right? It's like, what's the problem now? In this sort of a scenario, you're not ready to play. You have slow starts again. Players missing one more time, right? Like, Monesi, yeah, he had a great series. Niko had a great dust too. But a terrible mirage. You know, he had a lot of opportunities on T side, some duels against Zontix, which if he would have won, I think could have swung some rounds towards Falcons' way. Tess is nowhere to be seen today. You know, it's a lot of the same things repeating themselves. And sure, Carrigan coming in, right? It's going to be a big deal. He's a veteran. He knows how to lead in these games. He can bring a lot of energy to the team, bring some real leadership as well. But it's still going to be down to some of these individuals to, you know, get their level up and then deal with the circumstances of playing in these games.
Jacob, I mean, we're talking about a mirage here that saw the Falcons win that opening pistol, and then it all fell apart. Is that right?
Yeah, that is right, and that was kind of ironic, you know, because we spoke about it, you know, important for Falcons to get off to a good start, important for them to win the pistol and convert. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. Again, I got to give it to Team Spirit. I think Magic's had a great overall series. Sontic stepping up massively as well, and we spoke about it. You highlighted it coming into the game as well, Janko. The way Falcons played Mirage, you know, throughout the group stage, the way they played last time against Team Spirit was very much in your face, and Spirit were inviting them to do that in this game as well. I'd even make the case that Spirit were a little bit ahead of that in that department in terms of just going out there, seeking the duels, not being afraid and playing heads-up Counter-Strike. So, as I said, like, they met them where they wanted to be met. And
ძალიან გუნდურად
they were the
ითამაშეს და
better
ძალიან
team.
კარგად
Now
ითამაშეს.
you mentioned it, right? Tess is nowhere to be found.
მანე
Kyusuke,
გადაუარეს
playoff Kyusuke. I think that's a
ორი მოუგეს იმათ მე ხამათ მოუგეს ორი თლული ამათ მოვიტალიტის მოუგეს ორი თლული იმენა
It's
იმენა
a
ისა
player with an enormous
პრესიონერა
potential. No one is discrediting that. It's just we haven't seen that in a
ესპანური სერიალი
They
გაიჩნდა
win pistol and then in second round they go mid. Spirit is
აი ხო ნახოთ რა Furiam თუ მაყურებლის ხარჯზე არ მოიგო. მაგრამ ზოგადად მაყურებლის ხარჯზე ვერ იგებენ ხოლმე ეგენი. მახსოვს აქ რა მოხდა Rios Majors
to Tenier pushing with the season like you're doing a B split in an anti-force fight with 3 players. Why? Like what's the point of 2 lurkers in a round like that?
ეხა მაგარ მანთხო მოუწერა მაგოგოს და ის შეყარებული უკან მიდგას და უხარია რა მაგარია ჩემი შეყარებული ზუზუზე უწერე.
Then a duel that he loses. Niko is in B apps, as I said. Kyosuke is in connector and Tess has died on A ramp. Like I don't understand why is Tess is there. Why isn't he B with Niko? Why isn't he Cat with, you know, so they have trading potential. Like some of these, I don't know if it's miscommunication, like a player went where he isn't supposed to, or that's just the call, but everything that was in every single facet of the game, the things that they were doing well in group stage, they were failing at them today.
Yeah, unfortunate for that side. Fortunately for you all at home, it's your time to get activated. You know exactly what's going on.
და როგორც კი დაიწყება თამაში 15 სადრე აქვარ. სადღაც საათ 15 საათ და 20 წუთში აქვარ. და გავაგრძელოთ ჩოულებს. დროებით.
Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
Well, here it is, our DHL MVP vote. Magic's the first one up there.
Yeah, and this is going to reflect, you know, a scary prospect for Team Spirit. Magic's having a great series, having a great game. This was a game where we didn't speak a lot about Donk. We didn't speak a lot about Shiro. In some essence, they weren't even needed. You know, Sontex, who didn't do much on Dust 2, wasn't really needed. He stepped up massively on Mirage. So for the support cast of Team Spirit to be in the DHL MVP running right here in the form of Magic's, and I'm sure there's going to be a Tenier in there as well, that's probably the biggest strength for Spirit in this matchup.
It is Tenier. He is next. Janko, why?
He's been stepping up, right? On Dust 2, he had a few moments, but they were impactful. And then also you could see on Mirage, right? You could just see the confidence is oozing from Tanir at the moment. Like that first gun round on T side where he's going down ladder into the molly to clear Kixon and then he just got to it. This is it. Like, look at this. This is the first gun round. See ya. One more kill through the smoke. Done and dusted.
See, one more MVP candidate right here. Oh, it's Donk. Shocking, right?
Yeah, but he's not going to win this one. You know, at least I don't hope so. So be smart out there in the chat with your points and your votes.
Obviously, no manipulation, of course.
Yeah, no manipulation. But let's be honest, you know, today it wasn't about the Donk show. It wasn't about him necessarily. He had a fine game, did what he had to do, but that's the scary prospect for me. Again, a game where we didn't talk much about Donk. We don't have Shiro as an MVP candidate. That's a scary prospect for whoever faces Spirit in the final if they can continue down that trend.
It's an interesting conversation, you know. I'd like to ask for someone to ask Spirit tomorrow, how involved is Halley right now with the team, right? Like, is he sending stuff from there or not? Because they've definitely improved through this tournament. Like, they've simplified it a little bit. The players are, you know, more loose on the server. I think they might be benefiting, you know, to some extent from not having as much pressure, you know, not going into a ton of detail. I'm not saying they're just showing up to the game and running around, right? They still have, they still make game plans, they still prepare, try to find gaps in their opponent's game, but it does feel, you know, that they're just a bit more relaxed going into these games, and it's been going great so far in Rio.
Well, the fact that we keep Spirit, they do go on to the grand final. We get the Falcons tomorrow in a third, fourth place decider. Let's just humor the idea that Kerrigan's already on board, right? Are there any potential problems that could happen with that? Like, is there any way that we could outlook and say, like, hey, you know what? Maybe there's an issue here. Maybe there's some roles and places.
I think the biggest problem is what Zonic said in between maps. Is like, we are not playing with enough confidence, like we're giving them too much respect. How are you giving them respect after the group stage, after all these games that you've been beating them outside of, obviously, I get it. Like, but it's fine to lose, but how do you not have confidence going into the map? How are you giving them too much space? And who is doing that? Because those people are the problem. Like, that's the problem on the team. If that's your mindset going into, especially against Spirit, with where they are at the moment, you know, as a team, like, I don't know if Kerrigan coming in just magically fixes that.
No, that's a good question, and there's many different layers to that conversation. Is he a great fit stylistically speaking? Is he gonna be great in the beginning, or does he need a bit of time to install whatever philosophy he wants in there? But staying on the confidence subject, it's not like Kerrigan is coming in with a lot of confidence in his own abilities, neither as an in-game leader or as a player. I made the point a couple of times. I think he's absolutely great at calling, but individually speaking, he's never been worse than he is right now in terms of the results with FaZe as well. You're not gonna tell me Kerrigan is gonna walk into that Falcons team and be like, yeah, I'm confident in this project. I've been able to do good stuff the past 6 months, 12 months with FaZe. So if confidence is the biggest issue within Falcons, you're not directly installing a lot of confidence by bringing Kerrigan, then it would have to be the different factors, you know, in terms of his in-game leading philosophy, etc., that has to overcome that.
Honestly, it's not even so much that he needs to lay out this. If he can get more out of Kyosuke, like, he needs to find a way to make him more comfortable, right? And make him play maybe less. I don't even know what it is exactly that's holding him back, but if he can help him sort of reach his potential, at least somewhat. He doesn't have to play his best, like with the way m0NESY has been playing. If Niko can continue, you know, in this fashion, be a bit more consistent, like, that's all you need.
Allow me to open this conversation then, because it's been puzzling me why it hasn't been spoken about. I'm not saying it's either one direction or another, but we know Niko has given up a lot of space to Kyosuke. We know that they wanted to make him feel comfortable. At what point do they start to wonder if that's the right thing to do? At what point do you bring Niko back into some of the roles that he's performing, you know, better in, and give him a bit more responsibilities? We even saw when Nucleons walked into the team and they played with him that he was performing much, much better. If I'm Kerrigan, that's a conversation that at least I want to have with Zonic. Maybe it's better now. I'm not saying for the future. Kyosuke is the future of Counter-Strike and Falcons, but right here, right now, they want to win IEM Cologne. Maybe it's about time that you give Niko a bit more responsibility within the team.
Well, I mean, we can only speculate as to what happens when the change happens, right? But obviously, you're probably going to want to go through a lot of how things are at the base level for the side of Falcons. What do you restart? You know, where do you reinvigorate this project? Where do you do that if you're Kerrigan?
Time is of the essence, right? If you want to be ready for IEM Cologne. And that's why, again, I want this to be public. I want to hear the statements. I want to hear whether or not this is, we're doing a Hail Mary for the major, and then we'll see if we're going to play with Kerrigan afterwards, or if this is being communicated as we're signing Kerrigan. He's man for the future. He's the guy we believe in, for the next 2 years or whatever that is. So a lot comes down to the communication and what project this is going to look like. And I just want it out there to be public now so we can stop speculating and start talking.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it was just a sort of end of the season, end of the season deal. I think at the very least he would get until the end of the year, right? And we know who Falcons are. They're a team that wants to be on top and wants to lift trophies, and changes are going to keep happening until they get to that level. And people were complaining they make changes too fast. Listen, Kixan got a vote of confidence this offseason, right? And things took a turn for the worse. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Bring back Boros, obviously.
We saw what happens when you don't make changes, right? With someone like Mouse, and eventually how things take a turn for the worse. So it's important that you're proactive in that, and just you need to find the right mix of players to be able to compete at the highest level.
Which is another interesting point, because I'll be completely honest, now that I know we're seeing them tomorrow playing a third place decider, but essentially it doesn't really mean anything for Falcons knowing that changes are going to come. Third place decider in itself is a bit of a rough task sometimes, but I'm not even sure that's going to be the only roster change down the line. I'm still looking, to be completely honest, at Tessus. I think in the role that he's being deployed within Falcons, they haven't made it easy for him. It's not an easy role to occupy, but that's not the player he is either. I feel like he's currently not getting the most out of himself, and Falcons are not getting the most out of him. And if you compare Tess's role and how he's performing within Falcons to the likes of Robs or Messi or whatever you want to do bit in Na'Vi, that's also a clear weak point within this lineup. That's not Tess's fault, but that's sort of like how it all turned out when they're playing the musical chairs.
Yeah, I like Tessus, and he's had a good tournament, right? Unfortunately today he's had a bad game, even on T side of Mirage. He's getting pushed, he's getting punished, he's getting caught out. Some mistakes on Dust 2 as well, right? I don't think he's gonna get replaced now, obviously, but you're hoping to see with the addition of Kerrigan, what can it mean mostly for him and Kiyosuke, right? Like, how can he make those guys do a little bit better? Same way that we're talking about Tanir, and can he be put in better positions to have some rounds tailored to him, or just get more output out of him in that way? I think that would be enough for Falcons, right? Like, m0NESY is m0NESY, and Niko at this point can do pretty much whatever you need him to. So how to get more from Kiyosuke and Tessus?
Now, you've said it right there. Niko doing pretty much whatever he needs to. Perhaps he can give us some insights and answers here on the exit.
Niko, thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's never easy in these moments. Just looking back at Dust 2, when I was speaking to Zonic before the game, he said you were more prepared for them to be picking this one. What did Spirit do that was unexpected, in your opinion?
What did Spirit do? I mean, they were a completely different team to the first time when we played them in group stage. So props to them for changing the way they play and improving throughout the event. It was really a night and day, because when we played them first time, they were way more aggressive, way more unpredictable. It was at times hard to read them. They were taking more initiative. So yeah, it's impressive to see the improvement that they have done. I guess props to Softic. I think it was. I think he's doing something good for them right now. So yeah, they just outclassed us today.
I just want to give you a moment, because I know the team has a few more events before we get to the major. So can you say anything about the future of Falcons moving forward towards Cologne?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a struggle this season, especially in these playoffs games. We haven't won a single playoff game besides Blast Bounty, so it's something that's obviously we have already looked at, but it's something that we have to keep looking at and trying to find a solution and to understand what's causing us to not play to our level. Obviously, we are getting to face better opponents in the playoffs, so it's also that is also the huge reason. But definitely something is not clicking for us when it comes to these games, and it's just annoying that now it's just going to be getting harder and harder to kind of get over it. It's even though I didn't want to believe that we struggled in these games, I think it's clear to say that we are struggling, and we have to really take a look at the mirror and ask ourselves what we are doing different in these games. And yeah, I mean, obviously as people kind of know already, and there's the reports. The future is a bit. I don't want to say uncertain, but it's going to look different. It's going to look different, and we will see how it goes.
Thank you so much for your honesty, as always, Niko. Really appreciate it.
Well, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and in this instance, it was the Falcons that didn't even get the almost in this series. The words from Niko right there kind of putting a quell to what we're talking about, the speculation that is.
Yeah, don't they say that the first step of getting better and realizing is accepting that you have an issue? And
hear that, Trace?
Yeah, finally, it seems like they understand it. I understand why they don't want to admit it. I understand why you don't want to believe it as a player. You have to believe that it's not an issue. But at this point, as he said himself, and as we've been pointing out for quite some time, it's quite evident that Falcons in a group stage is just not the Falcons we see in the playoffs.
Well, they have the full information, right? So for them, it's like, oh, this guy just forgot to throw this grenade. This guy misheard the communication. Oh, I whiffed on a player. That's why I lost the duel. That's why we lost the round, things along those lines. But it's more about zooming out of that and saying, why does that happen in this game and not in groups? Like, why do you forget the strat always in the playoffs? Why does this guy miss his nades only in the play, and so on and so forth, right? So yeah, it's tough when it's a recurring thing, because you are constantly working or you're constantly trying to get better. And we could at least say for Falcons last season, they got better with each tournament. The problems that they had, they were fixing them. Maybe some new would pop up, but it was progressing. You didn't see that this season.
No, you can't fault them for not trying though. Whether that is changing roster now, bringing in Kerrigan and changing a big piece within the team. One thing is changing a normal player, Croat, but an in-game lead has a big role, obviously, within a Counter-Strike team. Have Kerrigan work together with Sonic, that's going to be interesting. And the Face It ban as well. You can't really fault Falcons for not trying. It's just whether or not any of the things they're kind of trying to cook right now will prove to be fruitful.
Yeah, it's about finding that rhythm to their rhyme, right? The things that are going to keep them in front of that trophy or keep them in pursuit of it, not just crashing out, falling out at some point in a playoff bracket. Gentlemen, I think we put a pretty good bow and ribbon on this one. If you guys are feeling pretty good about that, I think we can head right into a break. So let's do just that. We have another semifinal in front of us. It's going to be coming up sooner rather than later. It is Furia versus Vitality. That's right, Furia in Rio. Oh, baby, it's going to be loud. So we go to that break, we come back, and we'll be right there with the Counter-Strike. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, Rio 2026.
Zontex is here with me. Pretty convincing semi-final from your side. Do you agree that this was the best Spirit we've seen this whole event?
Yes, 100%.
100%? Very comfortable in the arena?
Yes.
Okay. Zonik told me after that first map that actually Falcons guys are super unconfident. They're kind of like scared to play against you. Did you feel this as well, that it was kind of too easy to play?
Yeah, I feel like when we played against them a lot of matches before, they played more aggressive. There was a lot of like default breaking things they're doing on city side, for example, and it's just hard for you to play your default and end rounds being 5v5, you know? You're always dying somewhere. And this time it didn't happen, and when they tried to do something, they just died.
It makes sense. What Holly saw it probably from home. Do you think he's proud of you guys, what you're showing here?
Yeah, I think so.
Last thing is, any preference for the final? Obviously, you can play the best team in the world or the local favorites. So anything you want to touch onto that?
I would like to play against Furia just because of it would be something I never experienced before, just because of the arena. They will cheer for Furia and it will be loud. So it never happened to my team and to me before, so I'm just curious how it will feel. But playing against Vitality as a best team is interesting as well, so it kind of doesn't matter, but I think I will have more of something unique if we would play against Furia.
Whatever happens, it will be a great final and you are in it, so congratulations one more time and good luck tomorrow.
All right, I'm here with Shiro. We're going to do an SSD setup right now. We're going to check out all your settings. The people at home, they've been asking for this one. They want to know, how does Shiro set up? Are you ready to take the world through your Counter-Strike setups?
Я не понимаю по-английски. Я не понимаю по-английски. Вообще не понимаю.
That's incredible.
I'm going to mousepad for like this, like Niko, you know?
Yeah.
If you remember when the video. But it's not like Niko, but it's comfortable when you new setup for these settings. Home I'm playing like this, I think. But LAN I can try to this, because not have more space. You can help me?
Yeah, I'll plug it in.
Nice.
This is a service ESL should provide, I think.
I need you when I...
It's me every time.
I have Razer keyboard. I'm change a lot of time to my keyboard, mouse, because I need to comfortable. If I'm not feeling good, I just change. When I start playing CS, I'm not change. I'm just play for one keyboard, one mousepad. But now I'm a lot of time to change because I need to feeling good, you know. It's just mental, I think. But mouse Zuvi, I'm playing half year. For Zuvi, it's okay for...
Which one is this one?
Mouse model U3DV. It's unreleased now.
Unreleased?
Yeah, unreleased now, but I hope 2 months and it's with...
It'll be public?
Yeah, mouse pads, it's same Zuvi.
Yeah.
But it's same unreleased. It's like Zuvi JSR first. Now it's impossible to buy Zuvi JSR first, and it's new mousepad, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, and I play same for half years, I think.
Okay.
For this mousepad.
So let me ask some questions. So with the keyboard, is that Huntsman V3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm changed for Krakow, Huntsman V3. Yeah.
Yes. So do you change the actuation point?
Yes, I have activation point, but I'm not playing in rapid trigger. It's so shit for op, you know?
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Too sensitive?
Yeah, I remember one tournament, Blastos in Major, when I play for rapid trigger. For op, it's so hard. I don't know how to play to Vitality in Zyvo playing for op with rapid trigger, but me it's so not good, you know? When I play for guns, not op, it's okay. It's okay, really. It's good mechanical keyboard, but for op, I play black bars. It's really hard for play. I'm playing free mouse for my career. It's first it's X35 M4. Pulsar X2 V2 Mini, Pulsar X2 V2 Medium, but now I'm just playing for this because it's good ergonomic for my hand.
Okay, nice. So what DPI do you use?
800.
800, okay.
Yeah,
what about the hertz?
Hertz, it's 100.
Okay. So in terms of how do you set up your table? What table height do you use?
I like ESL tournament because we have table for I can change for my high level, and I can bring 6, 7, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really. And after I'm going to close my monitor, like close for my mousepad.
Okay.
It's just comfortable. I can change if I'm not comfortable when I play. And I not play for glass. It's just yeah. It's
That's
so
just for the look. Huh?
yeah. It's for hard for play for computer. I don't know why.
Okay. You know, but you're sitting normally.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just maybe I can bring
the backrest.
And I just need to practice aimbots and I just change.
Adjusting.
Yeah.
Okay.
NVIDIA settings. I just going to NVIDIA and I put performance. Not going to 3D, 600 Hz. I can try to, now I'm playing use NVIDIA color settings for this.
Okay.
Aspect ratio GPU because it's black bars.
Yes.
I can put here for NVIDIA settings. I'm done. Yeah, I change mouse settings. But where? Additional mount, pointer. Yeah, I just, if we have this, I just going to down, but now it's good. And going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6, and apply.
That's the old school way of doing it, man.
Yeah.
Back before raw input was the thing, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
After I going to advanced display and change Hertz here.
Yes.
I don't know what is dynamic refresh rate, but in home I going to on, and when VS SSD stop it's on same. After I going to game mode settings and graphics, and I change, it's on, and I change here off. I put on, you know.
Okay.
It's just comfortable same because I'm a lot of time to change settings and for CS2 because it's new game and I don't know if I feeling good when I play. I just put on and but when I play CS:GO, I just put performance mode in NVIDIA and I just
that's it.
Yeah, it's just it. After I going to control panel. Oh fuck, it's not this. Control panel. Power options. If I have problem for tournaments when I play like micro lagging, I just put for balance.
Oh, and that fixes it?
Yeah, I think it's fixed. In home, I fix it, because when I play high performance, it's so bad for me, but maybe it's not problem, really.
Okay.
I just put FPS 1, black equalizers I change, but 10 is good. Color vibrance I put 20.
Nice.
But when I play Mirage, I change for 15 because it's so high.
Too orange.
Yeah. Low blue light 0. Gamma, this monitor I put gamma 2. Yeah, but home I play gamma 3. It's another
slightly different.
Yeah. Color, temperature, play user define and put default, you know.
Everything 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
Picture mode, it's Diag Premium, same brightness. Don't remember. I think this. Yeah, like. Contrast not change. Sharpness 9 on 10. I put high. Premium, so not good for me. I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay, that's it for the Zowie.
Going to video settings after.
Okay.
And CS2, I'm a lot of time to change. Now I'm playing in black bars.
Yes.
It's half years, same. After I go to advanced video, I'm a lot of time to change, but now I'm playing in all low and put for 8x MSA and global shadow quality high. It's all low. Model texture detail I can try to medium if I don't have see model when I pick, you know. With open, I try to change because it's not high resolution, and I can try to.
You can push it more.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in home I play low. I like full HD.
Yeah.
If I have position like ropes, I just go play full HD, you know. But I can't play full HD because it's so shit for op, you know.
Okay, fair enough.
But my recommend for watching video, you need to put stretched. It's really better.
Yeah?
Yeah. No need play black bars. It's stretched. It's so good.
But Shiro plays black bars, but recommends people play the donk resolution.
Yeah, it's
8 times, global shadow high, low, bilinear low, disable. Okay, nice.
Yeah, and maybe you can try to dynamic shadows sun only, but it's not good if you play ancient, you know.
Yeah, amen.
NVIDIA reflex, I put enabled. I try to disable it, enable it, but if you have Intel processor, it's another for AMD, you know. If you play enabled, but I not recommend enabled boost. I think for CS2 it's so not good, you know.
Okay.
It's just my practice when I play. I put the press post 2 because same I have nades for models.
To line up.
Yeah, line up. Telemetry, it's predict kill ragdolls. No.
Okay, you have all that off.
Yeah. Crosshair, I just put here and follow recoil. No. And I put KL crosshair style 4, drought line. I put 0, and I put crosshair 1. Yeah, like this. And I can try to thickness 0 onto 1.
Okay, so you have a thin crosshair.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's my crosshair.
Nice. And you just go with green?
Yeah.
Okay.
Green I can change. Blue I can change when I just play for official, you know, if it's
It doesn't
not good.
matter to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
One more what I change, avatars, but I don't remember. Animated avatars I put 0.
Yeah, because of FPS, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's distracting, sitting at the top of the screen.
Yes.
So you have the avatars on, but not the numbers. You know, like, okay. So you like the avatars at the top.
1.04.
Okay, and you're using 800 DPI, you said.
Yes.
So that's pretty normal.
Yes.
Right. That's on 400. That's around 2.
Yes.
So yeah. Okay.
After I going to aimbot.
So what did you say you used to bind zoom in? You said Z.
Yeah.
Okay, to go in and out on the radar.
Yes.
Okay, what do you use to jump?
Only keyboard.
Yes.
But it's not good for me now, and I put for scroll same.
Scroll down.
Yeah.
And spacebar. Your grenade binds. Do you have?
Yeah, I have bind X. I bind Molly. C. I have smoke.
Okay. And then 4 is to go through HE and flash.
Yeah.
Okay, so just 4.
Flash I can try to bind for T, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm not using, and I'm going to graffiti.
Okay. So what do you have a bind for changing between left and right hand?
No.
So you just stay right hand?
No. Yeah, only right, because left is so shit for me.
What about this one? Because they changed the AWP scope. Do you use the new AWP scope or the old?
No, old.
Old one?
Yeah, because it's new, it's not for me.
So you don't like this one?
No.
When you started playing with Zontix and Donk, and they hadn't played a lot of LAN events, you know, were you like, oh, you guys should do this, or you know, there's this thing something that would help them?
No, Donk going to SSD setup, just put default.
Just play.
Yeah, he's playing Shanghai Major video. Advanced video, he's playing NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency enabled, but Katowice he's playing disabled.
So it doesn't matter for him?
It doesn't matter, he's just playing.
Okay.
He's going to stretch it and going to put play. He's not have a lot of people who watching for Donk. He's have only default settings. He's not secret.
No
settings.
secrets with
Yeah,
Donk.
it's like same, you know. I hope my English.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
IEM goes through this one, guys. You want to go?
Let us see. Flashing?
No needs long, no needs. I am here, Raven. I flash B bomb.
I'm leaving you guys in stuff. I'm leaving you guys in stuff.
No need to smoke, no need to smoke.
Yeah, sure. Lower to res. I'm only lower. They're doing German.
Don't do anything long.
I don't sit on them. Matthew, hold. I will push you, okay? I can push B on this one.
We don't do Apex? What? Okay.
Not there.
I'm willing.
Yeah. Careful.
Careful actually before.
Yeah,
don't hear anything. Don't hear anything, careful.
One close mid. He's walking out, he doesn't know I'm mullet. You can help him, Matthew. Down. Could be out mid, okay?
2v.
Nice. That's above you guys.
No one mid. Up goes. They're pushing.
Yeah, let's see.
I can't stop you.
In the smoke. Go mid, one more mid.
Yes, mid tunnel. Nice! Yes. Yeah. Hey, chief fast mid, careful, careful, fast.
I'm blind. Stay.
Yes, stay.
I'll see. Yeah.
Too long.
Give me short already.
I'm pushing mid. I'm pushing mid.
They haven't run long yet.
Yeah, it's a general run.
Right.
Close mid.
You went lower. Yeah. They have longer.
IGL. Come, if you can, come.
No, I can't.
Relax, one.
Come in then.
Go. Could be in the car, smoke. Could be in the smoke. Could be in car. Careful, Robin.
Yeah,
when you pick.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, but it's still alone. Fuck it.
You flash long?
Yeah, but smoke. He has a second smoke. Nothing. Careful mid, Robin. Ramp. One ramp.
Yeah.
Robin,
Lower, guys, can be lower.
Robin, just go to this and hold lower. I will there.
After mid push.
They doubled Molly long.
No one.
Five
They're 5 long.
One shot. I'm coming with you, lower. That's right.
Yeah. I'm waiting for Dan.
Yeah. Running up.
Pick with me, Veto.
Coming, wait.
They're not smoking long or anything.
I'm waiting mid if you break.
Come in lower now. Yeah, I'm waiting for you.
I don't see mid.
They're not smoking long, boys. Care short.
Yeah, careful shots. Second smoke B.
Second smoke B. They full block B.
I don't see anyone.
I think we can end B. They flash close long.
They shouldn't have smokes on B.
Come,
let's take shot. Yeah. Guys, we're gonna finish VP. Okay. One close city. Flash. Careful right side.
I think one maybe now.
I jump up.
I'm getting the bomb.
Molly. Yes, I give you my molly and I do flash.
They
Don't molly, I
long
flash
now.
at the same time.
Molly long.
I flash. Nice, okay, VP. Over that. Nice. Okay.
Go back to VP.
Yeah, let's go VP. Let's go VP.
B.
Yeah. I give you my smoke. Yeah.
Matty, you'll have to give me your smoke, okay? I'll go back to T1. Care long push now. I leave.
Yes. Be close. Guys, 40 seconds, we need to go fast.
Yes.
A shot.
Guys, check everything B.
Give me smoke.
I'm gonna pick B now.
Yes, I will check on the left. Robin, I'll check on the left and then I will clear. One more B.
Let's go. Let's shoot.
Don't see C1. Don't see car.
Take car.
Don't see car. Don't see anyone.
Yeah, B.
Care fast on the blind.
Yeah. I'm addicted to them.
I'm on the window, anti-flash. Careful window.
One cross B. Careful lower.
Cross mid, pushing mid. Call.
I flash mid.
Top mid.
Demolish lower.
Really close to me.
I'm flashing B.
He's donk one.
I peek with you.
Flash.
They flash peek. Still, he's going back.
Yeah,
they smoke suicide.
He could be lower.
I'm peeking back. Suicide to me.
Chill, guys, just chill. Yeah, no, we're chilling here.
Could be kiss.
Okay, I'm peeking kiss.
Close lower.
Flash coming. Peeking. He went back. He's still donk. Still flash out.
And one was lower mid.
Can flash donk if you want to.
We need to clear out.
I will flash shot. Flash donk and I will flash shot for Sarah.
Careful kiss. Careful suicide.
Don't kiss. Could be suicide.
Robin, flash now, Robin.
Yeah, flashing now. I flash shot.
Flash mid also. Careful shot. I flash shot for low. Careful long now. Careful long. One mid. Careful long.
Yes.
We'll do B split inside. Get the bomb, bro. We will smoke B split and we do it. Yeah. Me to B.
I back up in B.
Yeah. Then we'll flash shot.
Good shot.
Nice. One more B to B.
Wait. I'm really shot. Wait, fuck it.
Carry push mid. I'm ready to smoke me to B. You ready, boys?
Yeah. You flash us down. Ready? Smoke. Flashing.
Second.
Nice. One more B.
Car maybe. Or C1.
Go close left. I go down.
Okay, push it down. Yes, low.
I smoke down.
He's really low.
Yeah, close. Let's say
One is B.
Nice! Oh, they were all...
One is car.
Care long.
What is it, Robin?
Shah, you give me your smoke.
Yes. All good. And we'll just run here, Robin. Let's do it insta, guys. We need to do it fast. There is smoke tunnel.
That blocked again.
That's smoke on tunnel. They don't have any more, so...
Maybe one more.
Care long push again.
I'll molly C2 when you go. Yeah. You need to do pressure somewhere.
I'm ready to smoke.
Yeah, I will after. I'm waiting.
But I will go on the left also. Yeah.
Okay, I will clear left side. Yeah, you can smoke now.
Wait, don't pick.
Wait.
Smoke.
Second.
One each other. That's C2. I'm flashing.
Side and I see one side.
Side.
He's on you.
Side. And CT probably.
Molly window.
Good.
For the retake
Nice
first.
front.
One more molly metal. Window close. Flash on me.
I have 4 bullets. K-car.
Nobody's holding window.
Let's go.
AFK. I'm window. I'm hiding. Tu t'as une mollo après. Y'a pas de kit. Peut-être en fait.
Matthew! Sick, guys! Sick, Matthew!
Take round.
Go, boys. Come on, bro.
Yeah, tell us if we can be lower. No lower, no. Okay.
Doing nothing long as well. Casual, really
casual. Flash for short. Yeah, I will. Go for it when you can.
I'm flashing long, delayed.
Go mid.
They're sitting on some B.
Low mid. I'm only close short.
I'm coming there.
Only one molly. 31. Molly the Xbox. Molly as well. Can you molly short again, Robin?
Yeah.
I smoke middle.
Close long.
I smoke middle again. I have a flash. You will flash twice? Oh, no.
I'm anti-flash long.
We're gonna go back long now.
I'm flaming. PM. They might be fighting from it. Yes, I'm gonna molly left side doors.
Okay, can do it.
I'm gonna molly down.
But do you want flash first and then we can sneak before in the middle? Yeah, get the bomb. There is smoke mid. There is smoke what? There is smoke mid. Let's wait a bit. We can flash. No, wait. Let's wait a bit. Careful short there.
Holding long.
31.
I'll give you my smoke
City and low middle left side. Robin smoke mid faded. If you want, you can go.
I'm with you.
Okay. Flash Batu. Let's pick middle.
Off corner. Okay, close.
I think he's alone. I pick City.
Yeah.
I pick A. Don't see City, don't see Carl. Voiture, Matu, je saute. I think we pick mid to B. Ouais, I'm ready.
Go short, boys.
I can short on the swing.
Get close to you guys. Two shot.
Above. Nice. I didn't see City. I will block shot after. You can stay behind. Mid. Another smoke.
Okay, close City. He's City.
Think close that. I don't see City.
I'm gonna wait, Matthew.
Yeah. Tell me when you pick together. When you're ready to pick together. Robin.
Tell me. 3, 2, 1, searching.
Nice!
Nice,
Let's go!
It was sick. Over, bro. Thank you.
The first round, I don't hear anything now.
I'm holding if they try to sneak it, so they smoke mid now.
Yeah, they molly shot. Wait a bit. Yeah, I will need lower soon. Lower close. I need lower. Yeah, I'm only close lower as well.
He's close.
Aided me short.
Ready.
Could be long.
I'm staying close down.
Come short in Matu.
Spam.
I'm ready to flash.
Yes. Wait. After smoke, flash.
Guys, I don't have long. If they do molly, I
flash now.
Flashing well.
Don't see. Close.
Short.
Gonna kill me. I come back.
Okay, speak short if you want.
They know we two left side.
Two short. I'm on the flash Matu.
I flash mid.
William, can you flash deep shot down? Flash shot. Yes, I will. That two. Nice. One more up. Watch me.
Bomb. I can flash long. Flashing.
Hop. No one long. Upper catwalk.
Came to be. They can take the bomb.
No.
Okay. I'm on it.
Yeah, I'm fucking stuck.
Guys, I'm leaving the... I'm losing.
I have your beat.
No. Not.
It's on the way.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm leaving. Let's play safe.
Everyone.
Lock the one. Pushing through. Don't pick on me. I'm
not pushing through yet.
I'm holding Fever, Robin. He has to go short. It's coming mid.
Nice, boys!
I know them. They did not prep this map that well. They don't prep 5 maps.
They're gonna lose to themselves.
Guys, they will have the pressure to finish. We just need to be calm. Just need to play well again.
Ross's attention's been drawn elsewhere. Free frag, taps his head. Zywu up against it. Can he come up clutch? Kicks as low as well. A clean click. Oh no. Zywu's doing it. Magic stabilizes. Oh, and Flames, the first one, not looking. Oh, Magisk. Monacy makes that short-lived. Good from Kingston. Oh, Menzi from Flames. It's all theirs. Another Falcons round. Never before has a team slain the Giant, taken the bonus, denied
coming to Melbourne, it was an opportunity that we never thought the start of the season would be given to us. We come into a chance to be able to win the Grand Slam. I think when we won Cologne, it was like, okay, maybe we can win a couple of tournaments and get close to it, but you never think so far down the line, okay, now we bring in Rops and now is our chance, now is our time to be able to get things rolling, and now we're here at Melbourne given the opportunity to be able to win the gold bar and put ourselves in the history books.
Actually, we were not really focused about the win streak. For us, we take mostly as a bonus. For us, it was really important to bring good mood, to bring like good energy during this final.
I'm very excited to be playing with Niko again. I mean, I haven't played in a lot of teams in my career, and the only team I played it was in Navy Junior Academy and in G2. I mean, I didn't expect myself to leave G2. Just some weird feeling came with some day, and I felt like I need some change. I feel like when you have this feeling, you just need to do something with that.
The other guys on the team had a bit of concerns how long it's going to take for Ilya to fit into the system, but I told them I think it's just going to be very natural for us to just get him on the team and implement him with everything that we have.
1, 2, 3,
First event, we had literally no practice at all, and it's amazing to have him by my side.
Very happy to see him on the left side of me. We could be losing 10-2 or 11-5, doesn't matter. And I felt like we can always come back, and that feeling was very, very nice.
Father, I have a problem. An addiction. I can't stop myself. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike, and it's full of sinners. But speak openly.
Then I shall. I know nothing about Counter-Strike.
Fear not. Your colleagues doesn't know much either.
But what if I call an ace a pentakill? Or even worse, a deagle a sheriff?
All will be forgotten. But just remember, that mic is always on.
That one time, Father. I never thought they'd do me like that.
Tread carefully, James. If that happened to you at Blast, only God knows what can happen to you here. Believe me.
Believe me? Addiction is not easy to overcome. I've been trying not to tweet about my weight loss journey for quite some time. But isn't 3 hours too long?
The devil's pool is strong.
Yes, Father. He sits heavily on my shoulder, whispering in my ear. Give them what they want. Give them another hot take.
Gluttony. The worst of all my sins. I've taken the ESL bag. I've taken the HLTV org bag. The Valve bag. I've even taken the Blast bag. Am I a sellout, Father? Should I give up the bag?
Fool.
I'm sorry, Father. I really am.
Never give up the bag.
Father?
Here. Please.
Thank you, Father.
Tom, if you ever need me, you can always reach out to me at sponsorships@fallinggear.com.
It's momentarily gotten a little more quiet, Hugo, so we can hear ourselves think. We're here on the ground in the Famassi Arena. It's ahead of that big Furia Vitality semi-final. It's starting to pick up a little bit, as you guys can hear. But Hugo, we'll talk briefly about Fantasy because we've been waiting for our guys to play.
Yeah, you better keep it brief. We don't have a lot of time before we wait to see Furia take on to this very stage. And we both banked on Furia here, Harry. We both got a lot of Furia players in our roster. Can you blame us? Guaranteed 2 more arena games, one way or another. They'll be here tomorrow, so will everyone else. I'm currently winning in Fantasy after that first round, but I think today we're both winning, Harry.
We are both winning. It's hard to not feel like you're winning. Listen to this, man. Listen to what's going on. This is like an hour before the game. It's this crazy in here. So look, man, it's going to be Vitality, but they're up against thousands of Brazilians. That's what they've got to contend with. We're winning no matter what, really.
Yeah. Best of luck to Vitality, best of luck to us, and best of luck to your eardrums. Go play Fantasy on Collectshot.gg.
Sid,
how's it going?
Doing good. In group stage, I asked you if Furia has something prepared for the arena. I did not expect this. No one expected this. What's up with that?
I mean, I couldn't spoil it, but it was hard for me to give any hint on it. But yeah, we had it planned, and very emotional day for all of us. Very emotional day for all of Counter-Strike world, and yeah.
How much have you known for? How long?
2 weeks, I think. But the announcement I heard only this week.
What does this emotion do to you guys? Because obviously this was very emotional moment on the stage. Everyone was crying. It was strong. Right now you have to play the best team in the world. Like, obviously everyone was sad, but right now, how do you channel that into something special?
I mean, it adds an extra factor, not really an extra pressure, but an extra factor in terms of, I mean, we already have the home crowd here. We already have these crazy loud fans cheering for us, and knowing that this year will be the last opportunity for Fallen to win a tournament in Brazil, I mean, it adds us this extra factor that we need to do it for him, yeah.
All right, let's make the first step. Semifinals on the way. Good luck and see you on the stage.
Hopefully, hope.
Vitality are indeed back in the building. I'm going to grab Rops for a few words. Yesterday, Rops, I'm not sure whether you're aware, but you set another streak, right, in terms of those consecutive top 4 appearances. Did you know that? And does it even matter to you at this point?
Oh, we all knew that, yeah, of course. It was a bit disappointing to not do it already in the groups against Falcons. So, yeah, we really wanted it. We wanted to, you know, make sure we have that set in stone and have us as number 1. But, yeah, it's cool. It's a cool streak.
Did you watch the other semi-final that was just going down right now between Falcons and Spirit?
I caught some glimpses of it. Obviously, we were doing some preparation, but yeah, very, very interesting match. Obviously, Spirit showed up. Not much else to say, I think. Yeah.
And a final question. Obviously, we all saw what was happening with Fallen on stage yesterday, announcing his retirement at the end of the year. I was just curious as to your emotions with that, because he's been a player that's been around for so long in Counter-Strike.
Hey, it's always interesting. It's like a, you know, end of an era in a way. That's you have so much respect for these kinds of players, and now is the time many of them are stepping down or will be stepping down, and you know he's one of the greats. So it's a sad thing, but you know it's a very respectful thing to also have a career like that, and you know all your peers have that kind of respect.
Either way, very excited for you to go head-to-head with him today. Thank you so much, Rops. Good luck.
I'm standing here with Fallen. Yesterday, this stage was filled with one of the strongest emotions in your career. Right now, you have to play the best team in the world. What is going on in your head? You have to describe it somehow.
Hello, everyone. Yesterday was an amazing day. I'm glad that I did it yesterday, because if I was going to play on the same day, it would be very tough. Very emotional, of course. Very glad to see everyone else's reaction, all the comments. A lot of people that were part of my life sent me messages, and I'm going to get back to you guys very fast, but I have a match to play first, and it's going to be amazing to play Vitality. As I said, day 246, and I have a game against the best team ever in my home country. It's a great life to live.
When you saw what Vitality did to Navi yesterday in the quarterfinal, does that change maybe a little bit of your approach? How do you even match that individually? Because what they did was extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, when we have Zayu playing all cylinders, it's always going to be super difficult to whoever is playing then against, and he's often there, but sometimes he's way beyond, right? I think yesterday was one of those days where when he's playing like that, it's very difficult, but I have hopes that Molodai can counter him. Last part of the last year, we were able to beat them sometimes, win 4 tournaments, and part of that is because Molodai was able to match Zayu input in the game. So it is a crucial part, but in the end, it's going to be a team game. There's many things that can happen in a Counter-Strike match. I think we need to take risks, we need to play well together, coordinate stuff, and hope for the best.
Ready to repeat that Chengdu performance against them?
Hopefully, that would be a dream scenario. Everything will happen. Have everyone here cheering for us. Amazing arena, amazing atmosphere. All we can do is sit there, try to not be too pressure, even though it's impossible to not feel a little bit, and make sure we're listening to each other and try to compliment each other as much as we can. That's the secret to beat anyone.
It was really hard to do this interview with all the noise in the arena, but any fighting words towards Vitality that you want to just say?
Fighting words?
Fighting words.
Apex is our main villain, right? I love playing against Apex. I have so much respect for what they have been doing. When it comes to the games, we are enemies for 2 hours and a half, and then we get back to being colleagues and being great co-workers. You know, it's going to be a great game. I hope not going to give Apex to sign everyone here. That's my main goal here. We're going to make sure we take count of that.
Thank you so much for this, and good luck in this semifinal.
Well, this is the big one, and I do mean that arena filling right on up proper. A semifinal. It's got Furia and Vitality toe-to-toe. Man, it must be Christmas in April. Isn't that right, Jacob Pimp-Vinicky?
It sure is right. You know, a big matchup, obviously on home turf for Fallen as well. One final chance to get something done in Rio at home turf. So, yeah, a lot of stake right here. Now, obviously for Vitality, there's still the $1 million on the line as well at DSL Grand Slam. So I think there's a lot of different storylines to attack heading into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot on the line for both teams and the circumstances in which they're playing, right? Obviously for Vitality, chasing that Grand Slam and having to play against a Brazilian team in Brazil, right? But on the other side of things, for Furia, also having to do that, but now under the circumstance of Fallen announcing his retirement yesterday, right? And knowing that this is going to be the last time he gets to play in front of the home crowd, the last opportunity he will get to lift a trophy in Brazil, right? And I think we saw yesterday as well how much that meant, how much he means to just everyone out there, right? And how much he has done for Brazil.
I mean, he's single-handedly driven the South American Counter-Strike project in my mind. I remember when I was with Cloud9 and he had brought the Kaboom guys over and everybody was just playing. They wanted to play all day, all the time. And you try telling that to North American players who, you know, they have a hard time playing matches at 10 a.m. sometimes. So
yeah, you're right. You know, in terms of impact and cultural impact, which I guess is a buzzword as well. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I know what it's like playing Counter-Strike in South America, what it's like growing up in Brazil and starting to play Counter-Strike, but he did come to Europe, and not only has he inspired the entirety of the European scene, but I can only imagine that is tenfold, you know, at home in terms of inspiring a new generation. I don't think I've ever heard a Brazilian player say anything bad about Fallen, saying that they wouldn't want to play with him, they wouldn't want to have the chance of getting to explore his mind and learn from him. So in that regard, if you want to use the buzzword, you know, cultural impact, I find it very hard to mention any player in the history of Counter-Strike who's done more for the game, not only regionally where he comes from, but even, you know, internationally coming into Europe.
Let's talk about some of those numbers. I mean, we're talking about an impressive pedigree here. A two-time major champion, way back when.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, you know.
Okay, I thought you were going to list.
I was going to go down the list, but it's so long, I can't possibly do it all by myself.
There's a lot, I mean, that goes on there. He is the highest-rated player that was an IGL, right, ranked second in 2017, in 2016. I think also the major trophies, obviously, building a Brazilian team, you know, to being the best team in the world. No IGL has won more MVP trophies at S-tier tournaments as well. You know, that 2016-2017 SK/LG team was one of the best that we've had. They brought a unique style with the slow pace, default, being patient, especially in clutches, you know, revolutionize how those sorts of rounds are being played. But even outside of that, if you zoom out just in terms of Brazil, you know, from holding lessons to people, building a matchmaking platform, right? Like being an inspiration to so many. And people remember the LG SK days. I mean, early on, they were all living in Ricardo's house, 3 guys sleeping on one mattress, right? Flasha and the community is helping them out so they can go to Europe and actually attend the tournament and play, right? And they didn't take anything for granted. They show what it means to fight and to earn it for yourself. And from those humble beginnings, you know, they became some of the biggest names we've had in our game. And while others have faded and, you know, fallen off in a way. He just persisted, and even though there were a couple of last dances by now, I think we're all happy that he's getting, you know, one last ride with a roster that's competitive and that he can actually win with and has an opportunity to end his career on a high.
To me, that's the most impressive thing about all the impressive stuff about Fallen, the adversity as well, because you're right in saying that it wasn't always great. You know, him joining Team Liquid didn't really turn out the way everyone would have liked it to. The Last Stand projects as well weren't necessarily any impressive. His time in Imperial, what did he go 4 years without winning a trophy as well? And he still kept fighting, still kept believing. And as you said, now all of a sudden he finds himself in Furia. They bring in Molodoi, they bring in Yakinda. People from the outside laugh at it, you know, say, yeah, that's not going to bring you back to relevance. And all of a sudden, as you said, he finds himself in a position where not only did he start to win trophies again, but he also kind of gave Quesarado the luxury of winning trophies with him. You know, another player that has had a long career where you know, trophy and the accolades never really attributed his name. So I think, you know, the ability to have such a long career from 1.6 to, he even played a CS, what is it called, Counter-Strike Source tournament, you know, when I was playing back in the days at Copenhagen Games, where he said the game was not as bad as everyone from 1.6, you know, thought it was. Coming into CSGO, coming into CS2, he outlived all of us almost, and as you said, he's still in a position right now where it's not ridiculous to say that Furia is probably going to win a trophy before he retires.
And for all the accolades, you know, and accomplishments on the server, he is one of the nicest and kindest people you will ever meet, right? And have the benefit of knowing, right? His time, the time that we spent together on MIBR is some of my fondest memories in Counter-Strike, right? I learned so much about the game from watching him work and how he operates and also how he treats other people and his teammates. Like, there's not a single, he isn't going to shut down a single idea. He'll listen to everyone, try to implement everything that he can to make his teammates comfortable. And I mean, it's all these qualities that made him such a great leader. And it's why you saw all those people with tears in their eyes, right? He's more than a Counter-Strike player to all those people. He's someone who they grew up watching, someone who's one of the big reasons why there are tournaments this big happening in Brazil pretty much every year now.
Yeah, the inspiration, right? Like the driving force over there. And oftentimes we find ourselves in a day and age where people don't get their flowers when you get the opportunity to give them their flowers. And this is the most appropriate and the most proper way to give Fallen his.
And it's a unique thing we're experiencing, right? Because he's announcing his retirement at the end of the year. So, you know, he's talking about, what is it now, 246 days that are left. And, you know, we'll see how Furia deals with all that today, right? I mean, we saw his players. Molodoi is in tears, right? I mean, Quesarado and Yuri, he wanted to play with them in 2019. They had to wait a long time to play together, but he's such a huge name, and that's a lot of pressure to deal with. Like, you're his teammate at the last event he's going to play in his own country, right? Like, you're going to obviously want to give everything you can for you to win this game today and potentially win tomorrow, but that's just a lot of pressure that you have to deal with.
It's very hard for me to stand here and be cynical, but it's also a bit of a, I wouldn't say gamble, but it's a big statement for Furia as well, that you're giving him and allowing him, I guess, to announce that retirement. Because, yeah, one thing is, you know, what does it mean to Fallen? I think we all agree that he's a fantastic inspiration, a great player, and a guy we're lucky to get to know. But in terms of Furia and their future as well, you have Molodoi, you have a team that has to function after Fallen retires as well. At what point does it start to play in the other player's mind that, hey, whenever we practice right now, we're practicing with a player that's not going to be around? So I'm sure that's going to be communicated more in terms of his future. Maybe he's transitioning into becoming involved in Furia, whether that being as a coach, as a general manager, or whatever that may be, you know. But I think there needs to be a clear-cut, some sort of communication in terms of making sure that the future of Furia is not wasting their time, unquote, you know, by playing with a guy that is retiring.
Well, it's kind of similar to the Falcons, right? Like with Kixon on his way out, Kerrigan coming in, and the idea that, yeah,
similar, but not at all.
Not at all. But in a sense that you're playing with a little less pressure. Like, there are changes imminent. Like, you know what's coming.
I don't think so. Not today, man. Because we talked about Brazilian teams never winning in Brazil, you know, going all the way back to 2016 and that SK lineup and Pro League in Sao Paulo, right? So I think you could even hear in this interview with Stiko, like with Fallen, he's just overwhelmed with emotions. Like, he's just buzzing, right? And it's hard to deal with all that. So that's why, for me, I think like this game can go either incredibly well or horribly wrong. I don't necessarily see a middle ground in it, because yeah, there's a lot going on outside of the server. Ultimately, it comes down to what happens on the server, and Fallen is the one who's responsible to call the game, right? To come up with ways to outplay Vitality, to give his teammates opportunities and options to adapt during the game, to be on point, right? And for everyone else, obviously, to execute also on a high level, to not burn out in this desire to deliver Fallen, you know, a victory and an opportunity to fight for the trophy tomorrow.
And then obviously, you know, speaking of buzzing, it doesn't help that Falcons beat Vitality. By then, the first game he has to play after announcing his retirement is against Vitality. You know, the undoubtedly best team in the world right now, the team that everyone is looking towards to figure out a way how to close the gap. So I'm not saying it would have been, actually I am saying it would have been easier for Furia to play a team like Falcons or Spirit in a game like this, going up against Vitality in a game where there's so much going on in terms of emotions, pressure, no pressure, you name it. It's just a difficult one for them to figure out.
Honestly, I think I disagree solely for the reason they have a better chance of beating them in a best of 3 than in a best of 5. Right, like so.
We got you.
So in that sense, right, you'd rather meet them in the semi-final, and as if there was still any records for Vitality to break with that win yesterday against Navi. Now they've surpassed the Astralis lineup in terms of top 4 streaks, going at 20 at this point in time.
That's a team who only attends the big tournaments as well. You know, they don't sugarcoat it. They don't go to some of the smaller tournaments. You have never seen
Vitality at this last time.
Yeah, well,
outside of Blast Bounty.
Yeah, that too, maybe, haha. But also the Dracolands, you know. So yeah, it's just amazing. And for them to be in this position, Vitality, that is, you know, we've speculated, was it an issue that they had to start in a quarterfinal? Was it an issue that they perhaps didn't play their best brand of Counter-Strike in the group stage? I think we got a clear-cut answer yesterday that is not an issue whatsoever for Vitality. They don't care.
Yeah, we're going to find out. And it's exciting to see how Vitality brings that sort of intensity into the game, right? We know what's on the line here. We know where we're at in terms of the stage and yes, the crowd and everything going on into it. But both of these teams really want to vie for this trophy. And in doing so, Queserado v Rops, what does that set us up for?
Sets us up for 2 players who obviously play a vital role for their respective team. I'd say Queserado to me is... He's the backbone of this Furia lineup. He's the one player I can count on every single time. Even when it goes up, when it goes down, even in a period where Furia haven't been playing too well in 2026, Queserado has been doing a stellar job. And last year when they were winning trophies as well, when Molodor is popping off, when Yakinda is slightly overperforming, at least to what I expected, then he's also playing well. So in that regard, he's Mr. Consistent. To me, he's the backbone of Furia and most definitely a player that is needed tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The cornerstone of that lineup. And on the other side, you have Rops, who did the unthinkable. He managed to win an MVP over Zaiwu at a tournament, right? And someone who also at some of their tournament wins, he's like been average for his standards because there wasn't much for him to do. Like Flames, he was lights out, finding openings all the time. So he's just on cleanup duty, really not having to do all that much. And that's the luxury that Vitality has, right? Like, so many players that can step up at different times, such a good team in terms of tactical approach, right, utility usage and everything else that doesn't make them rely on the individuals. Like, oh, if these guys don't show up, we're done. But then you have games like yesterday when they do, and there's just nothing that the opponents can do when Zaiwu has 30 kills in 20 rounds.
And the difference, and we've already highlighted the idea of a best of 3 versus a best of 5, what that looks like here. But in reality, their last confrontations went the way of what? You guys tell the story about that.
Yeah, I think, the last couple of times that they met, it was obviously in Vitality's favor. The grand final in Krakow, Furia won the opening map with a really strong CT side, and then it was the reverse sweep from that point on from Vitality. And in that final, Furia struggled mostly on their T sides. Like, they couldn't really get anything going.
Yeah, and it's a bit worrisome to me to see the maps as well being played out, knowing that Furia as of recently have struggled a bit on Mirage, which was the one map, that you could go up against Vitality and say you have a realistic chance of beating them. Vitality have shown, at times a bit of weakness on Mirage, but I don't think that's the case when you go up against Furia, who also have shown their own struggles. So it is, a matchup that was played in Chengdu as well. I think Stuku said it as well, what do you need to do in order to replicate that kind of performance? I'll be completely honest, that Furia was the best playing Furia that we probably have ever seen. That was a Furia who, emerged into the scene and immediately became the favorite for the major. And that's not the Furia Furia we've seen in 2026 so far. There's been a couple of reasons for that, but Molodoi being one, not performing at the same level. Fallen even said it right here, he banks on him, he counts on Molodoi to be able to counter Saivu or at least put up a match against him. But I will say the silver lining for me of this tournament is that Yuri has started to perform better and Yakinda has started to perform better. And those were the two players I would have highlighted who's dropped the most in individual output in 2026 so far. So maybe they're turning it around.
Maybe they are. Maybe we find out what maps we're going to play in this best of 3 semi.
Yeah, also the Chengdu final was the last time we saw Ancient let through, right? It's a permaban for both teams, but from that point on, Vitality was getting rid of it. And I think that's a good decision. Like, they don't need that risk, and here they go again, leaving it through, banning Mirage. Furia don't veto Dust 2. Instead of that, they go for the Inferno ban. So do we just see the Dust 2 pick overpass from Vitality? These are curveballs after curveballs after curveballs. And what is the pick for Furia? Ancient. So they do go for that punish. I wonder with the extra time, have they worked on it? Have they prepped it? This is absolute chaos.
That's a crazy veto. You have
Nuke Decider, of course.
Dust, yeah, what? Yeah, they have to. Dust 2. Furia is giving Dust 2
That's
to Vitality.
crazy.
This veto is the most...
After the first two, I thought the beginning of this veto was the craziest part. Apparently, the end is even crazier.
Are we sure that's correct? Like, are we... that is crazy. That is correct. I love the fact that Furia are picking Ancient, but I also do think that it could be a potential trap. If I'm Vitality, allowing Ancient is a statement. Again, I know what you're saying, that they don't have to. It's a bit of a gamble, but they must have been working on it, and they're preparing it for the major, surely.
First of all, I did not expect this. Second of all, let's roll it back to the last time this happened between these two teams, right? So there's a couple of things that go into this Ancient. For Vitality, they have not played it like ever. Zaivu and Apex never played Ancient. Like, they've been together for the entire time. They've been banning it, never played it professionally up until those games. Robs obviously played it on his teams. Flames, I think, a little bit. Mezzi as well, right? On the side of Furia, you have all players that have played Ancient previously on their teams. Yakinda are very proficient on it. Liquid used to love it. I think some of the other Brazilians also before they've played it. So it's not the same on an individual level, right? First, there's the discrepancy there. And the biggest problem I had was, Vitality is the best team in the world. Like, why are they taking the risk? Why are you taking the chance? Like, what's the benefit of this for you in the long term, right? Like, I think it's such a huge risk for them.
So maybe we can find out. Hold on a second, Jacob, because I'm understanding that we've got some words from Apex about this veto in particular. Let's check it out.
Explain yourself.
I'm probably going to have to shout a lot in this one because this crowd is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Apex, you've played Furia in a lot of high-stakes matchups over the past 6 months. You won in Krakow, they won in Chengdu. Do you think Furia right now is closer to the Krakow version or the Chengdu version?
To be honest, I don't know, but the sure thing is this crowd will help them. They're already crazy right now. That's fun to hear such a good support from Brazil. I'm speechless. Those guys are crazy and really behind the team, so it's lovely to see.
Speaking of crazy things, let's talk about the veto, shall we? I feel like we're getting a little bit of a throwback to Chengdu. Obviously, this is a best of 3, though. The fact that Furia pick into that Ancient, you don't ban it out. Tell me about that logic from you guys.
Well, we talked about it yesterday, and we knew it would be a possibility. So yeah, it's a bit surprising, I guess, for people, but it's not a surprise for us. So let's see how both teams gonna play on that one, and I think it's gonna be funny.
How much work have you been putting in on Ancient?
So what do you say?
How much work have you been putting in on Ancient?
Let's see. Only the server will answer.
Of course, we can see just how much it means to the crowd, right? The fact that Fallen announced yesterday that he will retire at the end of this year. Can you just tell me some of your memories with him and what this means for the Counter-Strike community?
I have a lot of respect for Fallen. We played each other for more than 10 years. I remember the first time we played each other was at EWC in 2014. And he's in legend of the game, and look what he did. It's thanks to him that those people are that crazy. So yeah, it's such a crazy career and crazy.
And this is where things get kind of hard for you, right? Because if you beat Furia here, this puts an end to Fallen's last ever trophy run in Brazil. How do you feel about that?
We have something to chase as well. I will be sad for him because I guess he deserved it. But I just want me to not focusing on what they're feeling, is focusing on what we have to do, and that's it.
You like being the villain. Do you like being the villain this much?
Yeah, it's funny. They're a lot against me. They already had my welcome music, my welcome thing. But that's rare. I mean, I knew it.
Apex, really appreciate it. Good luck.
Yeah, Fallen's last trophy versus ESL Grand Slam. I mean, I get it, Apex. Y'all got something to win, too.
I don't know, man. I'm still thinking about this Veto. I hated it in Chengdu, and I hate it even more now because it's a best of 3. Like, now you have even fewer opportunities to do it. Like, I know they've been struggling on Mirage. I know Apex on T-side hasn't been feeling really great with his calling, and last time they had a bad T-side against them on Mirage, but it's... Furia is not a world beater on Mirage. No. I don't even know if that would have been their pick if the map is in the pool, right? Like maybe just because of the win rate for Vitality, but they're not a great Mirage team. They haven't had a ton of success lately on Mirage. If anything, it's been a weakness for them, right? So to leave Ancient in for Mirage out of all maps is just puzzling to me.
It is crazy, and it's crazy when you think of the stakes that is at hand right here. It's not a group stage game. It's a semi-final.
And don't be fooled by this 100% win rate for Vitality. That was against Aurora, another team that perma-bans Ancient. That was in a seeding game in Krakow, and that was Zaiwu having like 70 kills over 4 overtimes. That's what it took for Vitality to get that one win and beat Aurora.
Only reasonable explanation I can think of, you know, because I agree with you. I'm not a big fan of it, but now they have a chance to prove us wrong, I guess. But the only reasonable explanation must be that they've been working on that map for quite some time now. Maybe after Train going out of the mix, you know, slowly but surely in practice, the limited practice they've had, because they go from tournament to tournament, then they went on a break, then they come back. So it must be, you know, them setting themselves up for having Ancient as part of their map pool for the major. But I'll be completely honest, they don't need it, and they sure as hell don't need to flash it and flex it in a semi-final when the ESL Grand Slam is on the line as well. If they lose this game, then sure, they can win it at another time, but that's a missed opportunity.
On the other side, I love it for Furia, right? That they just went immediately with the pick. And honestly, I think it made their lives a bit easier, hoping that they sort of took this scenario into account. If they were completely surprised by it, well, then I'm not sure how they're going to look on the map. But I was looking at the Veto, I'm like, what could they even pick? Yeah. You know, like if Vitality Veto's Ancient, like there's not much for them to go. Like sure, Mirage, right? But that wouldn't have been an ideal option from their side. Vitality has been struggling on it, but so have they. So for now, you get a sort of freebie. All right, they left Ancient. Let's go for the punish.
It's a way of evening out the playing ground.
Let's kind of focus on what you were talking about here, Jacob, in the idea that there are some players elevating themselves a little bit further here in Rio. And I'm talking about the likes of Yukinder and Yuri for the Furia side.
Yeah, and they're vital. You know, I think they're much needed in a game like this, and much needed to bring Furia back to the level that we saw late 2025. I kind of made the point when they were playing as well as they were to the beginning that they kind of slightly overperformed, at least to my understanding of where I'd expected Yukinder to be at. Yuri, the CT sides he had, the way he was playing anchor roles in late 2025 was seeing Yuri back at his absolute best. Then he went off to a bit of a slow start here in 2026, but in this specific tournament, he's been firing on all cylinders, so that's a massive win condition for them. Yukinder is important to Furia for a lot of different reasons. Not only the output on the server, the stats, the rating, whatever. To me, that doesn't really matter too much. He's such a big voice within the team. We heard it from voice clips. He likes to take over sometimes from Fallen, have a lot of ideas, and he strikes me as the player that is functioning a lot better than when he's finding success individually. His ideas, his initiative, his calling is also significantly better. So to me, sure, you talk about Molodor, you talk about Queserado, but having those two as your support cast, playing well and being the two highest rated player for your team so far, that's a massive win condition for Furia.
Yeah, and I think for Yukinder, looking at the Veto and Overpass being the first map, like that's where he will be instrumental. You know, he's so aggressive on that CT side, like going for fights. That's where Furia is going to start. And then even on the T side, creating that space again on the rifle towards A. He has to have a good game if Furia is going to have a chance of taking down Vitality.
Yeah, Yukinder is poised to be that guy to find the holes in the defense, right? You know, he's trying to slip through the net, essentially. Jacob, is that right?
Yeah, and Yuri on the other side of things, like this is his best tournament by far, you know, in a long time, right? This year hasn't been great compared to the end of last year. He was so strong on those anchor positions, especially on a map like Inferno, playing Pit, also on Mirage towards the A bomb site, right? And it's been a bit of a struggle to kick off 2026, but yeah, this tournament, he's their highest rated player. So an absolute resurgence from him, and if he can continue to have this sort of a performance, perhaps we can have a game on our hands.
That leaves just Molodoj, you know, as the question mark to me, because we saw what he was able to do in late 2025, and by some maybe slightly overrated. You know, I know there were conversations saying that he was, you know, much better than Monesi, and we should just wait and see. He's also had to figure out a way to elevate himself, and if people remember when Torsi came in as well, joining Mouse in the beginning, he also played lights out in the beginning, and then, you know, you slowly but surely you get figured out. You know, if people start to study you, people start to look at the way you play, and then you have to elevate yourself and transcend and maybe make it a little bit more difficult to reach you. And I think Molodoj is in that process right now. He's not playing bad, he's just not having as much impact as he used to, but he'll mature from this, he'll learn from it, and no one better than Fallen to be his sidekick in that regard. So hopefully Molodoj can also step it up a bit here, and then I think we can have a game where they can take on a team like Vitality.
Yeah, and they're going to have to. Stepping it up is one thing. Playing against Vitality seems like even harder than that. And in playing against Vitality, you also have this ace in the hole. He's known as Apex, perhaps. Where does he fit in the big picture of how this all unfolds?
I described him yesterday as the engine of Vitality, and I think that is the best way to do it, especially in a game like this where every interview you read from Vitality leading up to this game is saying, yeah, we don't matter being the villains because we're used to it when we have Apex on our team, and he's the kind of player that takes a lot of focus away from the rest of the team. And the best analogy I can give you is that we have, you know, coaches in football that is like that. Jose Mourinho, you know, a coach that a lot of people perhaps know, not you, Trace, because you're American.
I am Jose Mourinho.
You are Jose Mourinho. A coach, you know,
Why don't you
that
get out of my face, Jacob. How about that?
Always takes the headline. Always, you know, protects the team, protects the groups, protects the players. Whether you agree with him or not, he takes all the attention upon him, so the rest of the team doesn't have to worry about it. And I get the same feeling with Apex. You know, he's always the headline. He's always the guy saying the crazy stuff, yelling the crazy shit on the server, so to speak, as well. And that leaves a lot of freedom to guys like Robs, to Saivu, who don't need that kind of attention.
Yeah, he's the perfect fit for how the rest of the players on the team are. Heard from the interview with Freya, loves playing the villain. I think he's in for a treat in that sense, if that's what he loves, with how loud it's going to get once both them and Furia walk out. But yeah, his individual level has been solid this tournament, especially in that quarterfinal. So in those pace creator positions and then some of the star roles on CT side, right, he does have a responsibility to frag to some extent, and he's been delivering.
Can we talk just quickly about op presence and perhaps what to expect when we go into the first map overpass?
You sure can. You know, you have Saivu on one side. You know exactly what you get from him. Saivu, a player that has been opting with the rifle for quite some time as well. Certain maps, certain positions, he sometimes prioritizes the rifle. I think Overpass is one of the maps where he doesn't do that too often because it's such a strong map for an AWP, especially on the CT side. You need a presence with the AWP. He does it to a great job. He understands when to peak, when not to overpeak. I think he's, again, you know, a reliable force within Vitality. Sounds a little bit ridiculous to say, but it's just a player that doesn't make a lot of mistakes, you know, in terms of his footwork on the server, his rotation, and not overextending. Whereas for Molodoj, a bit more of a wildcard, dare I say it, you know. I think he also has the ability to explode a bit more on the server on a map like Overpass, so I hope that he's going to be put up for the task here tonight, because as Fallen said a couple of moments ago, without Molodoj, it's going to be tough.
And yesterday, he definitely put his foot down, Saivu. I mean, in that series against Navi, absolutely dominant, right? Just so people don't forget who the best player in the world is. And, you know, talking about him and Vitality and Overpass, a lot of it is also just the prep and the utility usage, right? Like we've seen in previous games, the HEs, the harass against the likes of Paravision, for example, in some of the previous series. And honestly, Overpass, one of the reasons why I feel like
He's dead! Opa, Kaita Mashitawarza Tiertama Concessions.
The reason why they were able to break through is their two best maps were Overpass and Train, which not many teams have mastered, so it always gave them an advantage in the Veto, and they haven't picked Overpass in forever. Actually, now you are in a scenario where Vitality is picking it into them, right? And I'm not sure what happened to their Overpass, but if they can somehow find some of that magic again, right? If they can make it a staple for them, I think that's really important for Furia moving forward.
Just realized we've done a 20-minute pre-game segment right here, and we haven't said the name Flames at any point whatsoever. And coming into Overpass T side, he is vital. You spoke about the utility, the way they set him up, the way he's entry fracking, the way he runs in monsters, supported by flashes behind his back 24/7. We saw that PGL Cluj-Napoca when they were playing Paravision. That Overpass performance by Vitality, that Overpass performance by Flamesy was one of the most excellent performances performances I've ever seen. Flamesy is a difference maker, he's a playmaker, and he's arguably a top 3 rifler at the moment right now. So for us to give him a bit of credit and put a bit of spotlight on him on a star-studded roster like Vitality, I think we kind of have to.
Yeah, we kind of have to, especially for the likes of Flames. You're absolutely correct on that one. Furia v Vitality is getting set to go. I'm getting the word, actually, that we should be there right about now. So let's go ahead and get them right on the stage.
I came here to play many times already. I think last time I was playing here first was with Imperial. I was not able to go out of the group stage, even though it was fun to play because we had the matches being with Arena crowded. Even on group stage. I was able to experience Furia playing against Na'Vi and also against Heroic later, quarterfinals and semifinals. And honestly, I have been around many arenas in the world for now on Counter-Strike, and that day was very special, even on the crowd, because they're so loud and so many people cheering for Furia. It was insane.
Furia is always better in Rio, always better in Brazil, I would say, and I'm excited to feel how the crowd is gonna be. What does it mean to be against all the crowd?
It's one of those things when I look back at my career and having the chance to go up against someone like him, and maybe it's his last game here, it'll be a crazy opportunity, and I don't want to be the guy or the team to kind of take that away from him, but we're a team that want to win the Grand Slam and win the trophy here.
I think at the moment Vitality got themselves the respect it's deserved, because the way they have been playing for the last 10 months now, or even more. And the individuals they have, they can just change a game at any moment. It's probably just going to spice them up even more because they know they have to work even harder for the next games.
Across the board, Furia just lighting up Mouse. Charge through the B smoke, but Keserato.
And now they're going into Zywoo's bomb site very quick on these dual Berettas. Not the guy you want to face, Zywoo!
Galera, vamos com tudo na arena para esse grande desafio que vai ser a semifinal e possivelmente final do torneio. Agradecer a todos vocês por estarem aqui e quem está assistindo em casa. Espero que a gente faça um grande show, faça grandes jogos e vença essas partidas. Tamo junto, obrigado pelo apoio.
Fala, galera! Que dia maravilhoso para ser do Brasil, para estar no Brasil e para torcer pro Brasil, galera!
ორი ხართ გაიტანება დარბაზი ფურია რო იქნება. ნახე ესენი მარტო თავი თამაშებზე დადიან
E
ყალები.
hoje é dia de descobrir quem merece vestir a camiseta amarela e preta. Olha, gente, a minha ansiedade não deixa eu enrolar muito vocês. Eu acho que a gente tem que ir logo para esse confronto incrível, que eu tô muito ansiosa. Vamos lá, fazer muito barulho para receber aqui no palco, primeiramente, eles. A equipe que venceu ontem com muita tranquilidade, a equipe da nave. Eles que seguem no top 1 mundial do CS, são o grande bicho-papão da atualidade. Com vocês, a equipe da Vitality!
Ouvidem coneleko.
Agora, Brasil, eu quero escutar a maior festa que vocês forem capazes de fazer. Farmas e Arena recebam com muito amor a equipe da Furia! Preciso perguntar, mas eu vou perguntar mesmo assim, para vocês poderem mostrar todo o amor de vocês. Quem aqui tá torcendo para a equipe da Vitality? Quem aqui tá torcendo para a equipe
acho que tá um pouco dividido, sabe? Tô um pouco na dúvida. Sem mais delongas, here comes the showdown.
This one is for y'all. Either out or you in. If you don't play, you can't win. We gon' get in that business. Only reap what you sow. When it's time, let it go. Click, click, and go blow. Holler back if you win.
Well, it's not just a video game, it's a game that is larger than life. As you can see, things are going absolutely bonkers down in the Pharmacy Arena in Rio de Janeiro. We've got that semifinal as promised, Furia v Vitality. Yanko, who's going to win this?
I think it's going to be Vitality, honestly. I think even with the gamble and Ancient and everything that's going on, I think once we get to Dust 2, that's where they'll be able to close the deal, if not even win the coin flip of Ancient. But I think we're looking at a historic team going up against a historic individual, right? So much on the line for Vitality on one side, chasing greatness, chasing that second ESL Grand Slam, and Fallen trying to, in his last opportunity, win a trophy on home soil, something that's eluded him for the entirety of his illustrious career. And whichever way this goes, I'm just hoping we get a close, exciting series.
It's not that we needed more storylines heading into this game. I think it writes itself, to be completely honest. But the two teams with the Veto gave us a bit to talk about. And in relation to that, heading into Overpass as the first map, Vitality starting on the T side. Flamesy, I said the name before, I'm going to say it one more time. On the T side, the last 3 months on the map of Overpass, he's involved in 43.1% of all opening duels taking place on the side of Vitality. If he finds success, as he has done recently, that is a massive, massive win condition. However, if you're Furia, if you can shut down Flamesy, if you can shut down the guy that gets Vitality the vast majority of their openings on the T side, I think you have come a long, long way. Now, the question to me is, Yanko, as you posted before, did Furia see this Veto coming? Did they see Overpass coming? Did they see Ancient coming? Did they specifically prepare for a Flamesy on a T side? Or did they perhaps anticipate it to go in a different direction? To me, that could be a difference maker. That could be a game changer, and something that the, not Vitality, but Furia have to capitalize on.
And obviously the atmosphere in there is crazy, but if Furia gets off to a slow start, that silence is going to be deafening.
Oh, it's going to be wild. Something about turning the place into a library. I don't know. Apex sure knows how to make friends in these arenas, but I can tell you this is going to be a big one to try to tackle. It's a semi-final with Furia and Vitality going toe-to-toe. Overpass, Ancient, Dust 2 if we need it. And most importantly, this is the Intel Extreme Masters. Let's get this semi-final. Let's get it cooking.
A duel of fates in this semi-final. Two stories on a collision course.
Let's go, guys! Streaming დავალა იქ ხოთარხი გამოვიწერეთ 400 ლაიქს ავიდეთ ბარ.
This year, the most prolific, the most experienced, the most accoladed talent that Brazil has ever gone on to produce, the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike. But one trophy has always eluded this guy, and it's winning on home soil. This is his last ever chance to do so. Standing in his way is Team Vitality, the most dominant team that Counter-Strike has ever seen. These guys are breaking records and then breaking them again. And they're on the path to try and make their own slice of history. Back-to-back ESL Grand Slams within their grasp. This is going to be one hell of a match. The arena is packed out. The atmosphere in here is electric.
Dude!
And how can you not feel the pressure? Vitality switching it up in the Veto, getting crazy, letting Ancient come right back in.
Why
They
me?
regretted it last time, will they regret it again? It's not just about fighting Furia today, it's about fighting 10,000 plus fans in this Pharmacy Arena.
Იდა რატო დაიწყო იმათი
Yanko
პიკი
said it
ვერ
right, silence will be deafening.
თავისი პიკია მომენტ
But that's if
მეცდებული.
Vitality starts strong, and even on Overpass, their map
Მადლობა
pick, that
ინფორმაციის
T-side, it can be
შესაძლებელი.
difficult.
ო, ეგ არის აპდეიტად ყველაფერი კარგად.
Start strong.
აუ რა ხდება ბიჭო რა არის ეს აქ როგორ უნდა ითამაშო? ფურთის სტადიონია? ვერაფერს ვერ გაიგებენ ძმა.
I mean, it's just like nothing else, man. Like, you've heard tales of, the Rio Major players just even unable to communicate, unable to hear each other. Up against this arena, you've got a B-pop to contend with here. And this one sets the tone for this semi-final. All in for Vitality. Flames can't get any purchase, is the reply. At least it was meant to come through, but you're getting cut down. It's so much it is. And tone set.
All right, first box ticked here for Furia. It's going to be a long game. You won't get Vitality down without a fight. You won't get this team giving up. This is the most resilient team in the world right now. This is the world #1. Can come back from any scoreline, any situation, even without their map pick. But a great start for Furia, locking in a pistol, and Vitality want to match the pace. They brought out a force buy with no bomb plant. Anti-meta, but a display of confidence nonetheless here from Team Vitality. Tech9s are going to make it very hard on this T side. And Furia are bringing a rambunctious pace, pushing straight through the Vitality smoke to clear out this B offensive. They know where this round is ending.
Yeah, they have a very solid picture of where Vitality are here. Still the opener going to fall in their favor.
Stubborn for Molotov, but maybe feeling like he had to take that fight, right, with his team still being heavy on B. They've started to move up now to play on A. That kill has opened up a back door. It's a big question now for Vitality. Do they want to take it, or was it always a trap? Yuri alone at B.
You're just so ready for this stack here. In spite of that early kill for Vitality, there shouldn't be a way that this gets out of control. It's ZywOo and Apex. One back for ZywOo, but goes no further. So what's Apex meant to do now? They'll swing him together. They bring the fight to Vitality.
Vitality actually go for the commit there into A. They spotted minimum 2 players pushing up on long side. Sure, reaction is to get past them on A, but there was a third man in the site. They didn't know that Furia had cleared out the entirety of the B side of the map, and so Vitality go right into the stack. Pistol and conversion here, but Vitality will never let it be easy. They've brought up an AK. Apex dropping that to ZywOo on what is an armless round otherwise. Vitality always still a threat. This is not what Furia will expect. A hero rifle, look at their aggression. Tamed immediately.
You've learned about it now. Done a bit of damage to ZywOo on your way out as well.
Robs is
the backup. If ZywOo goes down or takes too much damage, he's going to hand that gun right over. Vitality looking to stay as competitive as they can in the early game. And in the silence, take a breath. Soak it in. And try and relax. There is not a single player on this stage that is not nervous today. It's only human.
Like a B finish here. Only 2 players in the site. It's Fallen. Gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Bit of help from Yuri. Shut down on the B hit. Goes no further. So Furia find these early conversions, the early lead.
It's very reassuring, isn't it? Furia ticking the boxes early. But now comes Vitality's first gun round. It won't get easier. Molotov's all brought into play in round number 4 of this game. We know Furia will do everything in their power to get this guy on the AWP.
ისევ აქ თუ მოუგებენ
Taking a
იტალეთის.
backseat, not just in role, but in money. We saw it back in Chengdu, the very event that Furia won over Team Vitality in a BO5. In that semi-final, Furia made sure Molodoi had his AWP for the map point round. It cost Fallen on an armorless SMG, but it was worth its weight in gold. It's not whether Molodoi has an AWP in this round for Vitality, it's where
ხა წარმოიდგინე
is it.
მიკროფონით როძი ხარ მანდ ხმა სხვა იღებს ყოველგვარი.
Gonna get dodged for the time being. See Furia not content to sit back and give away too much of the map for free. Yuri in a very cheeky off angle out here in mid has that kill on a platter. And I mean, Yuri's in great form here in Rio.
40 წამია რა საპირებს მე ბომბის აჯგავთ რა ხდება ვაფშე რას თამაშობ
Furia across this event, so promising that he's bringing that confidence into this semi-final.
Okay, they're still not clear. 30 seconds on the clock, boys. Vitality getting strung out right now, and Yukindo still hanging in connector. Is able to evade back towards B. There's not even water control. Vitality are in a lot of trouble in this round. They've got 3 AKs all going together towards his B site.
Util just to slow this one down even more. It splits the push. Zaiwu and Robs don't believe they can do it. They write this one off.
You've got Zaiwu and Rob saving it in a 2v4. It is a sign of the times here for Furia. Apex is going to be demanding.
Because
these rounds have not gone to plan. A messy pistol, it can be forgiven. But since that point, pure domination from Furia on this CT side. And maybe time for a conversation about the Veto, because it's crazy, right? What Vitality have done, and of course Furia have just seized the opportunity. It's Vitality showing that the Mirage woes they've experienced in this tournament against G2 and Falcons weren't just a worry for us, a worry for them as well. Willing to risk it, leaving Ancient open, knowing full well that Furia would pick this map. Have Vitality given Furia opportunities? The question we find out the answer today.
I think one of the things you've kind of seen throughout this Vitality dominance is there are still a few teams capable of striking a bit of fear into Vitality. Falcons being one of them, right? We already saw them end that win streak for Vitality. We're in that conversation as well, thinking back to Chengdu, thinking back to the rise of Furia at the end of last year. Hell, they were even favored in a lot of people's eyes heading into the major. It wasn't Vitality. And so yeah, maybe that shows through in this Veto. Looking for the A play now. Furia set up 3 strong here, ready to receive. It's Molodoi's AWP. They're up and past it. Yuri's got his back.
Why?
8-0. Yuri putting one hell of a foot forward into this semi-final.
Slow down, sir.
And still flawless for Furia.
Robs wants to say Fallen's here to deny it. Playing very deep in the connector. Molodoi maybe thinking just off of the player alive on the scoreboard. Nowhere to be seen. Robs will get away with this AWP. So a big mistake from young Molodoi to give Zaiwu an AWP in that next round. May very well be Robs playing it. Unless Zaiwu can just throw something over. Might be tempting to even buy around this here for Vitality. Put a bit of money in at least. Get another rifle to give yourself a chance. A timeout call from Xtaz. Because safe to say, this is not the start the Vitality envision.
No. You know, we talk about Fallen and hell, even other Brazilian players just always struggling to win at home. But to do it now, it would really be, you know, one hell of a Cinderella story. Not just because it's Fallen's final chance, because he's announced his retirement at the end of the year, but just the idea of who they would have to beat to even make it into the final, right? Because you think back, I guess like the next nearest one you could think of would be that Rio Major. There they play Na'Vi, they take down kind of the big favorite, the guys that were hotly anticipated to try and win the entire thing. That felt like the big challenge. And then they end up falling down. Here though, Vitality are a cut above. You know, this is the hardest route to try and win in your hometown that you're ever going to get. It's also your last chance to do it with Fallen.
So seize the chance, seize the opportunity. I mean, we said that about Vitality yesterday, Harry, and that if they were going to take the Grand Slam here, with all expectations of them doing it, it's not going to be an easy playoff run, right? Having to get through Na'Vi, who they faced in finals recently, having to face Furia, who've taken a map off them, even beat them in a BO5 last year, and then Falcons or Spirit, now we know it's Spirit, another top contender, one of the world's best players. And so, for Vitality, it was never a walk in the park. These first 5 rounds proving it. So I will hit the wallbang on Yuri outside B. Vitality do go back up towards that top site, the site that features 3 Furia players right now, including that AWP. Have they yet to make up their mind? Rob's back outside of B, Apex selling something, are Furia buying?
Util rolls out. And what if I told you it's not keeping 3 players there? What if Yuri is one step ahead of this whole thing, rotating down towards this B site? His first contact out from heaven. Stack starting to get assembled here for Furia, trying to stop the spillover.
არა, მოკალით ეს ახვარი, დიკან BMW-შინ კი დედის მუტელი როგორ ზის კალ.
And no room left for Zaiwu, he's in this all alone. Spam doesn't connect.
ტიპები ტრაქში ისვრიან, ანუ ზანზარებს დედამიწა ალბათ იქ იმენში.
Seals the deal, 6-0.
I mean, we have K-Serato 7-0, Yuri 9-0. The 2 oldest Furia players standing strong, standing tall. And Harry, you mentioned that Rio Na'Vi game. Would you believe me if I said that was the last time that Furia won in this arena? This is their 4th attempt in the Farmasi. They fell to Maus back in 23. Last time this organization even picked up a series was against Na'Vi, and that was the front runner for the major in 2022. Shades of this game today. The standout favorite, we said Furia.
არაფერი არ გესმის, просто ირბინეთ ეს როეთ, ანუ აზრი არა, კაიმში ვერ გაჯობებდა. არაფერი არ გესმით, მაინც და ირბინეთ просто.
This is a Vitality who I think feel like they're very accustomed to being kind of the villain in these arenas. Doesn't matter where in the world we are, maybe except from France. But it's a different kind of villain here.
Yeah, Vitality can certainly handle being booed. That much has been proven. And often it's in jest, right? But here it's serious. Here it's business. And Furia are playing a very aggressive game right now. Look at this again. Flash through the monster smoke. Fallen's pushed through. Great turn from Ross to bail out his captain blinded. Finally, Vitality rest in a 5v4. They have to win this round.
Yeah, type of situation they've been looking for all game long, and this is where the T side's going to get going. Into this B site.
You're so out of position. 2-on-4 situation. With the time low, Vitality are going to get given the respect that they deserve in this post plant. Furia going to save for later. Fine to concede just 1 here. A great start for Furia, no doubt, but we know how quick games can close up, and Vitality know better than most. This very roster giving us some of the best comebacks of last year. You don't get to 24 map win streaks, 18 series win streaks, hell, even 30 at one point without having some grit. Des mentioned Flamesy needing to start strong though. Right? Talked about him being involved in over
Ai,
40%
amat
of the
ma
opening
maყურებელი
fights
კი
on
არა
this
რა.
very map. He's 0-6 right now. The only kill Vitality getting on the opener there, gifted to them through the monster push.
ხო. ვა სიმენა. აუ რა სოფლიანობს. ტიპს შუბლი ბიჭას უსველი ქონდა ჩემ.
Oh, that's nice. I think you good info there, Fallen. Even spots there's no one pushed up yet in that lurk smoke.
Oh,
Cross with the run boost.
პირველად ნახე ზაიუ ეგრე. ვეღარ სულთავდა თუ. It's proach.
No, Apex's nades can be abusive towards his B-bomb site. It was against Paravision back at Cluj where Vitality showed a masterclass up against some of those young, inexperienced players. Some incredible Molotovs that we've never seen before, and HEs to punish those young players. But it's Fallen, the monster player, on this CT side. You don't get more grizzled and more veteran than Fallen. Is it going to be so easy for Apex to ruffle the feathers of his foe? Fallen avoids most damage. Goes back to the barrel. Furia hold 3 strong on this B site, and more nades get lined up. But there's nobody home here, boys. Vitality aren't getting any easy advantage. This hit they've got to earn.
Yeah. Going to need the opener to come through. Vitality. They've got Apex at the front of the pack, searching for it. Rest of the team and now in there alongside him. Still a kill. Finally one will come through. It's his double piss.
Robin Cool, блядь.
Hands it off to Molodov.
Hadridიხარ, შენ მოგიტყანა მე, ვინ არის ყაზახი ცნობილი ამისი, რა ვიცი.
Last time he was out of position, but here
ცნობილი ყაზახიც არავინ არ ყავს, რომ შევაგინო. მოდი აქ, ბიჭო, Robin Cool, блядь.
Love to see that from Robs, taking matters
ჩემი
into
ხმა
his own
დაბაზე
hands. I
იქნება,
thought
ძმა,
that was just going to be
ყლესავ
one off of staying alive here for Vitality. Pulled out on the short water, but Robs unfinished business in that post part. 4 kills from him. Credited really with both these round wins for Team Vitality. Found the 5v4 in their previous, and now back to back as they put Vitality on the board. Furia call a pause. It was a decent enough B-hold here for Furia, but you can see when you don't play those close monster positions, it does get claustrophobic in this B-bomb site, even with their own site smoked down.
ბიჭო, ეს მაპსო წააგებენ მე ნახე ამათი ჩაჯმა.
Shooting their teammates. There's not a
და
lot of room in
მიტანციან
this
პროჩის ცხრი შენთება და მე ჩაჯმულები ზია. მეიჯორზეს ეგრე არის ხო კაცო? ფურია რო თამაშობდა და იმა რო მოთხნა, რა ქვია.
You've seen Furia look to be pretty active as far as the CT side goes. Always trying to find little ways to strike an advantage, whether that's the boosts down at lower, the mid-round reaggress. You've seen kind of both sides of it when it works and when it doesn't.
განახუი კაცო რა.
They're left wondering if at the end of that last one they left themselves feeling like they're flying a little blind. So trying to come through with an early peak on Molodov down through the connector, trying to force an advantage. It's not panned out.
Love how aggressive Robs is being. He isn't going to commit with it, but the fact that he's going for such a early opening fight here for Team Vitality. Push all the way up on short side. Furia don't take the bait. He's able to fall back. Another wallbang. So we just found again through the woodwork. And now the nades start to do damage. This is Vitality raring to go. Warming into this game. You may have got caught up in the 6-0 lead for Furia, but Vitality seem to have an answer. Boost failed. You can't do that again.
So just a really tricky round to deal with. Even the slowdown from Vitality, it's causing a lot of nerves. And the round is just built on super shaky foundations for Furia with all this damage done. Even more. Behold, entrusted to these 2 legacy Furia players. And they are so wounded. Reebok now at the 22nd mark. Vitality feel like they have to double. Yuri at 1 HP. Wonder how much he has to get done to keep this round interesting.
Yura.
Not even a stray piece of util, and his round is over with the B-side falls. Yuri gets out with one. Will that be enough? Yakindar still looks interested here.
კი, დადე, იმას ქენი, მოკალი.
I think it took a second for Yukindar to realize that Zaiwu was down in that kill for Yuri. I think he probably
სტრიმი დავალაიქეთ, არხი გამოვიწერეთ, აქ არაფერია შეიძლება Furias ისინი ჩაჯუმდნენ.
Big entries again from Robs. He is single-handedly winning out these rounds.
ამას რა გაუკეთებია, მეღადაო.
Nice catch on the Zaiwu speed.
ხო, Robs არა ევშება, ბიჭო, ევშება.
And great grenades. Who saying
Apex-ად კი აზღოს.
they weren't really doing too much of Furia. Vitality absolutely brutalized them on this B side with nades. You know, you talk
იმათ
about
რა შეება, ძმა, ბრაზილიელები ასპონსორობენ თუ რა ხდება, საიდან აქვს ამდენი ფული?
Zaiwu's had his number.
დაგენძრათ. მოდი. აგეც აპროჩი, ვაიმე, შეიწვი, ვაიმე. ვაი, შეუბედურო შენ.
So much harass and no one has seen their opponent yet. Look at the health. There has not been a single bit of contact until Fallen fights Monster as well.
რა ხდება იჭმებს შეხედი კაცი. ერთმანეთის არუსრია თითოს ბიჭო. უტილიტი დააკლეს ამდენი ერთმანეთს შეხედი და გაცხრილოთ.
I don't know who's worse off. It's going to be very hard to find entry kills on this kind of health.
Ow.
Yakindar alongside aggression sees a player
ვაიმე, Zaiwu დაიხმარე? არა, ეგ არ უნდა გეცილებინა შეჩემა. რეებს აცილებ. არა უშავს, გეპატიება, კაი ბიჭი. დაწნადი დამშვიდი. ყველაფერი კარგად არის.
Crazy enough to consider that
Yura,
Zaiwu missed the
სად
first
მიდიხარ,
two
Yura?
uncharacteristic, but eventually able to punish. Replaying Joker.
გასტეპა, ვერ გაიგეს. იმიტომ ვერ გაიგეს, ყვირიან ეს ჩემის მოწყნული შულები და რას გაიგებ. დაუყარით ბანანები.
Should be a save. Furia gambling. Planting their feet.
არის ვინ გააღო, რა ხდება ჩემ.
Vitality up with a fourth.
I've decided to shuffle things up here at the DHL Esports Logistics.
რა ხდება, ძმებო, ხმები აგვერია, ალო. რა ხდება, ძმებო, აუდიო.
We're going to need more
to
find some impact in the CT side right now for Furia. He's been very, very slow. Early mistake, maybe ruffling him, running out mid with his knife out. Been caught by Zaiwu twice in the head-to-head on the AWP. Hasn't really been throwing himself
Flames
into
არ
the
ჭირდება,
fights.
ძმა. Flames არ ჭირდება თორე.
With the exception of that con pick. And 6-0 to 6-4. Vitality doing what they must on this T side. I'd say their half is done at bare minimum, but they're here to sweeten the deal. With Furia having very limited money. If you drop 2 guns over, you get another buy round. But you'll still be forcing in round number 12.
Oof! Messi. Flames ხოძი ხარ ბებერ არა უშავს.
They decide the risk is worth it.
Alright, so it's a swing for the fences.
I'm Molotov's
mid. That's going to give Zaiwu
one hell of a path to run on this all.
Robs has been able to sneak
Robs has
under
info
this
out.
boost as well. It's a bit of a rough start to the round here. Robs in an unknown position.
But a mind game.
And Molodoi locked in this head-to-head with Zaiwu out in middle.
Flames are got roll.
Would love a chance to find Flames first, but a missed opportunity. Boost will net something down on this B site.
I think this could be a 5v3 right now for Furia. That would really set themselves up for a strong half. Flames 0-9 on this T side right now. Vitality are looking to end the round. They're going right out monster.
Replayers here, ready to receive. Good timing on the nades. They brutalize
Vitality.
Apex.
Vaime. Extra smoke is brilliant, bitch.
We are getting a masterclass from K Serrata right now. A guy who said he never wanted to leave Brazil, who wanted to take his first trophies in a national team. A guy who was 3 times HLTV top 20 before he even won an international land, 4 times before he won a tier 1 land.
ანუ ერთი რაუნდი სრულიად საკ, ხუთი რაუნდი იქნება სრულიად საკმარისი. ბოლო რაუნდი და ეგა.
Well, right now, Furia are putting up a fight against world number 1. And Keiserato is leading that alongside
Rob, შეპარე ხო შორტზე რა და გაატყანი ეგენი ბუსტერ ვარია რა გეხვეწები რა მიდი Robs ბოლომდე შედი არ დაიხიო უკან შედი ბოლომდე და Flames არა უშავს მე ხა მოკლა კარგი ხარ Flames გაიქილი
Go for Flames in this game. That's 0-11, Harry. I am keeping track.
გაუტარე მანდარი ეგეც
Wait a second, it's not done though inside Wood.
ამოდიან ბომბში
Created a route. They've got to go all the way back to spawn.
რანაირად ბიჭო 58 წლისა ეგ ჩემისა კაკუჩით დადის რანაირად ბომბიბიზე უეჭველი ეგ წაკითხულით
This bomb is too far away and the ace
შედი ბიზე გაიქეცი შენ ბიზე ზავში ნუ ყვირი ხარ თქვენი და დამოწყალ თქვენი
It's going to leave them out of position. Mezzi's got a Molotov to cut rotation. Furia aren't
even
considering
dade.
They know it's a possibility. There's just nothing they can do about it. Mezzi's still paranoid.
რას მოლავ შეჩემ არავინ არ არის არა დადე
That should signal it.
აუ ეხა ვეღარ დადებ შეჩემ
They're going to force him out into the open though. Chance for Keiserato up in heaven to deal with him.
The break.
Flash heaven. Picau, არავინ არ ჩანს. ხირაცით. ერთი ლოუა ჩემგან უეჭველი ინფოა. 100%-იანია.
Gets him into a better position, low and slow for Furia.
ერთი მინიც ლოუ მოკდა. Full HP ორივე. მოკდა heaven. სიტი ბოლო, უეჭველი ინფოა. ერთად გავპიკოთ. 1, 2, 3. საგო. რაინფოები, ბრავო. კარგი ხარ.
From Furia, this semi-final is heating up.
Bravo. ძალიან ძლიერი გუნდი ვართ რა, აი ძალიან ძლიერები ვართ იმენა просто. რეები გავუქოლე просто ტიპებს. ძალიან მე მოვიკე მე ნახე რა პიკი გავუკეთე ბოლოს მე დაზაიუ Flames-ს მეგრა დონკა რო დაიმატა რას ფიქრობზე Let's დაიკიდე Flames კაი ბიჭი ხარ ეხა სიტიდან მოიხოდე ბებერ მიდი თავარი არ დაამუყამონ Flames-ზე სადგას. პისტოლ რაუნდი გვინდა ყველა ვარიანტში. ეს ჩემი სოლოა ძმებო იმის გიტარის რო იცოდეთ ელექტრო გიტარის 12 წელი დავდიოდი ამ დროს ლაპარაკი არ შეუძლიათ არა გაუგზავნე იმით რა ქვია მიუზიკი გაუგზავნე საიტი არის ეგ და ნიუზიზე შევიყვანე მეთქი გადმოწერა დააჭირე და გამიწერე. Valorant-ია. არა, Minecraft. Okay. მადლობა. წავედით, მე მოსტრიმი დავალაიქოთ არხი გამოვიწეროთ, წავედით, მეორე ჰალფი იწყება აქ. ვიღაცების ტყნა.
In Fallen's final surge for success on his home soil in Rio de Janeiro, Furia put up a hell of a fight, but Vitality have been awoken. The Beast are with us now. 6-0 down, they end the half with 5. Team Vitality in search of the gold bars, the Grand Slam, and one hell of a playoff bracket to run through. They are here to play, doing it 4v5 no less.
Yeah, Flames still yet to leave any type of impression in this semi-final. 0-11 at the end of that first half. Hasn't stopped Vitality amassing a solid T side.
All the more impressive they can do it without him, but job is not done in this high.
Let's go!
That feels like the only guarantee. Ancient is unknown.
That's where, you know, the Veto really makes things interesting. Just this idea that there's so much uncertainty at the end of this map. And so if you're Vitality, you want to dodge any weird feelings about this semi-final with a win on this overpass.
Hey!
Play with the pace in this pistol round, straight up through the short side.
Drop, take it, change hospital, nice, Shania.
Out on long, and so quickly this side's padded out. Molodoi getting surrounded, nowhere left to turn.
All 5 players showing up with a kill. Flames getting in the game.
Bravo, Flames, kili აიღო. მიულოცოთ მე გულები გავუსწამოთ Flames, kili აიღო.
13 win streak on this map. They have yet to drop it this year. 10-0 in 2026. And now onto the favored side with a pistol in their pocket. They can forget about that slow start. That is not the game we're playing anymore. Shutting out the crowd. Vitality sit up straight.
როგორ გაჩუმდნენ ეს ახრები როგორ გაჩუმდნენ
Fallen's going to have to be working overtime on this T side because while Furia hold the lead, it's temporary. And it feels like a game that is already getting out of control when you remember that Vitality came back from this slow start.
A couple of Glock kills, but shouldn't get much more exciting than that. Bit of damage there out of Yuri. Tie game, 7-all. And so that big lead that Furia once flaunted, now called into question. Left with this feeling that, sure, it took Vitality a little while, but this war machine is coming to life. And so to try and protect your lead now on the harder half, like you say, Fallen's got to get in the lab.
Threatening jump spots. Yuri knows his position's been called out by Vitality. They go for a boost to clear up close. Fury just staging, hoping for a reaction deep in the connector. Still 2 SMGs in play, both found on this B-bomb site. Apex demanding the rifle. And well earned. He's been putting on some great games here in Rio. Showed up and slammed Na'Vi yesterday. It's Robs and Zaiwu who are taking the cake right now. 12-9, even scores, as Robs finds yet another early advantage for Vitality. Him and Zaiwu 6-0 in those opening fights right now.
კი, აბა რა სიძავენ, მე გადავდის პირის გაწურავენ გული და სული.
Likely not feeling like they've done a lot down here towards B just to
სადაც არის კამერა მან თუნდა იყოს.
try and, keep Vitality in place. They've actually gone for a bit of an info grab out towards short, and so one step ahead as to where this round is
კარგი
finishing
ხარ,
up.
Zaiwu.
Out on an island there at short, gets his one.
Nice crossfire.
And a tricky finish for
Oh!
the entries.
Flames, კარგი ხარ.
Messi might arrive on the rotate, backstab him for
კარგი ხარ. ვაიმე. აი ეგა ბიჭო 0 კილი აქვს, მაგრამ ნიშნულოვან დროს ჩაერთო. გადამახია თქვენი კილები თავზე.
He saves that. I thought that
როგორც
was
სხვა
done
თავზე,
when
ანუ ამ
Rob
თავზე
swings
არა.
out wide. Had a nice crossfire there on the short side, but wanting to take the fight into his own hands. And it gives Furia a couple of entries here, but there was no time on this clock. And you talk about that aggression back on short that Flames goes for. Vitality were already rotating Apex up before they got the info. They knew where that one was going. So I was going for a wallbang in spawn right now into T-spawn. Trying to catch Furia coming out.
როგორი ჩაჯმულები არიან. ვაიმე
They shot in middle.
Why
Under scrutiny in
Robs?
connector will only take one. That's a gun given over to Furia. Will they call the slowdown now?
როგორ ვერ გაიყოლა მეორე იურა ძალიან ცოტა.
These type of partial buys can sometimes feel like a bit of a tension breaker.
კაი შეტენვა.
With the lead getting away from you, every gun round feels very sacred to Furia, so they take it low and slow. But here,
არა, გაიხედე გვერდზე.
they find that 4v4.
დაინახე.
Spot for Yakindar.
არა,
Chance to extend this advantage out on the long side. Has Apex boxed in.
არა, ბიჭო, რანაირად.
Gets around him, even with the team flash in there.
აი, მაინც უნდა დაამთავრონ,
So advantage now, resting with Furia.
Again, a huge gamble. Even though they have deep toilets, Flames is still pretty much pushed up. He's going to try and get that info to confirm whether this stack is worth keeping.
That's Flames.
Right now, it looks empty. It looks
Bombi
barren.
შემოვა, ეხა
40
შენთან,
seconds where our Furia
ნახე,
right
მოვიდა
round the
bombi.
corner, and Flamesy's dropped the bomb as well. A worthy one for
გაიქეცეთ,
one.
ბიზე, მიდი,
Will
არ
they
არის Zaiwu,
Furia
ბიზე,
down
მიდი.
themselves? They've still got Keserato cordoning off this B connector. But Furia aren't certain, and again, time might be their undoing. There are 25 seconds left. If they fall on this entry kill, this round falls by the wayside. Back to B they go. Desperate attempt.
მიდი ეგრევე ჩახტი. დესანტი ეგრევე. აცილა, ჰევენი სმოუკი აცილებულია. მე ვიყო ნაბოზარი.
Smoke in heaven missed the mark as well. So Mezzi's got open sight lines. It's Yuri and Keserato brothers in arms. Catch for Keserato. Blindsides Mezzi. And now you've just got to stop the big man. Zaiwu closing in. Leaves it to the pistol. Caught out in
რა რაუნდი, კაი, ბიჭო, კაი.
And the arena erupts. An unlikely round for Furia. And they are right back in the conversation.
Yuri is absolutely leaving nothing unsaid right now. 20-8, 3 kills in that round. That was a round they have no business winning with Tech 9s. And Robs is 1-for-1. Didn't feel problematic. Even Flames got that info early, or late rather, for Vitality, and Furia win it out in a post spot, their first round of the half. The Furia double swing together when they don't know where Zaiwu is. They are not scared of Vitality today. That much is clear.
არა. მეძი წინ მიდის სმოუკის, ჩემი კარგი მოთხარ. კარგი ხარ. მეძი ხო ერთი გაიყოლე. კარგი ფლეშია. კარგი სმოუკია. დაშვები აპექ, ჩემის მოთხნულო.
Laying down some covering fire. Backstab for Robs, but long range on the 5-7. Hoping his teammates combine to be that much more threatening. Well, what if he's not needed? Flames shuts it down.
Oh, this will be a historic
როგორ გაჩუნდრე, გესმით? ეგრევე რო ჩაიჯვეს.
and he actually ends up going
და
positive.
ჩაჭმაში
He's on track
დაძლიერები
to do
არის,
so.
აი,
0-11.
მაინც ბაი
at one
ექნება,
point in
პიკო
this
მოიგეს
game.
ერა.
Coming alive. And Vitality take that lead right back. Any celebrations from Furia's first T-side round quickly forgotten about. Set Fallen would have to work overtime here. It seems like it's staying true because Vitality, round after round, have their players in the right place, have the correct read and correct stack.
Ach, Flames არა კლასია რა, კლასია вообще რო არა იქ. Plus Flagship ვარ დამთავროს Flames-ამ ეს თამაში ნახეთ.
For Furia, sure, they still have money going forward, right? They're going to have guns here, rifles on everyone. Only a couple of limitations to stomach.
This is the wallbang I was talking about. Zywoo just trying to squeeze.
Fast B,
an early
adzმებო.
kill.
No way
Fast
they
B,
go back to
adzმებო.
the fast B.
Why not?
Smakat, სადად გახარ, სადა?
Messi winning his first opener.
Oi, Shixipachi.
Furia going straight
Აი,
through.
მე საჩე მოვიდა.
Too much on screen there for Keserato. Messi just playing a delay and great damage on these nades. Soften up the sight here.
რობზას რა კაი პოზიცია აქვს შეხედე, უკან ვეღარ წავ. აი უკან ვეღარც გავ.
No way.
არ მოპოდე შეჩემ.
They need to try and tip the scales somewhat on this B side because it's an even fight and they're the ones you want to avoid.
Flashy?
Tagged.
And they're just getting
Why?
nailed down. It's
Why?
5,000 cuts in a B, double digits.
ძმებო, რატო აღარ ყვირიან? რა ხდება?
In the Furia ranks.
Oh, it just feels like that hit is
Moments
dead on
gapits,
arrival,
რა
right?
ხდება?
First kill out monster. Messi
Smagis,
swings with a
me.
flashbang, finds that
მე არ
5v4,
მესმის
and
არაფერი,
Furia
რავი,
never
გაჩვენდნენ
have trade
ისინი.
potential on any of these fights. They are getting
ამოწურეს
constantly
ენერგია
whipped,
სულ
like
ეს
you said,
არიან.
constantly repeat, nades landing in their faces. Vitality in flow state right now, doing everything they need to make this a clinical CT side.
ამ ტურნირის MVP-ი გახდებათ ეს.
5-1.
მიდი რა,
It feels like one of these rounds.
ძალიან უნდა. ერთ რაუნდში გაარტყავს უეჭველი
Firing
რა.
a little bit too late.
მნიშვნელოვანი რაუნდია, უცებ დავამთავროთ.
And make no mistake about it, if you've not seen that wallbang before, that's a one-shot headshot.
სადაც წააგებენ მეღადა. ჩაჩედი ხარ, შეკეთილი მოწყლული შვილი.
And I think it's fair to talk about it at this point. 5-13.
აი ასრულწლოვანი თუ ხარ, არა გინდა აქ,
stages. We wondered if that would be an anomaly despite some great performances in arenas, right? Think of Chengdu. Even in Astana at his first event, didn't seem
მე მოსტრემი დავალეკოთ
to be
არხი
shackled by the
გამოვიწეროთ.
pressure. Well, right now we're getting shades of Austin.
Yeah,
Budapest 2.0.
Feels rough because, you know, in times gone by for the Brazilian squads, it's usually kind of like the occasion almost swallows up some of the key individuals, guys like Keserato.
Secondary AWP და rifle
They
და
are both
IGL.
in
იმიტომ
fantastic
მალადოია
form.
AWP
It's
და ორი AWP
the
ხوارე ყოველთვის.
imports that have been off to a rough start for Furia.
აუ ესენი ციბუსტებიან, ისინი ციბუსტებიან. აუ
This
გააქრენ.
could be problematic. He spotted two, but he drops the gun. Yuri rushes that shot.
რატო იჩქარა ეხლა? აი რატო იჩქარა? იმენა იზიქილი ქონდა, იმენა იზიქილი ქონდა. მაგრამ დიგლი არა მაინც რა. აუ დააბრალებ თლად. თქოს გაჩერებული იყო.
One defender between you and a bomb plant.
No flash, just got to hit it.
Vitality's still adamant this is ending on upper. They've got 3 players up there, so this B hold is just Messi and Flames. And that's all you need. Rapidly getting away from Furia now. They've been waiting to bring the guns out. Molodoi all making another appearance, but this is it, the last hurrah for Furia on overpass.
Just an absolutely shocking crumble when you consider the games that Yuri and Keserato have put in today for Furia. It feels hopeless at this point. 11-8 down. We get Molodoi's orb, we get a 4-buy, we get everything Furia could want, but make no mistake about it, Vitality are still surging. They've not slowed down, and Zywoo again by centimeters misses that shot.
And as the game's gone on, Vitality, they've just been unlocking more and more of their toolkit. Had that slow start from Flames. Someone else had to try and step in, you know, fill the void. And Rops and Zywoo very involved in opening gunfights.
Even Messi's come back into his own.
But as it's gone on,
ერთმანეთის
as usual characters starting to appear. More audacious plays.
რანა პოზარია ბიჭო
Away down towards lower. There's no attention.
როგორ იციან ერთმანეთის ზეპირად იმენა ვირას იზავს ჩემი კარგი მოტყ
So Vitality are in a very commanding position in this round.
აი რობს ეკადრება შეჩი
Well, that one goes a long way. Rops has been a big problem. Getting rid of him early. Here's the reaction.
Maybe earlier you had Vitality scared and not willing to make an aggressive move, but right now they have the room to move. They have the lead to play with, and so Flames is continuing to push. And the timing could be better.
Niko.
He just blocks, pushing Furia further forward into this A stack.
Zywoo's very alone out here on shore.
Бум нахуй, туалет иде. Бум нахуй, бичо. Бум нахуй, бичо. Модით აქ, მოდით. რატო გაჩუნდნენ? დაიტაკნენ საუკეთესოს მსოფლიოში. თუ რა ხდებატო? რა ხდება? მსოფლიოში საუკეთესოს დაიტაკეთ? ბუმ ბიჭო, მოდი, გააწყნა. გაჩერდი, შეჩერმა, გაჩერდი, არ არის საჭირო ეგეთი ხმარი. აუ რა ჩაჯმული სახეები აქვს მეცოდები.
And it may not be what the Famasi came to see, but the rest of the Counter-Strike world expected at this point. Zywoo on the big stage, big moment, and a 4K that will absolutely topple Furia. If it wasn't already hopeless, that might just make it so. Final timeout called, final ditch attempt, no AWP, barely an AK. And overpass Vitality's pick right there for the taking.
Oof. Bolo kill it. Bam.
Would he dare to finish it with that T-spawn wall bang?
მიდით ხო გაატყი რა. გაატყი, მიდი ერთხელაც.
Attempted it every damn round, but doesn't try it this time. Has a good spawn. So maybe something aggressive for Zywoo, bit of spice into this final round.
Another boost here. Vitality just constantly searching for answers. Looking to clear Yuri close, looking to stop anyone setting up utility. There's nobody home. Yuri's underneath them and fallen under threat in connector. Furia's fire being stamped out here on home soil.
ბრაზილიაში დარდება იასინე ემატუალიში კებეკაცო მაგაზე არ მაქვს პრობლემა. Просто რო ღრიალებენ და ყვირიან თორემ. ბალეშიკობა ბაზარი არ აქვს. ეს ინფოებს აძლევენ და იმაშვებიან და აუ რა ხდება.
These have been the players.
რატო საიდან. Flames გაიტრეიდი.
They take their fights, it cost them Yuri's life.
დაწყნარდი ძმებობის არავინ არ არის.
It's Serato hoping to keep pressure on. Flames doesn't buy it.
დარჩი.
Should free up rotates. Not certain though. Trusting in Robson Zywoo on this top site is more than fair for Vitality as Furia make their final surge.
Robs with the cover. Miss shot doesn't cost you a thing with these two in tandem. Zywoo heading away. So on the top side, it's only Robs. All alone here as Furia looks to move in. He's dealt straight away by falling down to a retake and one that you didn't envision for Vitality. Will this be a way-in for Furia?
This is how Flames got a kick started on the comeback. He might just close, but no.
Huge pickup. Pressure still on.
Zywoo
cuts through it. Playing it forward now. They've got the spot. They know where he is. It's Serato. It's fallen. Furia still in this.
Oh, by the skin of their teeth. The first misread of the game, it feels like here from Team Vitality, rotating Zywoo down. But they saw, I think it was Yuri, entry in, or rather Yakinda, thinking it was a fake out as the rest of Furia going for the B hit, but he was just on his own. And Zywoo goes back for it one more time to send a message. Oh, not meant to be today. But not needed. 3 chances here for Team Vitality.
A bit of aggression. Molodoi gets one. Zywoo there to trade. It's this tag
და
team.
ფასბანას
Him and Robs
მიაწებიან იასია
playing
სანამ ის ამოაიხა აპექსა.
alongside each other, but you spot that push. You know there's a gap, and Furia look to seize it.
Great reaction. We hear him.
Apex, no idea they're this deep. Could just walk to his death. Instead, it's a catch for the captain.
ვაფშე არ უნდა და კილების გაკეთება, მაგრამ 11-15-ზე რო აქვს ფლეიმზესთან.
And Zywoo, this is the last thing you're expecting. Didn't fall back from the long side. Instead, got
კონექტორში
more
ჩავიდა,
aggressive.
კონექტორში ჩავიდა ბიძე მიდიან, გოლდოზე ბიძე როტაცია გააკეთეთ ხო ეუნება.
Fury going into a stack. This is it. This is the dying embers of Furia's overpass, and they don't know that Vitality have all the input in the world.
ვიღაცას რა კამწაკუზავე.
Zywoo's closing in. Could it be the lineup out here on shore?
ნახე, შეხედე რა დედამოწყნულები არიან, როგორ არ უნდა უპალეში ყავთ გასხმას.
Call here for Furia. There's a lot of uncleared ground on that A site.
Said I hope
არა, დარჩი
Kesarato's kept it alive with that kill. Still the promise of closing the gap on Vitality. He hinges on getting past Apex. Concealed in his own smoke out here on shore.
He wouldn't want it.
შეხედე ბიჭო დედამოწყნულები არიან, შეხედე. მაგას ვიძახი მე რა, ამათ იმენა დედამოწყნ.
And that leaves it just to Flames. Slow start. No business in this clutch, and he knows it.
How are they still
here? მოთამაშეებს არ ვაბრალე, просто იმენა არ უნდა მოიგონ ესეთმა ბოზებმა რა.
Against all odds. That felt like the perfect situation for Vitality. The perfect flank for Zywoo. Two players ready on that B-bomb site, but the freeze from Furia. And Vitality go cold. They've got money still, but this next round feels paramount. Big orb save here. That will lighten the burden. And Molodoi gets his once more. But he has been nowhere to be seen in this map so far.
All right, this is where you got to sit up and pay very close attention. Furia, this one felt done, like it was getting away from them. Vitality warmed up.
Okay,
all the usual stars finding their impact. The Zywoo Warp ever threatening. Rops playing in tandem with him, and this recovery arc out of Messi and Flames. But somehow Furia have found a way to keep it competitive. And now, this is the most important round of this entire comeback. Vitality are all in. Their money is at breaking point. If they fall down here, it's a force buy to try and deny overtime. So this is what it's all for.
Heavy B start. Just in case Furia dare to rush. 4 players in this bomb site prepared. I don't think you'd leave it down to this. You can't hold this setup forever. It does mean that Vitality concede a lot of space on that A site. Rob starts from the site after throwing standard utility. Keeping Furia guessing. They get that water control. They know to care about the boosts. Apex jump. Furia doing nothing untoward. Slow clears across the map, and orb revealed by that flash. There's big info here for Vitality. Frees up other positions. Holodoy's got to get moving. And so reset back around the world. Furia take toilets with a minute on the clock. Par for the course right now. It's another one of those rounds where Vitality flying blind have to make the right call. Uncertainty in the air for Vitality. As Furia look for a very clear finish. Finally, that third player moves up.
Rob's even trying to play ahead of this util. And this fight feels like a defining one. Been a real nuisance when it comes to getting these openers.
You know it's coming.
Rob's has been a constant focal point of the Vitality success. He doesn't hang around, falls back into the setup. They've got these crossfires. There's Rob's breaking the silence. 10 seconds on this for Furia. Have they left it too late?
Yes.
Trying to move in now in a last-ditch effort to get this
Why?
Will not let them in. And that's how it comes unraveled. Vitality walk away at the end of Overpass, their first of many gambles in this Veto.
There's so
many maps you can't touch this team on. Overpass, one of them, Furia gave it a good go, but that team comes up short. 14 win streak on this map as Team Vitality search for success, search for a final, and look for those gold bars. That Grand Slam is right around the corner. They have to enter into unknown territory. Ancient up next, and anything is possible.
შენზე ძალიან საინტერესო თამაში გველის რეალურად ორივე სინსტაბანი აქვს თან შეთიძმებოდა. ნახოთ რა იქნება.
What's he looking at?
I don't know. He's inspecting your desk, Harry.
All right, places. New year, new initiative. Ha! Inspired by our French comrades. I've decided to shuffle things up here at the DHL Esports Logistics Division.
Wait, somebody's getting fired.
No, Hugo. Think of it more like FaZe Clan. Minus Brokey. No. Plus Brokey. Yes. You see what I'm looking for, okay? Head office wants productivity boosted across all sectors. So, starting this week, we are all swapping roles. Harry, you're going to be filling in for Freya on frontline communications. Trace, you're going to be swapping out with Chad as head of IT infrastructure.
A catastrophe!
Hell yeah, I am. We hot.
And lastly, I will be swapping out with our very own Hugo Byron.
Wait, does that mean?
Yeah, it does. A trip all the way to the top floor, baby! Mr. Big Time! Our new Regional Innovations Manager, Hugo Byron! No. Ooh, call 911 now. Now, head office will be monitoring productivity very closely. Okay?
Wait, does that mean there's a chance we actually keep these jobs?
Oui.
Trollebi arayayım.
What does this button?
Չէ, ես როგორ գავს այս տիպի մացնայ խարոդացել։
You've killed the Learn network, Trace. What have you done? The Counter-Strike network's down.
You want to get lunch or something, or?
What do you mean? System 32. Do you even know what System 32 is? You deleted it.
Yeah, it's like.
Trace! Trace!
Mr. Hugo, your tea, as you requested, milk, 2 sugars, and not stirred.
Kloppa lite strokony.
Hey.
Looks good on you. Nice typing.
Ugh. What temperature do you call this? Make it again.
Right. Okay.
And Alex, print out my emails. Color, double-sided, stapled.
Yeah, right. You're the boss. Hugo. All right, my boy, Danny boy, Danny
Alex,
B.
the machine.
Danny Madison.
Mr. Richardson.
I just say.
Tell me, how are you? How is the shuffling?
Yeah, the shuffle.
Are the pieces falling into place?
ტიპი აქ იმ ფინალში და ნახევარფინალში თამაშობ თან ტელეფონზე რეკას.
The greatest chance of all time.
Yeah. Oh man.
Listen, Alex.
Yes, mate.
You must have confidence in the shuffle.
Right.
You must believe in it.
Yeah.
Live the shuffle.
Yeah.
Breathe the shuffle.
Yeah.
And if things get tough, we shuffle again.
Thank you. Merci.
Best of luck
Merci,
with
my
you.
guy. Merci beaucoup.
Bye bye, Alex.
Oh.
Says delivery all departments.
Ain't mine.
Well, someone ordered it. There's plenty more.
არა, არ მინახეს.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, that sounds important. Absolutely. Yeah, E4. That's my favourite size of paper.
ბიჭო, რა ვიცი, ვერ გეტყვი.
What the hell is going on? Who ordered all of this?
IT says these orders come from couriers and logistics.
Couriers and logistics say these were ordered by somebody called Intern Alex.
Now hold on a second. From my experience, an order of this magnitude would require managerial authority. I mean, come on, mate. You're on probation. One job. That's all you have to do is approve.
Your internship.
What are you?
Alex, I'm seeing zero improvement. What's happening in there?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah,
What's
leave
up?
it with me.
What's
Leave it with me. Leave it with me. I'm on it.
I'm coming in.
Talk to you guys do a better job.
Oh, you want to? Don't you tell me what to do.
This haircut.
Okay, okay, everyone, remain calm. We shuffle again, okay? Right? Trace, front end communications. Hugo, swap with Chad.
Look, I can explain it to you. I can explain it to you.
Exactly.
What on earth is going on here? Playing cards? Alex, I asked for improvements.
Okay. No more shuffling. You know, been thinking about it. And maybe we were never meant to be someone else. You know, maybe the real strength of this team isn't in shuffling the deck. Maybe the real strength is playing our own cards, right? I see it on all of your faces. Right now, you're not yourselves. But when we arrive on the day, being who we are, that is when we truly deliver. I've got a lot of love for you guys. I'm sorry about the shuffling. I think we should all play our own cards from now on.
All right. That was actually pretty good.
For the love of CS, clean this up!
And let it sit out. Just a little.
Just like old times, huh?
აი, ცხონტო ამ ყლებებს შემოყვა.
Yeah, donk decides all. Well, that'll be coming into question tomorrow. For now, for the immediate future, it is Furia with a lifeline in this series, but not necessarily in the form of a map. We are done with map 1. Vitality have picked it up rather convincingly, but not really at the same time. Good fight back and forth.
What's Molotov doing? Googling the Heimlich maneuver? Like, come on. Something, please.
Yeah, he was needed, and he was nowhere to be found. To be fair, first half for Furia, get off to a good start. You can't really fault him for not contributing too much. Yuri doing what Yuri has been doing all tournament long, you know, giving Furia a lifeline from the scoreline 6-1. That was the last time that game was competitive. Vitality took over, got control over the T side. Flame C, I highlighted him a couple of times, saying he was the most important player on the T side and has been historically the most important player on the T side for Vitality in the past 3 months. He went 0-11 on the T side, yet they still got 5 rounds and won this game with ease. So there you have it, Vitality, the best team in the world.
Yeah, and props to him, because you see that he ended with 12-15, going 12-4 in that second half. Yeah, here we have the comparison as well. So really managed to keep his head in the game, because his team was absolutely going to need him. Stepta had a huge round early on in the second half on the flank, shutting down the A hit. And yeah, for Furia, just after such a strong start, you have to remember every single round that Vitality won in the first half was a gun round. Like, at no point did Furia have to eco or anything like that. Sure, there were a couple of buys where it's an MP9 there or something along those lines, or a FAMAS, but still, they had to grind that game. And yeah, it sneaks up on you that the last time Vitality lost Overpass was in the Chengdu Grand Final to Furia.
It's 14 games in a row, Trace. 14 wins in a row on Overpass now for Vitality.
Man, and to claw it back, too. I mean, you're right. 6 down in the start. We're talking about a game that was starting to take shape. And then how does it just so...
Zayu donka ფინალზე მეტი რა გვინდა, აი მეთხარი, მაგაზე კაი სანახაობა რა უნდა იყოს, Zayu versus donka best of 5 ხო ფინალი. მაგრამ Vitality მაპებში აჯობებს და გადაულის დიდი ალბათობით.
No, there's the round where him and Zai will save guns, then Vitality buys again because of the economy, right? And there's not really great ideas early on in that first half, but from that point on, you see and some of these trade kills on the B-bomb site in these early hits. Like, he was absolutely monumental in stabilizing the game for Vitality.
Yeah, both him and Enkes were for that matter as well. On the side of Furia, had a good showing. Robs were a big part in what kickstarted Vitality. The big disparity to me, and I hate to do it, but kind of highlighted it coming into the game as well. Molodoi in 2026 hasn't been the Molodoi of 2025. On one side, you have Saivu, the highest rated player on the server, having another great showing, you know, not flashy, but just getting the job done, you know, just getting a couple of multi-kills here and there, just winning a couple of rounds by himself, always involved, always in the right place. Molodoi, nowhere to be found, lowest rated player on the server. So when you have, you know, the best player, I guess, in the world, and on one side of it, in Saivu performing at his best, and then Molodoi, who Fallen called out saying he needs to have a presence, he needs to show up for us to win, not being anywhere to be found, to me, we can cook it down to pretty much that.
I think the problem is he couldn't like get the feel for the game early on in the half. He's going for some aggressive peaks. He's getting shut down, you know, by the hero AK, by the pistol, and so on and so forth, right? And just couldn't get into the swing of things, and a bit overly aggressive in his positioning a few of the other times. And it definitely felt like Vitality was the more composed team, because in some of these rounds on CT side, you know, Furia has 3 or 4 players on B as the hit is coming in, but they cannot play off of each other. They cannot sort of figure out how to coordinate themselves. And then also on the T side, a bit messy, you know, it's not flowing. So we'll see if that was perhaps the jitters of the first map, or their overpass really has taken a turn for the worse, but that's it now, right? Like, you're going into Ancient, you went for this punish pick, Vitality left it through. You better have something in store, because, you know, you will be out of contention for the trophy if you lose another map.
Jacob, let's talk about Ancient. Let's see, I mean, now that we've seen awakened version of Vitality ready to bust heads, is there a chance here for Fury to run it back?
There's definitely a chance. As Janko said, right, Ancient is the big surprise of this matchup. I don't think anyone saw it coming. I'm not even sure Furia themselves, you know, a couple of hours ago before they did the Veto, saw it coming. They were presented an opportunity to punish it, dare I say it, against Vitality, and there must be a reason why Vitality have left it in. There must be a reason why they're willing in a semi-final at IEM Rio, you know, with the ESL Grand Slam on the line as well. They're willing to leave it open. You said it last time they played it against Aurora. It took Saivu to go absolutely nuclear in a couple of overtimes in order to win it. I must assume that Vitality have been working on the map, and I'm curious whether or not Furia have as well, because it's not really a staple for them either. It's not a map that they normally go to or tend to. So I'm open to be surprised here, and I'll be honest, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure what to expect this time around.
So that's pretty easy to follow on, the whole idea of not knowing what to expect. Genko, where's your hat? 30 seconds.
I don't know. Maybe because they let through. Apex is a madman. He likes to flip the coin. He likes to have fun. Maybe they're just struggling with their Mirage at the moment and didn't want to see it in the pool. But we're running out of teams that can benefit from, you know, Vitality leaving Ancient in, right? Like, it's not necessarily a gamble they need to take considering the field of teams, and we'll see if perhaps this comes back to bite them.
Well, that's the scary thing. If they play Ancient at a high level and add another map to that already strengthened map pool for Vitality, it seems like they, you know, become closer to be an unbeatable force.
Yeah, and again, we have to sit back. We have to see how this one goes. We're going to roll the dice proverbially here in this game itself. We look at Ancient. We're going to see if Vitality can close it out. We got our commentators ready to go. So let's do it.
Back in 2022, we saw a divine intervention on this very stage. But now, Furia find themselves 0-1 down against the world's best team. Their fortune may have run dry, and their hope lies in an untested map for Team Vitality. 2 matches played ever with this roster, but the same could be said for Furia. Impossible to know what's coming. All we know is it's bound to be a brawl.
ის არ გადმოიყვანეს, Xelex არ გადმოიყვანეს, Xelex-ას უეჭველი გადმოიყვანენ ID-ზე. Xelex-ა უეჭველი გადმოვა აკადემიიდან, ჩემი სიტყვით დაიმასწორე.
It's the first team with back-to-back ESL Grand Slams. For Furia, they've got to find hope in the unknown. That's what they've got to hold on to. There's no tape to back up what's about to happen. This is real. This is about who wants it more.
It's a perfect map for this series. It's one we've seen before, right? This is not the first time the Vitality have taken risks. Back in Chengdu at the end of last year in a BO5 final, they floated this very map, banning Train out, a map that Furia were feasting on recently. Furia went straight for the Ancient pick. They wanted out. It came down to 13-11. It came down to a strong T side. It also came down to a lot of misutility, right? These are 2 teams who are relatively it was Vitality who were missing way more grenades than Furia, if you can believe it. For a couple of players, some experience on this map. For Apex alone, He's only played it twice. Both games that Vitality have pulled up in the last 6 months are Apex's only career games on this map, right? Same can't be said for someone like Rops. Ample experience in phase, but for the leader, for the guy calling the shots on this T side, Vitality don't have that experience. It is a situation you don't see every day, especially not in a semi-final.
No, especially not with so much on the line, right? I think that's kind of the big shock thing. You even heard the desk talking about this, the idea that for Vitality, is this a bit of a wild, almost unnecessary gamble in the Veto?
I think
they knew that if they leave it open, surely a Furia look to play it.
Oh yeah, it happened before. It will definitely happen again, right? Like Furia either had to play Mirage or Ancient in the series. That was the only option for them as a pick that felt safe. And the fact that Vitality have been humbled on Ancient or Mirage at this event, is exactly why they've left it in here. They've without a doubt been playing it. You wouldn't pull it out. It's such a high impact match. And you know, I think one thing that does help Vitality in this situation is the fact they have Dust 2 Decider. I can't believe Furia ban out Nuke in that final stage to give Vitality their 44-4 map over the past 16 months. That is their go-to, that is their home map. Furia maybe having some understanding of how they can play and some confidence in their own game on Dust 2 right now. But I feel like Vitality are just massively favored no matter how you slice it. So not to say Vitality have expectation of losing this one and it going to a third, but they have that to fall back on if it happens.
You know, while we have the time, I think it's well worth talking. For Furia, there was some really promising signs map one, right? Yuri, Serato, both looking really good, but there's kind of no getting away from the big problem, and that was this really slow start for Molodoi, right? So often just a backbone piece. It was when he joined this roster alongside Yakindar, that was what kind of brought Furia back to relevance, back into contending for trophies and titles. Not a player you can do this without, and I think at multiple times in his career, you've seen him kind of get swallowed up in the emotions. You've got to remember, this is a young guy, someone that was kind of handpicked by Fallen to come in and look to replace him. And these two have one hell of a bond, you know? Fallen's even said he's kind of the son I never had, right? Yeah. And there's been a lot of comparisons there. And so clearly this idea for Molodoi, knowing that this is Fallen's last chance, this is the team he's doing it with, he wants to do right by him. He wants to play and bring his A game, but that's not what we've seen thus far. You know, you saw him in tears at the announcement of Fallen's retirement. Something he knew was coming, and even then it still hit like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, and you know, they're at different stages in their careers, right? If we look at ZywOo back in the day, he had trouble on major stages as well. He had some trouble in arenas towards the beginning of his run in Vitality, but he well and truly got over that. Molodoi, still only a year of professional play in his back pocket. Still the same struggle at the worst possible time, but there is still time for redemption, for intervention here in this best of 3 semi-final. Furia and Vitality on Ancient, our second map of the series, and an absolute
Sami გუნდია Ancient, რომელიც არ თამაშობს Aurora, Furia და Vitality. ერთმანეთს აწახდებიან ხოლმე, რომელიც პირველი წელს ბანს იმის მიხედვით.
Putting your best foot forward. That was what brought so much excitement to Overpass, that 6-0 streak they were able to get off to. You want to see more of that now, but it's not the ideal start. Flames there, in with an opening.
Great first shot here for Flames. That's far better than 0-11 beginning. You don't need this guy starting hot right now. Apex will get caught off. Molodoi joining. And Flames, he pushes all the way down the ramp. Meanwhile, Bomb over on the A side. This is something Vitality will be ready for. They've cleared a lot of the map. Flames, two clinical headshots, and now into ZywOo's dual Berettas.
I mean, these pistols are so feared by everyone. It's a lot of pain to put down range very, very quickly. Sniping out any chance in this pistol for Yakindar. They wait around the corner. ZywOo brings the fight to him.
I mean, he's the best dual Beretta player in the world, and it's not even close, is it? There's no competition. There's no conversation. He's been doing this for some time. And Team Vitality with a pistol round here on CT side of Ancients. Very cool to know that they are trying to flex a 7-map pool. With everything that's on the line, it's not just a random decision to leave this map open. It's a very decisive commitment to playing this map in the semi-final. That means Vitality have been in the lab. So with what we've seen on other maps, I wonder what they've cooked up. Flamesy 5-1. Eco smash.
Arasın. Zayus sazlıyor arkadaşlar.
It was a very brawly game when we saw this last time back in that Chengdu final.
Მოწრე მინდა ვალაიქოთ ახი გამოვიწევთ 15 ლაიქს მივართა თავიდეთ 100 500.
Even replicate that, gonna need a hot start here. Can't go down in the hole. And with everything on the line for Fallen and Furia's legacy in Brazil, don't want to go out of this semi with a whimper.
Attempted mid-control. Yakinda meant to be able to stop the spillover out through cave, and he's lived up to his side of the bargain. Aggressive moves out of Vitality get tempered, and Furia sprint away from the scene of the crime. Zaiwu on for a backstab, but he's closing the distance quickly. His first kill delivered for free. With Apex also on a backstab, at this one far from over. Looking for a 2-on-4. Right now, Zaiwu just making a lot of noise, drawing attention away from this backstab. It lets Apex come through with the first. Now Zaiwu's turn to play. Drawn out through the donut in the sight. It falls to Fallen. First shot's clean.
IGL versus IGL.
Have it in him. Fallen makes that look easy.
Ах, бебери ходзия. Vamos, caralho!
To get Furia on the board. As those rounds, Furia absolutely need to win out today, right? These clutch rounds, even though that is a 2-on-4, the Vitality make very interesting. It's still Furia on the ticker as Fallen finds both kills in that post-spawn. Massive round here for Furia to get the game flowing early on this T side. You can see a lot of hesitancy already in these first couple of rounds. A lot of uncertainty. But if there's one thing that's clear, even from the game the Vitality played back in Krakow, Zaiwu is very comfortable on this map, right? He put up almost 70 kills in a quad-OT game. 5v4 found. Will find Furia in a man up. But for how long? Oh.
Well, there's Robs brushed aside. Bomb's got to make up its mind, though. Where do you want to go with this? It's a 3v1, but you've not won the round yet. Zaiwu gets involved, and that bomb now begins the long rotation all the way back to A. You can't lose in this fight, or else the round's in jeopardy. That is a huge fight for him to be closing on. 3 points of health as he squares off against Zaiwu.
Yeah, that's a Zaiwu who read his move as well, right? Not only pre-scoped his position, but even knew he wouldn't fall back there too far to run in CT. Holodoy on just 3 points of health finds his third kill and even picks up that AWP as well. So Furia get an economic boost. In a very potent position now, Furia, to get some rounds together. Despite that initially converted pistol. Seven's good, but jumping back 10 might be better, or maybe not. Serato fell. Yakinda does get that trade, and they're pushing Yuri here, but no cause for concern. Furia looking to get through this round with ease.
Just a good early run of form, right? Brings a bit of energy, a bit of life back into the team. Also, some of these guys that were quiet to open things up in the semi, finding their footing in time for Ancient. Yukindar, the one that's springing to mind right now, been a real nuisance over towards the lane. Wasn't really much of a factor on map 1.
Yeah, it's a very, not just brawly map, but individual map, right? There's going to be a lot of positions where you can get multi-kills. And Furia have got the guys for the job right now. Big 4K for Yuri. Molodoy with one to his name. Yukinda's done well, as you say. It's not like Overpass where you're going to spend the majority of your game on your bomb sites blind and just feel like you have to get your one kill in certain positions. Furia are going to try and get rolling. Nice to see Vitality already come in with moves though, right? That aggressive play on lane, flash to the cave a couple of rounds ago. They've got things like that up their pocket to try and force advantages. Not playing for heavy mid yet in this CT side. A missed elbow smoke, not a problem as Furia speed up Rob's big opener and no trade for Yukindar.
Oh, Messi just going to get to long in time, offers up a bit of resistance. Zywoo's through that util. Ahead of the take. Bomb will still make it in. Shots of the plan, and it's Apex right now that you've got to lend an ear to. This backstab arriving quickly. Okay, Serato low health in the site. Nice and easy for Apex. Yukindar so far removed. There's no win in this one for Furia. They get cut in half.
It's those moments you get scared for either of these teams on the CT side, right? Getting pattern called against them, getting faked out. A fake A rush here. But Rob's getting that opening kill grants a lot of presence to Vitality. They realize they make the adaptation. Mezzi runs back into B in time. That was almost an entirely empty B bomb site for Furia to plant on. Very quick flanks here for Team Vitality. And Apex is taking matters into his own hands right now. As a guy who's putting on some incredible individual maps in this tournament. No time like now to show your team how it's done.
And in these early rounds, you got to be looking at Molodoy just to see if he can recover, right? A good start would make a world of difference. They get challenged out here in mid. Flames puts him in the dirt. Full blind.
We saw him
all
over the map for Furia fall. And it is not an AWP's paradise on this T side. Vitality looking very comfortable. The retake flash in middle, still not enough for Furia to get a kill. They're in a 2v5. Molotov for Fallen will kill Flames. The will not. And we're looking at 5 alive in this gun round.
That's already a big problem, right as you're starting to kind of run out of money. They come through with a clean rifle round on the side of Vitality. That only opens up the playbook more. They've liked these early aggressive moves and you're keen to keep doing them. Now with a little bit of staying power on this CT side.
It's just, you go from last game where Flamesy was absolutely missing. And now he's not only 4-0 in opening duels, he's got 3 multi-kill rounds. 9-4. And he's swinging solo middle and getting a double kill. I mean, it's a bad omen for Furia right now. And it can get worse. Vitality come chasing for this kill after the clock. Uh-oh, Yuri, watch out.
Has to kill them all if he wants to survive. Just brute force to rip that gun away.
It's just worth it for Vitality, right? 2 for 1. Yeah, it's annoying. You lose some guns, you lose some AKs, but who cares? You've just ruffled Furious feathers again. You put them in an uncomfortable position where instead of thinking about the next round and what they're going to do, they have to discuss the money. They have to figure out how to make Yuri effective. He's playing Glock with 650. It's a near full eco here for Furia as Vitality just get to relax.
Oh.
Got these 2 flashes on Yukindar. You might be hoping for some close players over here in mid or maybe up at the cave. Vitality, though, they know what they're up against, and so no one in these forward locations. Don't get to make a flash pop happen. You're all getting cut down cave side.
Sadist.
Zai was trying to give him the ore. Please take it. Now he's got no gun. Zaiwu's had enough. And Apex is playing pistol while Zaiwu looks to finish the job.
Oh.
One back for Yuri on this Deagle. How much more exciting can this really get? I'll leave it to a swing. 2 players bearing down on this position. Low health on Apex, sure, but with the cover in on the rifles, there's no getting out of the cave here.
Right, Retake is really strong right now. There's no nades.
Apex how is that?
And this is a very, very threatening look for Vitality. You saw there, even as Zaiwu's trying to swap the
Piris
guns
aparat,
around,
jak
like he's almost
pizdeci, karoči,
chomping at the bit to
Aj
go and
Piris
fight him in
aparat,
cave.
jak pizdeci, karoči, z Apexa si minaj. Magis mochrypy, že im pizdeci.
But Zaiwu's bloodlusting in the early stages of this second map.
Hey, I don't mind to see it. Vitality with a lot of aura right now around them.
Well, here's also the problem with just being so far ahead in terms of the money. We talk about all the extra options. This is one that you've seen Vitality frequent, the double AWP coming out. Rob's getting his hands on one. It's just a new challenge for Furia to have to overcome, and they won't find out it's in play, maybe till it's too late.
Yeah, because maybe on CT side you'll just shunt your AWP over on the big box on A, make him sit in temple, make him play sort of retake and take some kills with him, but Robs is just going to do that on his own. Zaiwu gets to go wherever he wants. If he has a read on Donut, he's going to start there. If he wants to pick B ramp, all yours, buddy. Zaiwu goes where he wants right now on this CT side, and Robs ensures that the A rush is not open for business. Where will Furia lay their hat? Again, this deep flash in middle to get Flamesy activated clears it entirely, even Apex out the cave. They can reset B. Apex wants to fight.
ხო, კარგად მომზადებულა. ხო, რა კაი ნეიდი იყო.
I mean, Vitality's look comfortable. They look like they've been in the lab, right? Great grenade combos.
And
Furia yet to have the answer. Some good spam damage back, but this is a round that was always just going to be a B execute.
I mean, you're in a really good position to crunch onto this lane. Apex leading it, but has support from Flames. They'll swing out together, and this hit gets turned to dust. Just down a Queserato and Molidoy. On a different day, you tell yourself, well, this is the duo you want in this spot, but Molidoy still has a lot to prove in this semi. And like contact is their best route in, and that's exactly what Zaiwu wants. Time in there, a little awkward. Starting to close in. And Rob's now on for a retake. 1v2 as the trade off the AWP. Vitality didn't envision it going this far.
Did you really walk away?
Oh, now you don't. That's rough. Molidoy head ripped off. You tell yourself there's no better man for the job than Queserato, meant to be cool, calm in these moments. Well, then Robs is the perfect opponent. Molly to try and make him uncomfortable. Queserato doesn't back down. Doesn't succumb to the pressure.
It's a nice read from Robs, right? Doesn't have the spot. Molly's his corner just falls a little bit shallow. It looks like Queserato gets a couple of seconds to take that fight. And Furia come up with a much-needed clutch again. Barrel spot for Molidoy. That's what got Furia in on this round. It felt dead in the water after Apex's aggression on lane. He is not letting them get comfortable. and legends in and out of the server. The Famasi is
ჩემზე
full of
კლეშუბლი თუ
them.
იმეს ექნებოდა ძალიან იშვიათი. საღოლ ძმაო, საღოლ, ტოპ 1-ზე გადაინაცვლა. Oof.
Vitality, no worry for money just yet. Still got a couple of buys left in them here. And Furia, a far cry from their previous T-side against Vitality. Another gung-ho buy here for Furia. Mac 10, oh sorry, MP7 and Orb in the same round. And so again, some pace up towards caves. It looks like Furia vie for mid control.
ვაიმე, რა უკვე. ხუთა.
I mean, this spam on the lane has just been brutal in every one of these rounds. Yuri this time wanted the dough. Kinda are also affected by that util, so a lot of early damage done onto Furia. They've got the lane control though. And unlike in previous rounds, Vitality not in a position to go and fight for the lane. Instead, it'll be a mid re-clear. 3 players out in the red room. Serato biding his time in bottom mid. Gets that info. Has players nearby to help him in heaven if they wanted to take these fights, but it just ends in a stalemate.
Again, a feint towards A. Or is the bomb going to dive back into Donut? They put nades on this B bomb site, and Vitality flashes in the cave. Could be better timing, but Molodoy's on the line. Hits his first. Apex trapped in. Molodoy doesn't live. And now the bomb must escape, but they've got the A side to plant.
Serato's just opened up the back door. Yakindar waiting out here in mid. 2 players on his screen, and he'll deal with them both. Hell of a fight, but it's not over. Norwin Zaiwu still in the picture. Bomber to get juggled across. That plant's going down late, and so Zaiwu sees an opportunity. To be found. The thinnest of margins on that round, but Furia get it.
Oh my, Zaiwu playing with his food. Fake flash, back to CT, and fallen in the open. Thank goodness for Serato. Saves another chaotic round. And you don't see ancient games like this very often. This is all over the shop. Furia just trying to pull fakes out right now. And it is working. Back-to-back gun rounds secured. Vitality's money in the mud. And Furia with a chance to find their 6th here and now. Don't mess this one up. You don't get Vitality on Eco easily.
Usually though, these are where Furia and Fallen feel like they're in their element. A bit of a pace change, knowing that the money's run dry. Seems like the perfect time to go for a faster round. How much more interesting can he make this? Low HP on Fallen, doesn't miss the shot.
He couldn't afford to miss that shot. That would have been the round set up for Robs there. 1v1, Fallen low. Okay, Furia, that's an audacious call out of Fallen to go full B rush through smoke on an anti-eco into a stack, but Furia get out just about. Woo! And now it's all riding on this last round.
You've made them feel pressure. Right, it's a string of rounds. Out of Furia, 3 in a row.
This to me tells you that Vitality want to do something coordinated, right? Think about some of these lane takes. There's been layers to the nades. Molly's to clear out Cubby. HE on top of it. Apex up heaven. Are Vitality going to fight for this control again? It's going to require some cohesion. A timeout lets them breathe. Last round of the half here. Furia looking to win it out.
Molodoy again on this jump out towards middle.
It's flames, Gizi, Chemi
Flames a double kill to start this final half of 5v3. Yuri hoping for a reply, but mid is treacherous ground here with 2 players with Vitality set up. Ready for a heaven spillover. This boost getting thrown in.
Nice.
By surprise. Flames dominating in this final round of the half. And now they get
nice.
up there. Vitality will course correct. And we were expecting some mayhem, some mischief on this gamble of Ancient. It's living up to that. Furia and Vitality neck and neck.
Oh, ეს რაუნდი რა გატროლეს, აი ეს είναι წაუგებელი რაუნდი. Voice comments რატო აღარ გვაჩვენებენ? პაუზებზე გვაჩვენენ რა. არა ვარ 500 ლაიქს, 509 ლაიქს ვარ.
We're getting a hell of a fight here on Ancient. Not a clear victor in sight. It's Vitality chasing the final that holds the keys to writing their name in history forever. For Furia, it's an attempt at survival. Their hopes hinged on the uncertainty of Ancient. Well, right now, they've got a level playing field against Vitality. A strong recovery out of Yakinda, holding some promise if you can get Keserato and Yuri hitting as hard as they did at the start of the semi-final. Still questions swirling around the all-prodigy in Molodoi for the Furia squad. Yet to really rise up and hold much of a place in this semi-final.
Last time Furia beat Vitality on this very map, Molodoi did show up. He was the top performer. He was the reliable piece here for Team Furia, so they're going to need him in this second half.
Nice.
Zaiwu with the entry kill. Vitality with the split the pistols in this series, and it's Zaiwu at the front, putting up the brunt of the work. Reload comes in, and Zaiwu's got his knife out with a bomb. eventually makes a trade. 2v2, smokes down, Furia pull back.
Chaos in this pistol now gives rise to a tense 2v2.
Reload.
Reload. Apex right in behind enemy lines. Pistol secured. Game, set, and match. It's Vitality hoping to start strong in this second half.
All right, we've split pistols in this series, and we've yet to see a single force buy victory in the follow-up. It has been some full ecos as well here for both teams, so looking for more of the same, as Vitality might just start this half strong. Keserato, silly to think he could get away with that. Apex will not allow it. He has been an extremely high-impact player in this playoff here. And so pistol locked in. It's an uphill battle for Furia. They are pushed to the back foot. Not just on an unknown map, but with Dust 2 are decided. Very few have come close to Vitality. 44 and 4.
I mean, it feels wild to say, but you've got to talk about Apex's contributions to this this playoff run. You know, not just been calling a great game for Vitality, but has had the kills to back it up.
Hard carried on Dust 2 yesterday. Not that it felt like it was required.
Apex-ს რა შრომაში რა ორი თამაში ჩაატარა space არ აღარ. Apex-ს ჩემი გუშინას და დღესაც 15-8-ია. ვა. გუშინ 21 რაღაცაზე დაამთავრა ჩემი. მაგარ ფორმაშია ტურნირზე საღო.
Of Vitality's comfort. They are certainly looking like a 7-map pool team right now. And this adds another air of danger for Team Vitality coming into the major, into a BO5 final.
Yeah, I think, you know, they're always quite tactical with when they bring this map out. It's always, you know, as we're trying to build up towards those majors, just to drop a bit of uncertainty out there. You know, it's a team that everyone in Counter-Strike is looking at. Every squad in the world is studying Vitality. What do they do? What makes them tick? How are they winning so much? And so every now and again, you just drip feed in this promise, this idea that Ancient might be in the repertoire of Vitality.
And I think it's changed because the first time they brought it out, it's because they weren't confident. It's because they weren't sure they could take down Furia in great form in Chengdu. That was true, right? Even with Ancient loss, they lost that series 3-0. So it was still Vitality not in their final form. I think this time it's different today. I think this is Vitality who are flexing a 7th map, who are baiting Furia into the pick. Will this T-side hold promise for Vitality and back up what we've seen, which is a hyper-prepared first half? But back when we saw it in Chengdu, it was missed T-side utility that at times let Vitality down. Cave smoke, red smoke, basic map utility that wasn't connecting. Haven't seen any of that today from either of these teams. The stakes are higher, and the form is better.
All right. That's a huge nudge in a good direction for Furia. If there was one guy you could find on the spam, if you could take your pick on any member of Vitality, that's the guy you're picking. Silent out of the round. Looking like an A finish, but you've done well to hold on to your util this long, right? It's the first gun round of the game. Didn't know the pace that Vitality were going to bring to the T side. Smoke goes down in Donut. It leaves them with an uncomfortable decision to make. They look like they want to play through.
Saw him. I think he saw him there. Molotov caught a whiff as the smoke bloomed. He needs to perform in this round, this AWP in the right place.
Click the mouse, get the kill. Nice and easy for Molotov on the first. And there's the follow-up.
Bravo.
Nice little multi-kill sequence seals the deal on this first rifle round.
Just a huge smoke for Fallen at 40 seconds as well. Absolutely shuts the door. And Vitality not only can't go through, they can't go back either. They just have to wait it out. With the map being silent for 20 seconds and one smoke down, that tells you where Vitality are. Well-placed shots here for Molotov. This fadeaway as well onto Rops. And Furia A nice and clean round to keep them in it. It's Vitality who go all the way, looking to pull a bit of a fake of their own. This 1 AK walking up ramp and the bomb into B, into A.
Has kept Furia a bit out of position. You're starting to have Molidoy try and plug the hole over towards that A side. Linking up with Fallen for this defense. It's going to get blocked off over towards the spawn. Molidoy plays it forward with a slow break. Cover there for Yuri. And no road left to run for Rops. He's getting sandwiched.
Oh!
All right, that's a nice kill to open, but it'll go no further.
Ay, რითროაც იწეს. Yeah, და რიცხრა. გავლენ ახლა წინ. ის Furia.
Absolutely a game worth believing in now for Furia, even without that second pistol, coming straight in off the gun rounds. And you can tell yourself, guys, we have Vitality right where we want them. Full eco, 4 Glocks. And Furia, the lead, destined.
Oh, a little ugly there for Keserato, but Yakindar will make up for it. No worries up against the pistols, it's a put down.
But
finally, this is where Apex is tested, right? And maybe even Xtaz if Vitality wants to take a breather, because third map of his career on Ancient right now, with an entire arena shouting you down, and the promise of $1 million waiting in that grand final. That's before you talk about the prize pool. That is what's on the line. Vitality, the pressure has never let up on this run. And it certainly will not now. Apex puts his pieces in their place. Full A attack with 5 players.
Maybe feeling like you haven't had the reps to do something a bit more complicated. Just get on the board with a nice simple round. Roll in as a pack, play together. Flames gets the opening. Retake will arrive, but you really need some spam to connect here. Keserato just off the mark.
Is it a poison chalice?
Kindar's still waiting for a flank that's not coming in, and he can't wait forever. Eventually looks to rejoin the rest of the pack. Zaiwu forced wide and into a fight at CT. Yuri wasn't ready for. Can't quite follow up. Will get caught out in the open. Here's a follow-up for Yakindar. Low health on him and Molidoy, and time is so low, they'll write this one off.
Nice.
Vitality back in form. A simple A hit called by Apex. They run it down as a pack.
And Flamesy's firepower as well, right? To win that round, you need that clean entry, and you need it untraded. So Flamesy comes straight in and finds that 5v4. Without that opening kill right here, it's a very difficult round for Vitality. But Fallen's put down, and that's put him onto the AWP in this next round. Comes down to seconds making the decision here for Furia. From 0-11 start on Overpass, Flamesy leads the way, second in his team. Zaiwu, perhaps expecting this orb, skirts right on by. Hoping they give him a bit of flash. Molidoy's position known along. Cave spam erupts, and Yakindar worse for wear. Hoping they go straight into Yuri. Oh, Molidoy, the risks you're taking with these jumps. Zaiwu hears everything.
I mean, these next few rounds are incredibly nerve-wracking. They shape everything. Tie game this late in the map.
Money on the line for both squads. More so for Vitality, they need this. You wouldn't, would you?
Ballsy smoke push. It's a tense moment of the game. It's late in the day. And Yuri waltzes right through and in with a double. Putting Furia in the favored position of 4-on-3. Double or ball out in this round. Ford's going to find himself on the other side of the map. Besides Molodoi, it's the reports the elevated Furia. Brushed aside, Rops and Zaiwu.
Oh man, if Molodoi fires on that flash right there, that's a guaranteed kill. There's two players around the corner. Instead, Furia have a very difficult decision to make. Got to watch out on this long side. Flash dodge too deep. K-Serato chopping block and Fallen heads off to save his AWP, or should I say Molodoi's AWP. That is Vitality in another man-down round, breaking through and finding double digits.
Perfect round.
I mean, that one's going to hurt no matter which way you slice it, right? Yuri's kind of giving you the ultimate leg up on a ballsy smoke push, a play that I think many would be terrified to make. And it isn't enough. And not only that, you know, the round isn't close past that point. It is a clean sweep out of Vitality.
They lost that round, 10-9 down. Suddenly, we're talking about Furia setting ourselves up for a 3-map series. But instead, this is where Vitality sit, 3 rounds away from securing a grand final against Team Spirit. A team they've not played this year.
ერთ-ერთმა პრომ საუკეთესო სანდარდები ქვეყანა ჯორჯი არისო. ვა, დაღო. ამ ტაიერ ტურნირებზე ვეღარ გავა სიმპლად დიდი ალბათობით არ ვიცი ნახ მომავალში რა იქნება, მაგრამ ძალიან გაუძლებელი.
In that position Vitality once were. Money on the line, final buy. Best opportunity to stay in this arena.
Yeah, feels like the entire thing boils down to this gun round for Furia. Save allows them to keep themselves threatening. They've got util, they've got all the guns, a privilege they won't have going forward. And it's nothing crazy, nothing out there for Vitality to start this one off. They know that Furia are working with less in this round. They know that they're the guys feeling all the pressure, feeling all the strain. And so you just kind of let them sit in it, let them burn some of this util. Wait and see if they bring the fight to you.
And while Molodoi was the top performer of Ancient last time when Furia won out, Mezzi was for Vitality. He's 3-13 right now. He has gone missing in this second map. But with Vitality still holding a lead, it may just be recoverable. Not too late to find your round. Push, a scary turn, and Robs just about converts that spray. A 5v4, donut taken, Vitality posturing for a round win.
Needs to do even more. It's him, it's K-Serato over on the center of the map. Molodoi, can he be the lifeline? Can he be the thing that keeps Furia very much in the conversation? He's cut him down. And now it's all eyes on Yuri. Late to the ball. Teammates already
kilებს არა აქვს მნიშვნელობა, პლეად რა ვერ გაგაგებინეთ, თო ვიდეოებს რისთვის ვიდეო. kilებს არა აქვს მნიშვნელობა, არა. თავარია რა რაუნდს მოიგებ, როგორ რაუნდს მოიგებ.
The heart of Team Vitality resting back in the donut. Zaiwu
ნახე, ჩაუშვეს. ჩაუშვეს, ნახე, პოზიციაში.
Mezzi found out towards the spawn, but this is the tricky one. This is the rough spot. Trying to force the fight. One chance was all Yuri had.
Kurade გამოწყნული შვილები არიან შეხედე.
You get one opportunity at a fight like that. It demanded perfection.
გამოწყნა მათი და წააგონ რა გააჩევან დროზე რა.
But Yuri, the most unlikely clutch.
იმენა ამათი დე გამოწყნა დროზე წააგონ რა.
In the perfect post plot, bomb weapon of choice. Fantastic map for ZywOo, and Yuri still comes up clutch. Molodoy's numbers may not be there, but he has delivered a couple of crucial multi-kills down the stretch in this CT side. And Furia are still here fighting on. No war for Team Vitality. Must do more with less. And the B stack.
In
the middle than Vitality were on their CT side. They just play it for info. Fallen Jiggles. Furia beg for this execute, and they might get what they want.
On their way, are they ready for it? Smoke fades, and that will signal the push. Yuri, adrenaline coursing through.
ZywOo! Can't stop ZywOo!
And that's the round. ZywOo's 3K is enough. Furia in no state to give this one a try. And that's what's so frustrating about ZywOo. He can do it with anything.
Fuck you,
Give him a rifle after losing out
Bravo,
on the previous 1v1 Yuri on the money meant he didn't get his weapon of choice. That's no problem to ZywOo.
This guy is the world's best. I mean, unshakable mental right now to lose that hyper important clutch, that backbreaker clutch, and he gets his weapon apparently of choice. AK-3K spray down trade to save Vitality and buckle Furia. The hope of a nation. And Fallen's legacy in Brazil. ZywOo does not give a damn. He has his own goals. And Vitality 2 rounds now. Sid's final call of regulation. Final chance to calm the nerves. As Vitality aim for the final blow.
Well, they've stacked their chips accordingly. You got Keserato, best gun of the round, meant to be a star, meant to be the Brazilian to fear, and Molodoy with his weapon of choice, likewise, in this all-important round. If you're gonna hold on, you feel like those have got to be the two names that keep you in this series. Apex. Been a real force of nature in these playoff games. And that's the first crack to show in this defense for Furia.
Dead
in no man's land. And this was just the initial staging of the round. This isn't the killing blow out of Vitality. There's more twists and turns here.
Vitality now know it's only Yuri home. They have to go, seize the chance, seize the timing. It's Yuri, top performer, or Vitality, match point.
Nice.
Oh, and they just overrun him, overwhelmed all four players from Vitality, knocking on the door of the C side. Fallen, no choice but to look on. Been left out of the picture here in this 1-on-4. And is he really interested? Money is gone.
Moita.
On the last chance of Fallen, cut down, rifle gone, money gone. Vitality have arrived at their conclusion.
And Fallen going for that shows the state of this CT side. He has been left out of the action the entire game, right? The entire half. Vitality just punishing on B. As I said, not touching middle. He's towards Donor. He's over on A. He's not had a chance to have impact in this second half. He did not want to go out with a whimper. But this story might just be close, but not cutting it for Furia. In Fallen's final attempt to win in Brazil, Vitality once again proved they are the main character. An attempt to silence the stadium. This might just do it. Messi spray converted by the captain. And he sends Fallen out of the round.
And in
these dire moments, Vitality are very considered about these final couple of seconds. Not wanting to leave anything to chance. A lonely Molodoi. Trapped back in the donut. Watching on as this victory is teed up for someone else. It was this Cinderella story. The idea, could Fallen do it right before he retires? But this is not about Furia. This is Vitality dominating all the way into those finals. Of modern Counter-Strike. From making history as the team to win back-to-back ESL Grand Slams.
And of course, Spirit waiting for them in a BO5 tomorrow afternoon. Spirit, the last team to beat Vitality on Dust 2, their fabled home map. We never got to see it in this series. A risk taken by both squads, but Vitality Pro Ancient is in their wheelhouse. 7-map pool for Team Vitality, because that's a new record, that's a new accomplishment, and Vitality just keep racking them up.
And you see the admiration there, Apex and Fallen taking an extra second. You know, they don't feel good about doing it to Fallen in his last outing. The real last dance of a Brazilian legend comes unraveled. Vitality through and into the final, and it's the form they've been in, man. That stumble up against Falcons to exit the groups, light a fire under Vitality. Spirit should be very scared of what's coming their way tomorrow.
Thank you again, Fallen. Let me ask you a few words for the audience.
Portuguese or English?
In English.
English. Okay, English first, guys, but I'll be back. Very tough game. It was very nice to play this game. Both matches could have gone our way. Some rounds here and there, we could have made it. But we're playing one of the best teams all time. And if you give them a chance, it's going to be difficult. But I'm proud of the team. We took the risk. We decided to go Ancient. And I felt like we could have won both maps, definitely. So it feels frustrating. Wanted to win so much in front of my home ground, my country. But I'm very happy that this is happening here. I'm proud of what we're achieving.
Yeah, but now you're going to play the tiebreaker against Falcons tomorrow. Are we gonna win? They
დამავსდა ხვალ Furia Falcons-იცაა ძმებო მესამე ადგილის. So, გასაგებია.
Playing third match sucks, but you know this one is going to be very special. We're going to be playing here in front of you guys.
ცოტა ადრე ვიწყებთ, ანუ 6-ზე ვიწყებთ სადღაცა სტრიმს 6-ზე.
Thanks again, Fallen.
მაგრამ 9-ზეა ფინალი რა. ხვალ Falcons Furia.
Well, what can you say about that?
What about the winners, man?
Yeah, fair enough.
You want to hear from the winners? I guess we'll do it later.
I mean, we hear from them all the time, to be fair. I mean, it's the same guys, you know, always winning.
It is Fallen's last, but, you know, maybe in 5 minutes we can hear from Fallen again. But yeah, Vitality get the job done, even on Ancient. Furia didn't really pan out as they hoped for. Zaibu had another great map. Like he enjoys Ancient at the very least, but honestly,
უგრემესი მადლობა ვინც იყავით სტრიმზე. მადლობა 550 ლაიქისთვის, მადლობა მაყურებელს ყველას, მადლობა დონაციებისთვის.
It's a couple of rounds. I feel like Furia through. I mean, I know that the win is what counts, but just the whole shenanigans with Ancient, like, it just feels unnecessary for them.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it, because I agree, you know, at the end of the day, they get the win, and as you said, Cyber with another monstrous performance, another monstrous series. I think he's finishing at a 1.6 rating over the course of 2 maps, but I echo the sentiment that I wasn't really convinced with the performance on Ancient. I think it was very simple the way they approached it, where they had the most success in the second half as well, was Apex out of spawn calls, you know, going fast into bomb sites or placing Saivu on a boost, holding an angle for a minute, hoping to get something out of it.